should be live. Hello, hello. Are we live? I think we're live. I think we're here.
Oh,
Hey
I can't hear
guys.
you.
Can you not hear me? Oh, hang on. Discord hates me.
Hold on, you're gonna have to fix your microphone or my microphone.
Yep.
OBS is giving us issues.
Oh, fun. Hey guys, how are you doing? Oh, fun. Hey guys, how are you doing? Oh, I can hear me. I can hear me in the
Not
background.
yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, there we go. Hi guys. How is everybody?
How is every one person in the chat?
Every one
three
person
people
in the chat. Hi guys. Everybody's trickling. I need to share it. That's what I needed to do. I forgot.
Come into the classroom, everyone.
Hello.
Come in, take your seats. First come, first serve. Take your seats. You might want one in the front.
Hi guys. Hey Michael. Hey Chris. Greetings. How's everybody doing tonight?
And we have Karasu the Dreamer.
Karasu the Dreamer. Good to see you. We are on Animorphs book 8, which is technically book 9 for us in this whole Animorphs series. Because we got to our first Megamorphs book last time.
Yeah. Last week we were on a mid-season hiatus.
Yes.
Because we finished the mid-season finale, and you know how those TV shows go.
Oh yeah.
You got to take a week break.
Yeah, just to like remind people.
Because it was Easter.
It was Easter, yes.
How was Easter again for the people that haven't watched the other streams? How was your Easter?
My Easter was good. I don't know if people, people celebrate Easter or Passover or nothing. If you just had a good weekend, I hope you did. But yeah, I did Easter with we had family come into town. That was really fun. It was good to see them. And yeah, it was just really chill.
Okay.
Chris, you plan to see the Mario movie tomorrow. I hope that goes well.
Okay.
Oh, Karasu saw the Mario movie today and loved it. So I'm seeing like a huge disconnect online between the critical review of the Mario movie and the audience review of the Mario movie, which tells me a lot about the movie as a movie. Yeah, I've seen very polarizing things where like people are like, it's the least liked Illumination movie like by critic score, and then everybody I talked to is like, it was a fun movie. It was really fun.
Okay, but if you look at it from the Illumination standpoint, you can't necessarily say it's the worst one because it was a licensed movie.
Fair enough. And also, Illumination has made some pretty bad movies.
Yeah, so I mean, are we gonna really say that the Mario movie is worse than Boss Baby?
I've never seen Boss Baby, but I assume from everything that I have seen and heard about Boss Baby that I would probably agree with you.
But I mean, overall, in terms of it being a video game movie, like I've seen horrible video game movies. This one's okay. It's up there with it's up there. It's the upper crust of good video game movies.
Yeah, I don't Chris, I'm glad that you don't watch Nostalgia Critic anymore. I never recommend Nostalgia Critic. Sorry. I have a little bit of beef with Nostalgia Critic and their whole
Nostalgia Critic. I when he started to do Disney December, that's when I kind of just was like, he's not good anymore because he makes very like these criticisms of these movies, but it's like if you actually listened to and watched the movie, Doug, you would know your answers would be, your questions would be answered.
His whole shtick is that everything is mediocre to him, and when he gets a genuinely good movie, he has to like do the thing with like just giving bad criticism, and he's like, guys, that's the joke. It's like, okay, but like it's a really old joke.
Yeah, but also like some of the way that he delivers jokes is just so old now.
Yes, it's very, very old YouTube. Also, it's Nintendo we're talking about. They are very cagey. Yeah. I thought you said cringy, and I was like, I mean, they can be cringy, I guess.
Oh, sorry, Karasu. Boss Baby was made by DreamWorks. That's my dude. That's that's how
Oh
much I
no.
watch.
Oh
No.
no.
Okay. If we're Illumination, let me pull up some Illumination things.
Illumination did oh, why am I seeing this on here? I don't want to see this on here. Illumination did the Minions movie, you know, all the Despicable Me, which the first Despicable Me is a good movie. I will go down fighting that the
Mhm.
first one is a good movie. The rest are not necessary at all, especially the Minion movie. But
Okay. I'd say they're probably, in my opinion, their worst one would probably have to be Hop.
Hop was not a good movie. Hop was the character of Hop. Like I really liked the character design. He was really cute. And I feel like there was a lot of potential for that movie. And because James Marsden
Yeah.
was also in it, and they just did not. They just like they fumbled that play real hard.
And also, no one ever brings it up, so it's like that's their worst movie, and people are gonna say it's worse than Super Mario movie is worse than Hop.
The last, yeah, right. I find that hard to believe. Also, the last time I was at Universal Studios in Orlando, they still were including Hop in the like parade, like the like kids parade thing, and I was like, really, Hop? What kid is out here being like, mommy, I can't wait to see Hop in the parade?
Oh look, there's the funny thing is that little kids they'll just say the name of the movie. They won't even say the character name. They're like, oh my gosh, it's Hop.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Forget the actual
Or they
character's
they'll
name.
they'll see Gru and then they'll be like, oh my gosh, it's Despicable Me.
It's the Minions guy. Oh my god.
Yeah.
But it's also one of those things of like it was really funny. Side note, this has nothing to do with anything, but in that same parade, Dora, they're probably doing the same parade to this day. Dora comes out to the song of Celebrate by Cool and the Gang, and I'm like, when did Dora start covering Cool and the Gang? I missed something in the Dora lore.
Well, the Dora and the Lost City of Gold, I think it's called. That's a good movie.
That
It's
is a
it's like
great movie.
it's a great movie because it harkens back to the Scooby Doo movie, the Josie and the Pussycat, the Brady Bunch movie. It harkens back to that type of like tongue in cheek type of thing.
Oh yeah, I legitimately want to cover the Dora and the Lost City of Gold. I remember watching it when it premiered, and I still to this day think it's a good movie.
Yeah, I went to theaters to go see it with my niece,
Nice.
and my mom, and they were like, "This isn't it." I'm like, "What are you talking about? This is great.
Guys,
This
this
is
is
so
this is cinema masterpiece right here.
yeah,
Chris says I want to like the Grinch adaptation, but yeah, it's
yeah."
It's not the worst, it's not the best. It's just kind of there.
Derp wants you to pin their content warning because I guess there's a content warning about the loss of loved ones, is what they put.
Ooh, I will pin that. Thank you.
Yeah. But for those of you coming in, just a reminder, Animor or Thursday and Fridays are our heavier topic books. Yesterday we were
Yep.
reading California Diaries, and today we're reading Animorphs. Animorphs, for everybody, it's a war story. It's not like lighthearted monster of the week type of stuff. It is um, serialized war that takes place in a span of like a few years. So they start out when they're 13, and then by the time the book's end, they're like 17 or something.
Yeah. By the way, shout out to Rex because Rex has been doing some off the clock research to help us make sure that we're not missing any. Whoop, I lost. Whoop, what happened? I lost Daniel for a second. There we go. You're back.
Am I?
Rex has been doing some research for us to help us make sure that we're not missing any content warnings, which I appreciate. So thank you, Rex.
Chris says that they love your Ghostface hoodie.
Oh, thank you. It says, no, you hang up first. And I love this hoodie. I got on a Black Friday
What's
sale
your
and I was like, do
favorite
I need it?
scary movie?
Um,
Kazam. That's not a scary movie. Well, obviously you haven't seen Shaq act.
um, I just think Ghostface is just a great parody character of like every serial killer in movies, and it's wonderful.
Okay.
Scream is a masterpiece.
Going back to Nostalgia Critic for a sec. Um, his biggest review that he fumbled for me was The Color of Friendship, because
Ooh, did he?
it's like
I
because he
stopped
thought
watching long before that, I think.
because when he was, like I said, Disney December is when I was like, I don't care about him no more.
I don't want this.
But also when he started to do that game show that he had,
He had a game show. I missed a lot in the lore.
he hosted a game show on his YouTube channel awesome or whatever. And at first it was about movie trivia, but then it's like, oh, if you can make Doug laugh, then you get points, and people just resorted to trying to make him laugh by saying dumb things.
Ah,
And he would
got
just give
you.
him points, and it's like that's not the point of this game show.
I'm really excited
But
for.
also,
Sorry, go ahead.
he's really excited for Across the Spider Verse. Karasu said.
That's what I was trying to read. Yes. Same.
So as I was saying, um, 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 um. Oh, and then the way he does his jokes, it's like if you were to do one about the Mario movie, like, oh, I'm gonna wait for the director's cut where they show Peach's, Peach in a skin tight bikini or whatever the heck. It's in
Yeah.
the director's cut version. It's like,
Uh,
why are you being so like it's so mundane? It's like it's not funny no more. This ain't 2010.
yeah, it's very
That's
like
such 2010 humor.
yeah, it's very like edgy early 2010s humor. Anyway,
Yes. It's
all
like, come
right.
on, dude. You're showing your oldness here. You're starting your turn into a senior citizen by doing those jokes.
Media. I'm very proud to be a go-to, Chris. Thank you for that. um, where? Ah, yes. I was trying to pull up the old. I need to share this, and then after I share
Yeah, that's
this,
the thing, Chris. They're more focused on like on Twitch and stuff, and it's like, oh, meet and greets. It's like they feel like they don't need to put in the same quality anymore because they already established themselves, but that's going to be their downfall, is that people are going to get tired of it.
yeah. Whoop.
But I mean, you could always be I could be one of your go-tos too, Chris. I mean, I'm the Box Cutter podcast. um, you know,
Subscribe.
just putting it out there.
Okay.
I
Um,
have I have plenty of podcast episodes, and I'm gonna be putting out another reaction episode to Fandom Investigator the Savory. It's just I've been focusing on a competition that I had this week, and it just wrapped up. And on Sunday, I'm gonna see whether or not I get first or second.
good luck.
Oh yeah, they only do Midwest appearances, or they go to like Ireland or something. It's either Ireland or like in the Midwest.
The
Hey,
two, the two,
I'm gonna be at PAX Yukon.
the two places you could be.
I'm going to be in Dublin this weekend.
Um, I'm trying to shit. True. Oh my god, that's amazing. Also, why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Hang on, give me 1 second. I'm sharing this. Hang on. I'm just trying to share the video. Okay, so this. Let me fix this. Let me go. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I hear that. Hang on, guys. Sorry, technical issues. Discord hates me. This has been established. Let's see. Can you hear me now? Okay. Hi, Ellery. Hang on, you're very quiet right now. Let me make sure that you're coming out of the right. I can hear you, but it's very quiet. I don't know if they can hear you super well. Uh, but hi, everybody. Um, yeah, I just put it. Chat's always reminding me to put things in Discord. Okay. Oh, Chris, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chris. Chris, you are the best. Um, Yay, follow-up interview. Um, Hang on, guys. I'm not entirely sure why Daniel's so quiet, but give me 1 second. I want to work with dogs so bad, right? I hope you get to. Let's see. Can you hear me now? Let's see. Can you guys? Let's see. You can hear me. Let's see. You guys should be able to hear me. Can you give me like a test? Trying to see. Oh, that's why. I got you. That is absolutely why that happened. Okay. Can you guys hear now?
Let's see.
There we go.
They hear you.
Yep. There we go. I fixed it. I figured it out.
Okay. Okay, so
Anyway.
like I was saying, so yeah, so my my near future goal is to own a laundromat where people drop off their laundry and then we charge them by the like by the load. We're and then they pay for the load, and then like if they just want it washed and dried, or if they want it washed and then dried and folded, and so on and so on. Um, yeah, that's my idea.
I think that's a great idea. That's really exciting.
So I'm gonna be because I know they do it by the pound, but I don't want to do it by the pound. I want to do it by the load because
Yeah.
I feel like it makes the machines last longer as opposed to put 5 pounds into that one, put 10 pounds into that
It
one,
also
and it's
just
like
makes more sense for the consumer.
mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so if everyone will pull up their Wattpads to, if everyone will pull out their Bibles, their tablets to
Let me pull
Wattpad.
mine up. Like in church when the pastor's like, turn to page whatever, and you're like, I definitely have my Bible right here and ready. That's something that I definitely have. Um, Amazing. Can you do me a favor and just resend me the Wattpad just because I think it'll be easier for some reason because I thought I had it bookmarked. No! Ah, hang on. Why? Hang on. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. Technical issues. Do. What else is new? Okay. I think it's just when I send us to that one thing is when it gives us issues with the sound. I don't know why. But let's do the things and fix it. Oh, what? Nope, hang on.
That said, she fell down the drain. That's how skinny she is.
Okay, I think we fixed it. That's the good news. The bad news is, let's see. Trying to figure out.
So apparently Texas is shutting down their entire library system. The
Wait,
state
what?
of Texas. Nobody fell down the drain, Natty. It's just a joke that some YouTube reactor was saying, because they watch movies, mostly scary movies. Their name's Zavid, ZZABID, and so he like makes these jokes, and then one of them, because someone made like a collab of like Zavid out of context, and one of them was him like saying she fell down the drain. That's how skinny she was.
That's funny. I can't wait for the creepy monkey snail man book.
Monkey snail man.
I just love that there's not a part of me that's like, oh, I wonder what that is. I have a general idea of what you mean.
Wait, are we talking about like the Yerks, or are we talking about like just a snail?
The ape cube.
The ape cube.
I was so mad because I love library. Wait, so go back. What is Texas doing?
The state of Texas is shutting down their libraries.
Oh my god. It's so what? That's so stupid. How did I not know this?
Apparently, because I'm looking at my I never look at the page for my Wattpad. Normally, like for the story, apparently it's 2 hours and 42 minutes in total.
It's 2 hours and 42 minutes until what?
No, that's how long my fanfic is for right now.
Oh, like the whole thing?
Yeah, like the whole thing.
Oh. All right. So, let's see. I don't know why I always have trouble trying to switch to the Wattpad setup. Every single time I do, it's like, hey, we're gonna give you an issue. Hang on 1 second. If I can't get it, we'll still have you read it. I just don't know why I can't pull it up. It's giving me issues with OBS. And let's see. Do this. Whoop. That was weird. Okay. So I'm trying to get, for those of you who don't know, Daniel has a Wattpad fanfic about the Power Rangers. I'll let him describe that while I'm trying to work out the issues.
Okay, so when I was long story short, I started thinking about this idea when I was maybe like 12. I used to love Power Rangers, but now I don't like it anymore. I kind of outgrew it. I still like the idea. But when I was like 12, I was like, this is kind of boring now. So I want to try writing my own thing. So I wrote my own fanfic of my team of Power Rangers, original characters. And I wanted to focus more on like the relationship dynamics as opposed to, oh, they lost me again.
They can hear you. They just can't see you.
Okay.
We're
All
we're
right.
we're going through the things. All right.
So I wanted to make a Power Ranger story that focused more on like the dynamics of the team and like their lives outside of that with their families and like people they interact with on a regular basis, as opposed to um just like every day, like every episode, giant like monster, they destroy the monster, giant robot, they destroy the robot, and so on and so on, because it gets tiring after a while. No,
The
not
monster.
Power Ranger lore. It's more of it builds off of something, like it builds off of something, um but I kind of am touching it again because I want to try and make it its own thing. Wait, did I lose you?
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
I was just battling tech ghosts. I'm gonna have you, if it's okay, just read it. Can you or share it through your Discord? I don't know why mine is
Sure.
just like no. I don't
Let's
know
see.
what's happening.
Will
I
you
never know
share
what's
with the
happening.
class? Let's see. How do I share? Okay, there we go. Share your screen. Let's see. Select something to stream. Safari. Okay, 30, go live.
Mm.
Okay, hold on.
Loading. I'm just gonna give it a second. Discord and Wattpad seem to dislike. It's not Animorphs. I'm trying to pull up. I have Animorphs. I'm trying to pull up Wattpad, and I think we've just scarred. Hey, Shook TV. I think we've just scarred OBS with Wattpad Imagines reading that book. So I think it's just like no, and we're like no, you don't understand. This is good Wattpad, and they're like nah, Wattpad.
Yes, this is good Wattpad. This isn't Imagined. This is
Even
good
your
Wattpad.
Discord is refusing to share Wattpad to me. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what kind of standoff.
It's going. It's loading. It's loading.
All right.
Maybe if I reduce, well, actually, no. If I reduce the resolution, it's gonna be like you can't see it. But one day it'll, after I build my card game, because I just need to finish a few little things, and then my card game will be a thing, and then after that, and I'll move on to finishing this and making it something. It isn't the fan fiction cringe that Wattpad is framed as.
I mean,
Wait,
if you're
what?
talking, yeah, there's a lot of good writers on all fanfic platforms and in the fanfic community, and then there's some
I don't
not
think
good
it's.
writers.
I was gonna
That's
say I
fine.
don't think it's gonna load.
Okay. Can you just read it? Just
Yeah, I'll try and read it.
All right, cool.
All right, everyone in class, I will go ahead and put everyone in the thing. I can go ahead and put it in the, well, actually no, it's in the Discord already. If you look
can
in
read
the
along in the Discord.
yeah, if you want to read along, it's in the Discord under miscellaneous crafting, and it says Daniel's fanfic. So you can use that to follow along.
Please download the printable in the worksheet packet.
Yeah. If you don't know the words, just hum along with this. Jesus is my. You just start to hear the guitars playing.
Like a Chris Tomlin song, and everybody's like, "Oh, we know that."
Okay. So this chapter, last chapter was the two-parter. This one is a filler chapter. Okay. It's called Basic Introduction. After a humiliating defeat to what looked to be a simple task, Trexar sits within his control room. He sits sedentary at his station as he reviews the recovered footage from his hunt droid's initial encounter with this unknown adversary. Neither blinking nor speaking, he sits taking notes. Their posture when fighting, their attack habits, and other details, spending hours reviewing what little information he has gathered. He commands a lone hunt droid to play back footage. As it quickly presses buttons, the projection displays static as the footage rewinds and replays the recovered footage. Trexar reviews the low-angled mid-shot of the back of Skullslinger. At the point in the battle where Skullslinger starts walking towards the Rangers and proceeds to fall to the ground, Trexar leans forward in his seat. The footage then shows Torin, albeit from the neck down. Hold that frame. Trexar informs his hunt droid while keeping his view on the footage. Move back a few frames. The footage slowly reverses one shot at a time. There. The hunt droid stops at the frame showing the lower half of Torn's face, with him landing into a crouch, having one hand on the ground. I need a print of that frame. As the lone hunt droid in the command room ventures to print the still frame, makes me laugh that aliens have printers. Why do you insist, in his mind, he thinks, why do you insist on spending time with this? At this rate, your home will be nothing but enslaved. There are many other treasures that are of great importance. And he says to himself, I'm a well-decorated military personnel. I did not earn that prestige by shrugging off responsibilities. Trexar reminds himself as he buries his face into his palms, resting his eyes and exhaling. And he thinks, and in his mind, he thinks, surely we can delegate this task to someone else. Trexar sits back in his seat. I only trust one person can handle this. The hunt droid returns with the print of the still frame. He walks down to the lower half of the command room to meet his hunt droid, then enters the galleon's quarters. The warm 80-degree sun shines down on the city of Twin Falls. The new team of rangers gathers to meet Quetzal at his base. Once everyone arrives, Quetzal leads them to a small library of scrolls. As you are all aware, you each possess a sacred spirit that not only offers their abilities to you, but have traditions and lore which date back Anuram. The team listens in awe and confusion. Quetzal pulls one of his few salvaged scrolls from his shelf. Being born from a lineage of Custodes Templum that date back Generationum. Wanting to understand Quetzal's explanation, Torin softly raises his arm. Not to harp on your lecture, but can you say it in English? What Torin means to say, Quetzal, is can you try using words we might better understand? Leanne subtly turns her head, giving Torin a daggered stare with an accompanying clenched mouth. Sorry, I meant to say that. His look of confusion began to grow from Quetzal's foreign diction and the pressure to make a good impression from Leanne. Derek quietly wonders why Torin is backtracking and reconsidering what he says as he darts his eyes between stiff Leanne and bumbling Torin. All right, what did I miss so far?
Patrick is going to see Wicked. It looks like Red Dominoes is dealing with an ear infection. Sorry, Red Dominoes. I'm doing all right, Patrick. Thank you for asking.
Wait, why? I was gonna say, why is Red Domino saying I must use the toiletries? Don't you even say I must? I must. I don't know. When I think of toiletries, I think of like eau de toilette and like combs and other things like that. Okay, you're back. Okay, where was I? Okay. My apologies. The way I speak might sound like you, but to be honest, I still have issues finding the right words to express certain things in English. Quetzal unravels the winding band binding the tattered scroll and gently pulls open the loud, crisp parchment to show the group a faded illustration. As per Torn's request, the five spirits you each possess each dictate a part of life on to Kasar. Lupuscare, the spirit of fire and vitality. Muriaceros, the spirit of water and home. Gosh, I thought I was being so clever when I combined Latin, the Latin name of an animal, and then like
I mean, if it worked for Shakespeare, it can work for you.
spirit of wind, fate, and inspiration. Musurus. The stream is buffering, so oh never mind. They said it's fine. Spirit of stone and compassion, and Voldis, spirit of herbage, ingenuity, and triumph. The group couldn't help but look through the collection of scrolls in awe as Quetzal continues. As I grew, I was taught to understand that every being of Natu Kasar possessed spirits unique to each person. So if everyone on your planet has a unique spirit, why is this pirate guy after these ones in particular? Kyle turns his head away from the wooden shelf, giving his attention to his mentor. A fair question. Many years ago, there existed dozens of spirits with immense power that allowed for them to manipulate almost every aspect of my planet's way of life. Many of my people saw this as a means to reign over the planet and stole many of the spirits. Because of this, there was a bellum that lasted for decennium. After the bellum, there remained few spirits. Why so few? Caroline couldn't help but be engaged with the history. She sat down, keeping her eyes glued to her mentor. Did they die? Many of the spirits withered away because most forgot to carry out their practices during the bellum. And after the bellum, it was decided that the remaining spirits would be kept under the care of a lineage of Custodes Templum, and that their practices would be carried out daily. These five spirits harbor the power to manipulate the aspects and elements they govern. Derek, not understanding the whole purpose of this lecture, finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Why did you want to tell us about this history?" So, before your spirits assimilated with you, I had to connect all their practices as to prevent them from withering away. Now that they are yours, you must each be responsible for the traditions and practices of your individual spirits. What happens if we decide not to carry out these traditions and practices? The contrarian Torin asks sarcastically. Quetzal, expecting to hear this, readies back. If you choose not to carry out their practices, their power will dwindle, which means you will not be able to morph. But why can't you do them? I can, and I will. The more practitioners a spirit bears witness to, the stronger they become. I insist, though, that you read through my library to have a better understanding for yourself. Excuse me, I have my Meridias meditation to commence. Quetzal smoothly glides from his archives of scrolls to the other end of the base to his private quarters, closing the door behind him. Well, we better get started. Kyle walks his fingers through the scrolls before making a selection. Can you even read these? Torin objects. Now that you mention it, I think we can. I mean, I've never seen this kind of writing, but somehow I know exactly what every word means. Leanne closely inspects the scroll, Quetzal had opened with a look of wonder. Yeah, right, babe. He scoffs, finding any excuse not to read, backing away from the shelves. Kyle hysterically confirms with Leanne, dude, she's not lying. Torin, quick to disprove their shenanigans, snatches the scroll from Kyle. He skims through the parchment, and his hooded brown eyes grow wide with disbelief. He then hands back the scroll. You guys go on ahead. Torin, if you leave, I swear. Leanne, speaking through her clenched jaw, begins to slowly inch towards Torin. Torin slowly backs his way towards the base exit, poorly constructing an excuse. I'm just going to go get some fresh air, babe. Gotta clear my mind before he darts through the wall as he is ported somewhere in Twin Falls. Leanne's eyes widen while she grits her teeth, hardly containing her frustration towards her immature boyfriend. Kyle, wanting to calm Leanne, asks, "Are you going to go after him?" Leanne makes an audible inhale through her nose, closing her eyes for a second, then quickly changes from a clenched jaw to a relaxed smile. Yes, I am. I'll be back. Kyle, Caroline, and Derek continue surveying the parchments. What did I miss so far?
Red Domino said the government is made of Cadbury milk chocolate. That's too much of a compliment for the government, I think. Cadbury milk chocolate is delicious.
Okay. I don't normally have it, but it's okay. It's a
I haven't
little
had it in a
maybe on
long
the sweet
time, but it
side.
is delicious.
It's a little on the sweet side, I mean. Oh, dark chocolate. Cadbury dark chocolate. Dark chocolate's good. What are you talking about? Dark chocolate is
Dark
not the
chocolate
bane
is
of you.
great. I love dark chocolate.
If anything, dark chocolate is made of spoiled school milk, Maddie.
So, dark chocolate is good.
No, I know, sorry, not dark chocolate. I think they meant to say the government. The government is made of spoiled school milk.
Oh.
Okay. 5 minutes left. All right. Within the midst of the city of Twin Falls, the afternoon main street of the shopping district is bustling with foot traffic. A girl with jet black hair, with darkened red birthmarks shading her eyes, hidden behind shaded spectacles, walks down the main street. The girl walks with quiet, observant wonder. In her hand, she holds a picture, reviewing it in reference every few minutes. Hearing a ring from her handbag, she walks into the puree to take a break, making her way to an empty table. She parks herself and places her handbag on the portion table, pulling out her device. She crosses her arms and leans back. Yes. I don't say smartphone. I should put like smartphone, but I just put device to keep it like ambiguous, so it's not like dating itself.
I mean, I
You
know
know,
what
like
you meant.
how
Yeah.
California Diaries, how are like, oh, pager, or like what was that thing that Maggie had?
The Palm Pilot that was like the handy. I was like, oh my god, I forgot these existed.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh, their device says 5:45.
Yeah.
They're ringing their device as they pick it up and talk. The voice on the other end plainly answered, "Let me give you a bit more information on your briefing. You have been deployed to conduct long-range reconnaissance and espionage. Your mission: figure out the identity of the ranger in that photograph. I understand that. What I don't understand is why you're leaving me behind while you go on another pillage. There are other treasures we must obtain. We can't waste time drawing attention to ourselves by having constant battles with these rangers. You're the only person I trust to complete this. I hope you're right about collecting all this treasure. I just want to see Mata and Kanishta Brata." That's Sanskrit, by the way, you guys.
Ooh, fancy.
I was so pretentious back in the day. I promise you, Mikora. I say Mikora, but I don't care how you guys say it. Once we have all the treasures we need, the war will be all but won. The girl takes a sigh, adjusting herself. I just have one more question. Where am I going to be camped out? Data and the hunt droids have constructed an outpost within the city, disguised as a common house. I have the coordinates sent to your device. The girl gives a bitter expression when she hears the name Data. Knowing the answer, she begrudgingly asks anyways, "Is Data staying here too?" "Yes, he will be giving me a weekly report. If anyone asks, you are a transfer student and Data is your father." The girl pauses for a moment and quietly responds, "Oh, God, why did and the girl responds, "I can't say this. I forgot how to say this. Snichami svai pite. Something like that. After I'm gonna have to rework this. After a quiet minute, the person on the other line responds, Snichami svai putrai. The girl ends the call, putting her device back into her bag. She sits alone, regardless of the ocean of noise made by the crowd of people. Inside the puree, the girl felt alone. She pulled the photo out to examine what little details the photograph offered of her target when she overhears a rather noisy discussion. The girl, looking up from the photo, turns around, hunches her shoulders, clenching her hand over the top of her chair. Torin and Leanne, being too invested in their quarrel, forgot that they were in a public setting. It's not like I'm asking you to stay and have a boring time with us. I get that you hate reading, but you could have at least given it a try. You said it yourself. You know I hate reading. I told you I wanted to get some air so I can be in the right mindset. You always say that you need to get some air, but I guess all the air goes to your head because you seem to always forget. Leanne, the two stop as they notice that a large majority of the people in the shop staring at them. Torn and Leanne stoically walk to a table, which happens to be the booth next to the jet-haired girl. Torn and Leanne sit on opposite sides of the table and face each other. Torrin reaches to Leanne's hands, holding them softly. I'm really trying my best here, Lee. I know that a lot of the time I just say how I feel, but don't I get some points for trying? Do they get points for trying, Avery?
I think most people get points for genuinely trying.
Torin, I know how awful most people think you are. No, sorry. Torin, I know how awful most people think you may be, but Torin, I know that it's like as if I were to say, Avery, I know how most people.
I know most people fucking hate you, but
Torin, I know how awful most people think you may be, but I'm lucky enough to know you. And I know sometimes I make it seem like I'm a control freak, but I just want you to show off how great you can be. The history we have to learn about is going to better us, not me. So how do you feel so far about the relationship?
I think this shade is so funny. This is like reality show shade. This is like on I Want to Marry Harry where the one girl's like, "I'm not saying it cuz I don't I'm not saying it cuz I'm mad at you. I'm saying it cuz I don't like you." Beautiful. Red Dominoes, I am crocheting. But don't mind no don't mind me. I'm crocheting.
I was gonna say, Red Domino, you had to be there for the last stream to understand Torin. If you weren't there with us, you not last stream, the stream before that. If you weren't there, you kind of have to wait a few more chapters to kind of get a feeling. It's like Marco. Marco grows on you.
True, Marco has started growing on me and I deeply disliked him in the beginning.
So no, do not tell me Torin is like Dawn.
How could you?
Derp said this is definitely a semi-functional relationship. I don't get what semi-functional means though.
I like the term though, semi-functional relationship.
Like, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? Let me know, Derprex. Hi, Paulo.
Hey, Paulo.
Uh, Torin looks down at the granite tabletop, and he thinks to himself, "I'm being such a brat. I really want to be the only man for her, but what made me so lucky for her to give me a chance?" He then glances back to meet Leanne's glistening topaz eyes. I know, but you can't expect me to just be this perfect guy overnight. If you say this reading is going to make me better, I'll give it a chance. Torin, you are the perfect guy for me right now. If I had any other guy, he wouldn't even be half as brash and in your face as you. What a backhanded compliment.
If I had a different boyfriend, he wouldn't be such a pain in the ass. So actually, I'm glad that we're together.
Once their discourse settled, the two sit idle, gazing deeply at each other. At the same time, wait, I feel like I skipped them. I read that. I read that. Okay. Okay. Once their discourse settled, the two sit idle, gazing deeply at each other. At the same time, the jet-haired girl stood up and started putting her stuff in her bag. Stuffing her bag carelessly, the girl drops her photo as it spins to the floor. Here. Torn, reaching down, then extends his hand out to offer the girl back her photo. Looking at the photo, then back at Torn, the girl looks to have found her match. As the girl fills with excitement over her possible discovery, she excitedly mutters, "Thanks, I just transferred here." "Oh, so I guess you'll be going to Twin Falls High." "I'm Leanne. This is Torin. You probably remember us from when we were arguing a while ago." "I do remember. My name is Mimi. I guess I'll be seeing a lot of you around school then." Torin, not knowing what to say to his new acquaintance, responds, "It's a pretty small school." "Forgive me for staring, but you have such a strong jawline." Mimi stares profusely at Torin's jawline, hovering her right hand under. Uh, thanks? Torin quips his head away from Mimi with a look of confusion towards Mimi's fixation. Jealousy fuels Leanne's thoughts as she makes an excuse. "Well, I'm happy to know you know, Mimi, and we'll see you at school Monday." Leanne hooks her arm over Torrance. They both stand up, with Leanne dragging Torin out of the building like a mother walking with her child. Once out of view, Mimi's innocence turns into a malicious smile and glare. She then pulls out her device and reports to Data. Walking quietly for almost half an hour, the pair make a stop at one of the city's vast local parks, Hillard Park. They sit hunched and crisscrossed over the bed of cool red fescue grass. Breaking the silence, Leanne asks stoically, "What do you think of our new friend Mimi?" Torrance scoffs with wide eyes. "Really weird." Feeling at ease, Leanne laughs. "What was her deal about your chin?" "I guess I happen to have a pretty handsome chin." Torn bobs his head, placing his right hand flat under his chin. Leanne exhales with a relaxed smile and soft squint. I'm oh, and she thinks to herself, "I've never taken such a risk putting my faith in anyone, but when I'm with him, I feel like risks are worth taking. He might be an idiot, but when he does his best." "Babe," in her thoughts, Torin, one hand on his hands and knees, waves one hand side to side an inch from her face. She reacts to his wave and strokes back his brooding brown hair with her hand. Hold on, I just got a text.
Semi-functional relationship is in the middle of a functional relationship and a non-functional relationship. I believe Derp Rex just means they are not a functional couple, but they're not wholly dysfunctional either. There's
They're
something
a
in the
high
middle.
school couple.
They're a what?
They're a high school couple.
Yes, they're a high school couple.
Where were they? Oh. She reacts to his wave and strokes back his brooding brown hair with her hand. She keeps her hand behind her ear. their instinct. A soft kiss. Don't tell me is this as bad as Imagine?
No, this is not as bad as Imagines yet. You have no idea. Imagines got so bad. There are a
I'm
couple.
guessing there was.
So the thing with Imagines is that because it's an anthology, some of them are not so bad. Some of them are just like, oh, that's cute. And then some of them are like,
Okay.
those are really funny. And then some of them are like, this is just awful. And you don't know what you're going to get from one to one.
Okay. Because I'm like, they just look at each other and they lose each other in each other's eyes. And within that moment, lead with their instinct. And I'm like, what am I talking about? A soft kiss. They keep their eyes locked, exchanging soft smiles. They are then surprised to see the rest of the gang walking towards them. There you are, Kyle concluded with a father's tone. Were we gone for that long? Torn caught off guard by how long it sounds like they've been alone. Caroline passes out a stack of scrolls to the pair. We asked Quetzal if he could loan us a few scrolls, so we brought you guys only the scrolls you need to know about for now. Thanks. The two take hold of their assigned reading. Derek concerned for the two. Are you guys still mad at each other? Quick to react to the sound of Derek's voice. Torrin sarcastically responds, yes, dude, we are so mad at each other that I decided to kiss her out of spite. Leanne lightly smacks her lips and hits Torrin's chest with the back of her hand. What? Torrin shrugs his shoulders while raising his arm. Derek takes a breath and retaliates. Well, we're going to Superior. You guys have reading to do, and we all have school tomorrow, so have fun with that. Not wanting to be insulted by the dork, Torrin furrows his brow, but then looks to Leanne. He exhales, blinks his eyes, changing his expression. You know what? We will. Thanks. See character development.
Yay. Derprex says, Imagines is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Hold on. I gotta check some text messages. I got a bunch right now, so. So yeah, how'd we like that chapter, guys?
Very nice, very nice. I need to adjust this so that it's a little bit closer. There we go.
Oh, then I gotta respond to this really quick.
That was California Diaries. Sunny's is depressing. Did you watch Sunny's third diary book back? Because it's so much.
To me, or are you talking in general chat?
I'm talking to Red Dominoes because they were saying Sunny's is depressing. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. It was depressing. There are other Sunny books the Sunny books are always a lot. The first one was not quite as depressing. The third one, obviously, is the worst that we will hopefully see in the entire series. We've only got 2 more, so.
Yeah. So what do we think of this chapter, chat? Do you think that they're a functional couple? Do you think they're better than who the questionable couple? Oh, Maggie and what's his name?
Not Maggie and Tyler. Maggie and Tyler are adorable. I like Maggie and Tyler.
Yeah, but they got a whole book. This is just a chapter.
Fair enough.
Tyler Kendall, says Red Domino. Tyler Kendall!
Tyler Kendall! No, Tyler redeemed himself in the end.
Reading back the chat. So is it a will they, won't they? Will they break up? Will they be together? Will the strain of being Power Rangers now put a strain on the relationship? Will the bad guy cause one of them to cause a wedge between them?
I guess we'll have to keep reading and find out.
We'll have to keep reading and find out. Next week's chapter it's called Monday.
Monday.
Yeah.
Very
even though we're
nice.
reading on a Friday. All right, then. So let's get to today's book. We are reading Animorphs, Book 8, The Alien.
My son finally got a book of his own.
Oh yeah, I'm drinking Honest Tea because I was telling Avery what I was drinking. I'm drinking Honest Tea, Black Forest Berry Herbal Tea. That's kind of like Snapple, where Snapples have like these little things on the backside.
Yeah.
And this one says, "If you're too busy to laugh, you are too busy."
Oh, that's cute.
The first one I got said like something about um something about going with the flow, and then when you want to stick to your principles, fight against the current, or something like that.
Like a fortune cookie, but on Snapple.
Mm-hmm. Iced tea proverbs. Remember what the go ahead.
Go for it. You can read it.
Remember what the Yerk in Jake's head said as it was dying? One small significant payoff here.
I said he looks like Matthew Broderick.
Who's Matthew Broderick? That Ferris Bueller?
Ferris Bueller.
No, huh?
That's Ferris Bueller, yeah.
I can't get that stupid TV show intro out of my head where it's like, boo, Ferris Bueller.
Wait, what?
There was a TV show. You didn't know that?
No. I now need to look this up.
No, you don't.
Okay, but I will.
Now that I told you about it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I can't not now.
I think it's on YouTube. Everything obscure is on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Anything that nobody is going to come up after the copyright for is on YouTube. It's an
Wait, what do you mean?
I think he's an Andalite.
Yeah, he's an Andalite, but Red Domino says it's not you. But what do you mean it's not you?
Paulo wants to know if it's just him that thinks he looks like Matthew Broderick.
Oh, it's not you. No. He does look. That's actually what you said, Avery.
Yep.
When we first saw this, you're like, he looks like Ferris Bueller.
Yep, I did.
I just said he looks Greek. He looks like if John Stamos had a teenage son when he was filming Full House.
He looks like that too, yeah.
His name would be like Drew Stamos or something.
Yes. Yes, he would.
Okay, so you read the first half of Megamorph, so I'm going to be reading the first half. There are 21 chapters. Let's see, page 3. So let's see.
Christopher B is a little bit behind because they are pointing out a boss baby is not Illuminati.
That's funny. They thought that we were talking about it again. Like, we're talking again? That's happened to me before. It's like my finger accidentally like touches part of the stream bar, and then it's like it's all the way back. I'm like, wait, I already heard this discussion. Why are we talking about this again?
Yeah, deja vu.
So 64 32. I think it'd be easier if we just split the book in half. Okay. So at chapter 10, we'll trade off at chapter 10 then.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, so 66 pages, minus 2 from the title and the chapters. That is 64. 64 divided by 2 is 32.
Yeah. So you've got the first 9 chapters?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good.
No, Kiva, you're not late. We were laughing at my fanfic.
You are actually just in time. We are about to start the book.
Yeah, but now we're invested in a fanfic. We're not cringing at a fanfic. We are invested in laughing at a fanfic I wrote on Fridays. Will Leanne and Torin work out as a couple? Find out next week. Derp said that they're semi-functional for the time being.
I would agree with that, Derp.
What do you mean they're semi-functional?
They're semi-functional.
But what gives you that impression?
Like
elaborate.
They fight and all that, but like they do make up. So I'd call them pretty semi-functional.
Find out next week on Power Rangers Love Life. Oh, Red Domino, you're so funny.
Yeah, the Bachelorette in the Power Rangers universe.
Okay. Prologue. Stardate. Before Earth. Prepare to return to normal space. Captain Narrator said in ThoughtSpeak. I was on the bridge of our dome ship. It was an amazing moment. I had never been on the bridge before. I'd always been stuck in my quarters or up in the dome. It was an honor to be on the battle bridge with the full warriors, the prince, and the captain himself. It was because I was Elfingor's little brother, an artist like me, a warrior cadet. Wouldn't have been on the bridge otherwise, especially not an artist who had once run into Captain Nerfir so hard he'd fallen over and ended up bruising one of his stalk eyes. It was an accident, but still, it's just not a good idea for lowly cadets to go plowing into great heroes. But everyone loved Elfingor, so they had to tolerate me. Aw.
That's so
That's
sad.
the story of my life. If I
Oh,
live 200 years, I'll probably still be known as Elfingor's little brother. We came out of Z space, or zero space, a realm of white emptiness, back into normal space. Through the monitors, I saw nothing but blackness, dotted with stars. And there, just ahead of us, no more than 500,000 miles away, was a small, mostly blue planet. Is that Earth? I asked Elfingor. I didn't realize there was so much water. Can you get Old Hoof and Tail to let me go down to the planet with you? Aximile, shut up, Elfingor said quickly. He looked slightly sick and cast a dubious glare at Captain Nerfir. I guess I had been thought speaking a little loudly. Elfingor was worried that War Prince Nefir might have overheard, but I was sure I hadn't been that loud. I mean, I really didn't like that old hoof and tail, eh? Captain Nefir said. Is that what they call me? Elfingor shot a poisonous look. I'm sure this Arisht didn't mean any disrespect. I think my brother would have liked to throw me out of the nearest airlock right at that moment. Honey. Slowly, Nefir turned his two main eyes towards me. He was a frightening old Andalite, a great warrior, a great hero, Elfingor's idol. And it's the ruffian. It's the ruffian. The wild rat who knocked me over. He nodded. Old Hoof and Tail, is it? Well, I kind of like that name. He slowly winked one eye at Elfingor. I suppose we'll have to let the ruffian live. Suddenly, Yerks! We have a Yerk mothership in orbit over the planet. The warrior at the sensor station cried. They're launching fighters. I count 12 Yerk bug fighters. Another warrior cried. They're on an intercept course. They'll be in firing range in 12 Earth minutes. Captain Afir turned his face and his main eyes towards my brother, while his stalk eyes kept watch on the monitor. The humor was gone from his face. Prince Elfingor, is it time? It is time. Launch all fighters. But Elfingor hadn't waited for orders. Hadn't waited for that's just weird phrasing. He was already halfway out the door. My tail banged into the doorway and plowed after him. Get to the dome, Aximile, Elfingor said. But I want to fight, I said. I can fly a fighter as well as... Do not argue with me, Aximile. Aris, do not get into the battle. You are not a full warrior yet. Go to the dome. You will be safer there. I don't want to be safe, I said. But a warrior, even a warrior cadet, has to obey orders. Elfangor was my brother. He was also my prince. I could hear the thought speak announcement coming from the bridge. Yerk bug fighters clothing fast. We are entering the outer gravitational field of the planet. Elfangor and I came to a pair of drop shafts. Warriors were zooming down, heading for the fighter bays. I would have to go up to reach the dome. The upward drop shaft was empty. It made me angry. Everyone was fighting but me. When it was all over, Elfangor would be even more of a big hero, and I would still be the little brother, the child. Elfangor hesitated for just a moment before rushing on. He arched his tail forward. I reached forward with my own tail, arching it up over my back. We touched tail blades. You'll have your chance to fight Eximily, my brother said. Very soon, your fighter will fly side by side with mine, but not in this battle. Yes, my prince, I said, sounding very stiff and formal. But as he turned to enter the drop shaft, I couldn't let him go thinking I was mad at him. I said, Hey, Elfangor, go burn some slugs. That's the plan, little brother, he said with a laugh. That is the plan. It was the last I saw of him. He disappeared down the drop shaft. I went upward to the great dome. The dome was the heart of our ship. It was a vast, round, open plain of grass and trees and running water from our home planet, all covered by a transparent dome. I was alone there, the only non warrior on the great ship, the only one without a battle to fight. I could see the blue planet above me, hanging in the black sky. It had a moon, just a dead ball of dust, but the planet looked alive. I could see white clouds swirling, its yellow sun's light sparkle off the vast ocean. This planet was known to be inhabited by a reasonably intelligent species. We had learned a little about them in school. My main eyes were drawn to the brilliant flares of engine exhaust as our fighters lanced towards the onrushing Yerks. It was far from from the battle bridge now, beyond the range of their thought speak. I heard nothing in my head, and my ears heard only the sound of a gentle artificial breeze rustling the leaves of the trees. I stood up on blue-green grass and watched tiny pinpoints of light as the battle was joined in orbit above the blue planet. And then I felt it. A tremor that rolled through my mind, a wave of coldness, a premonition, like a walking nightmare. I turned my stalk eyes away from the battle, towards the dead moon of the blue planet. And there I saw it, a black shape along the gray white light of the moon, a shape like some twisted battle axe. Blade ship, I whispered. A Visser blade ship! Our fighters were all away. Our dome ship had massive weapons, but the blade ship was fast and maneuverable, too fast. The warriors on the bridge had no choice. They had to separate the dome in order to be able to fight. I felt the grinding, crunching sensation as the dome was released to drift free of the main line of the ship. Then, silence as the dome floated free. Slowly, the rest of the ship rotated into sight. Without the dome, it looked like a long stick, with the huge bulge of the engines on the far end and the smaller bulge of the battle bridge in the middle. They were trying to turn to meet the blade ship. Too slow. The blade ship fired. No! Draken beams, bright as the sun, lanced through space. The ship fired again, again, again. An explosion of light. A silent explosion, like a sun going nova. The ship, my ship, blew up into separate atoms. One huge flash of light, and 100 Andalite warriors died. A shockwave hit the dome. It was translated into sound, the grass beneath my hooves slamming up at me, a terrible rattling, shaking, heaving. Ah! My knees buckled and I fell to the grass. Everything was spinning, wildly out of control. I could feel the artificial gravity weakening. The stabilizer had failed. The dome ship was falling out of orbit. The dome slid down the gravity well, down toward the blue planet. Red, hot, glowing atmosphere turned the sky above me to fire. Emergency engines kicked in with a loud but they could only slow the descent, not to stop it. The dome hurtled at shocking speed, down and down and down through the atmosphere, down toward the sparkling ocean. The dome shit. The dome hit the water. Boiling steaming water rushed over the dome. I was sinking beneath the ocean of the blue planet. I was powerless, terrified, alone. After an eternity, the dome crunched heavily onto the ocean floor. Looking up, I could barely see the surface of the water, 100 feet or more over the top of the dome. I climbed shakily to my 4 hooves. I was standing over a vast open plain that was a piece of my own planet, a blue-green park hidden deep beneath an alien sea. And there I waited for weeks. I sent out thought-speak cries to my brother. I knew he would have saved me if he still lived. But in the end, it was not Elfangor who found me. It was 5 creatures from the planet. 5 humans, as they call themselves. They were the ones who told me of Elfangor's last minutes of life. He had broken Andalite law and custom by giving these humans the power to morph. I was shocked, but tried to hide it. And they had witnessed Elfangor's death, his cold-blooded murder by the Yerk overlord, Visser III. Visser III, who slaughtered my helpless wounded brother. Visser III, the only Yerk ever to infest and control an Andalite body. Visser III, known to all Andalites as an abomination. The only Andalite controller. He had killed Elfangor, and I had inherited a terrible burden. By Andalite custom, I would be required to avenge my brother's death. Someday, I would have to kill Visser III. Alright, what'd I miss?
Perry's hijacking the chat. And Red Domino says, raise up the casualties. Oh, hi, Perry. I'm sorry. Are you tired? That day. Okay. You can go down. There you go. Okay.
Christopher V says, I'm way behind on the stream and I don't want to miss things.
It's
that's
okay,
fair.
Chris. That's totally fair. And to answer your question, I'm hoping to do another Goosebumps book maybe next week if I'm able to, if I have time. I'm hoping to.
Let's see. I don't know why, but I feel bad for wanting to sell some books I have that I'm not interested in. Because most of them were bought by my family that I begged for.
Oh, I understand that, but like if you're not gonna read them, I mean, I guess giving them to somebody who's going to actually read them is the better choice. You know?
Yeah, I think that, it's if you're selling it, it's because, and if someone buys it, it's because the person who buys it wants it, and they're probably someone who would take good care of the book. Just like, California Diaries, they're hard to find, but people, the people that are willing to sell them, they
Oh yeah.
probably, understand that. I probably understand. Someone who's willing to buy it for this price. Obviously, is gonna give it. TLC.
Yeah, I agree. I have to read them, but I don't want to keep them. I mean, you don't have to keep every single book. I'm like that where I'm like, but I want to keep all the books. I want to have every book.
You can't have all the books. You can have some of all the books.
Hi, Milo. Welcome.
And Milo. Okay then. Chapter 1.
Chapter 1.
Art. The first thing an Andalite may notice about humans is that they walk around on only 2 legs. It is very strange to see so many creatures balancing that way, but despite this, they seldom fall over. From the Earth Diaries of Aximili Escaruth Ishtil. My name is Aximili Escaruth Ishtil. My human friends call me Axe. I'm a young Andalite. I have 4 legs. I have 2 arms, and I have a tail.
Hang on. Did you just read Axe's diary as Visser 3?
No, I read it as like an old timey, nosy thing before a movie.
Okay, fair enough.
Boys in blue are going out to war.
Valid.
Buy war bonds.
Buy war bonds.
What are war bonds, anyways?
Basically, you were funding the war, and then it would.
But how would you get that money back? They're bonds.
They'd like, because I know there's like a thing with like in the Marvel community where it's like we're like no. Bucky Barnes is actually as rich as Tony Stark because his war bonds just sat there for 70 years while he was frozen. So now he's just like got all of this
Okay,
money.
but where are they gonna redeem them to?
I mean, people know about him. Like he's not a secret. People know what happened to him.
I know, but where are they gonna redeem them though? Is the thing. I'm sure all the war bond federation, whatever the heck's, are dissipated.
Probably, but they could probably figure something out considering that he's literally saved the world a couple times.
No. Like that episode of Futurama where Fry collects the interest on his saving the count.
Yes. Exactly like that.
Okay. I am told that I look like a cross between a deer, a scorpion, and a human. No, you are told that you are a cross between a centaur and an alien.
Yes, that's way cooler.
A centaur Sonic the Hedgehog alien. I've seen deer in the woods, and I don't agree. For one thing, they have mouths and I don't. And they have only 2 eyes while I have 4. As for scorpions, I've only seen pictures. There is some resemblance, but when it comes to the tail, an Andalite tail is also curved upward and tipped by a very sharp blade. As an Andalite, I have the power to morph. It's not something we're born with. It's a technology. But we invented it, and we are the only race in the galaxy that has it. Except for my human friend. That's it. Or, except for my human friend, that is. They can morph too. But it's thanks to Andalite science, and thanks to the fact that my brother broke our own laws to give them this power. The one great problem with morphing is the time limit, 2 Earth hours. The time limit was the problem as my human friends and I set about on a particular mission. It was a mission that required careful planning and careful timing. It was a mission full of risks. We were going to the movies.
Jesus.
So here's the deal, Axe, Marco explained. You can watch the first hour of the movie, but that's it. We can't get you to the mall theater. We can get you to the mall theater, and you can watch it for an hour. Then we have to get you back to the woods to do more. A movie. Movies are an important part of human culture. I had decided if I was stuck on Earth among these aliens, I should at least learn about them. Maybe I would never be the big hero Elfangor was, but I could surely become the biggest expert on humans. Well, there you go. See, you found your niche.
Yay.
Of course, I would have to attend a movie in a morph. I couldn't go around in public in my own Andalite form. Humans would have been terrified, and the controllers, those humans who are infested by the Yerk parasite, would have tried to kill me, which would have ruined the entire movie experience. I would have to morph to take on a different body. This particular morph was one I had done several times before. I didn't expect there to be any problems. We were standing together under the camouflage of the forest where I live now. Prince Jake, Marco, Cassie, Rachel, and Tobias were all there, although Tobias was some distance away. Okay, let's do this, Jake said, making sounds with his mouth to form words. He glanced at his watch. Rachel, you have the backup plan ready. Where does Axe go if he needs an emergency demorph? The dressing room of the Nordstrom. They're big and private. Best dressing rooms in the mall. Cassie and I will be posted outside the theater, ready to rush in there if an emergency situation develops. And Rachel promises not to stop and shop in Junior Miss on the way, Cassie said, grinning. Jake glanced up to the sky. Up above the treetops, a red-tailed hawk floated on a warm breeze. Tobias! Jake yelled. All clear. Tobias called down in thought speak. I don't see anyone. Tobias is a Nothlit, a person trapped in a morph. It is what happens if you stay beyond the 2-hour time limit. Tobias is a human, but his body is that of a hawk. He has adjusted well to his bizarre new life. He lives in the forest with me. For a long time, I expected Tobias to ask me the question that must have haunted him day and night. Whether it would ever be possible for him to escape his hawk body. But he never did. I guess he was afraid to answer, so I didn't volunteer one. Okay, Jake said, let's do it. I began to morph. The first thing I felt was a slipping, melting, almost sickening feeling as my internal organs began to shift around. There was a scary little jolt as my second and third hearts stopped beating.
Ugh.
I heard a grinding sound from inside my body as my spine began to shorten. Soon, I was in danger of falling on my face as my front leg shriveled. My arms grew thicker and stronger, but 2 fingers on each hand melted together to leave me with 5-fingered hands. My shoulders grew wider to support my large arms, and my hind legs grew sturdier as more of my weight was shifted onto them. The stalks on my head began to retract. As they did, my stalks grew dimmer and dimmer, like someone turning off the lights. Suddenly, they were gone, and I had only 2 eyes. I disliked that. Having just 2 eyes is so limiting. You can only look in one direction at a time. You can't even look behind you. My spine continued to shorten. In fact, it sucked completely out of my tail, which left my tail limp as a rope. Then, the weak remnants of my tail simply withered away. Grab him, he's gonna fall, Prince Jake said. He and Marco each took hold of me to keep me upright as my front legs disappeared altogether. Hey, clothing, Rachel said, making a face. Clothing. Don't forget the morphing suit axe. As my body continued to change, my skin type morphing suit also appeared. It is a very difficult trick to be able to morph clothing. And all you can manage is something extremely tight. Are you done? Prince Jake asked me. I considered. I was standing precariously on 2 legs. I possessed 2 strong arms and 10 strong fingers. I was mostly without fur. My eyes were weak and totally unable to see anything except what was in front of me. My hearing was good. My mind was functionally normal. And I had a mouth. Yes, I said using my mouth. Yes. Yes, I am in human morph. I had morphed into a human. The DNA came from samples I had long since acquired from Jake, Cassie, Rachel, and Marco. I would have liked to have had I would have liked to have Tobias's DNA, but that was not possible since he is an author. My human friends have some differences, but each has only 2 legs, 2 arms, and 2 eyes. They each have 1 mouth. Prince Jake is large and pale in color, with brown hair. Cassie is shorter and darker in color, with darker brown hair. Marco is also shorter and medium color, with long brown hair. Rachel is taller and pale and has yellow hair. None of them have any sort of tail. This always this always makes my skin crawl, Marco said, staring at me in a sideways fashion. It's like the 4 of us were run through a blender. I swear he has my eyes. What's gross is I'll look at him and think, wow, is that guy cute? Rachel said. Then I'll see something that looks like Cassie, or worse, like me. What? Rachel in love with her own looks? Marco said, using an inflection of his mouth sounds that humans call sarcasm. Why couldn't I read that? Then he looked troubled. I'm still not sure if this is a good idea. The controllers could. Prince Jake interrupted. We're not talking about controllers, Yerks, or Visser 3. We're taking a break. We fought one battle after another. We destroyed the Kandrona. We beat that Balik monster of theirs. And now we are going to take some well-deserved vacation time. Axe wants to learn more about humans, so that's what we're gonna do. I was never exactly a great student, but I could just imagine how my fellow Andalites would act when they finally rescued me. They'd ask, so Aximile, what did you learn about Earth? And I'd say, well, not much. The trick would be to learn about the humans without letting them learn too much about Andalites. There were things I could never tell the humans. Things that might have them turn against me. Well, we should hit the Yerks again while they're weak, Rachel growled. We know the Yerks won't get a new ground-based Kandrona for another week. They must still be starving for a lack of Kandrona raids. We should hit them. Yerks are a race of parasite slugs. They live inside the brains of other species. They completely dominate the host, making it a controller. There are Harkvizier controllers, Taxon controllers, and more human controllers. Any human you know might be a controller. There is no way to tell, unless you are an Andalite. I sympathized with Rachel, but I also understood Prince Jake's caution. No warrior can fight all the time. Look, you guys, Prince Jake said. We hurt the Yerks. It was a good job. But we also know that they have a replacement Kandrona being set up. So don't assume they're weak. Besides, if they are weak, they sure haven't shown it. I expected to see Yerks dying left and right and former controllers walking free again. Hasn't happened. Somehow they've maintained. We can't know what is going on with the Yerks, Cassie pointed out. Just because we haven't seen them suffer doesn't mean they haven't. Okay, look. Here we are again, talking about Yerks, Jake said impatiently. We have just come from a very, very unpleasant battle, and we came very close to ending up dead. And it's not the first time. So are we going to relax and be normal? Oh, so we are going to relax and be normal. We are going to the movies, and we are going to have fun. And no one, Rachel, is going to look for a fight. Don't you love it when he gets all full force like that? Marco said to Cassie. He's just so Schwarzenegger sometimes. Okay, Axe, Jake said. Time to get dressed. Prince Jake, I am already wearing this garment, I said, pointing to the thing that covered my body wearing. It is an amazing sensation making sounds with your mouth. Actual words are formed by vibrating your throat and pointing, positioning your tongue.
I mean,
But some sounds,
he's not wrong.
but some sounds are better. But some sounds are better than others. Is a wonderful sound to make. Don't call me Prince, Prince Jake said. Surely you jest. I don't, and don't call me Shirley. Axe, you're dressed like an escapee from the ice capades. You can't go out in public wearing tights and a spandex top, Rachel said. It's a major fashion don't here. She handed me a bag. In the bag were items of clothing. It took several minutes for me to dress successfully. There's a lot to remember, and every bit of clothing can only go in on one way. Socks go on the feet and not on the hands, for example. When I was done, they all stared at me. Even Tobias flew down to stare. Rachel, he looks like he's going to the country club to play polo, Marco said. I knew we shouldn't let you pick out the clothes. He's like a bully magnet. Even I want to beat him up. It's a classic look, Rachel said angrily. Like you're Mr. Fashion, a person who dresses like Beavis. I think he looks cute. Well, that's the kiss of death, Tobias remarked from his perch in the tree above. Is it? I asked. Just an expression, Axeman, Tobias said. You'll have fun. Axeman. That's what Tobias called me sometimes. Come on, Axe, Prince Jake said, smiling. Let's do this. If anyone tries to beat you up, we'll protect you. Let's see. All right, what I missed in chat?
So Milo says, I don't remember this one. I can't. Let's see how long it takes me to remember what's happening. And then said, oh, this is. Let me go back, find it. This is this scene. We get to learn one of Axe's most important character traits. I think it's funny that everyone in the group thinks human Axe is kind of hot, considering that he has 1/4 of each of their DNA. Like, that's a little conceited. Also, I do want to make it clear to everyone, you're allowed to ship whoever you want, but the correct Animorph ships are Jake and Cassie, Rachel and Tobias, and Axe and Marco. Axe and Marco. But can I submit to you Axe and Rachel? But Your Honor, Axe and Marco, but in my opinion, Axe deserves better. And then Marco says Milo says Marco is flawed. But so is Axe TBH. Marco gets a lot of flack for being outwardly contrarian and generally annoying, but he really is
not
no
a
worse.
Contrarian. Marco's just honest.
Marco's a realist, I think.
He doesn't kid himself.
LeMayo, what is Marco's fixation with calling Jake Arnold Schwarzenegger? He does call him Arnold Schwarzenegger a lot.
Because Terminator was out at the time. Terminator was a thing at the time.
The world has changed. Tights and spandex top is like a totally average outfit nowadays. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, you could totally get away with wearing that now.
Spandex top, like if you just wear like a sweatshirt over it, you could totally wear it.
Natty says, I'm not the biggest fan of Marco, but he's better than cousin loving Jake.
No, Jake isn't a hick. He's just a weirdo. If it's like you see him, he's like one of those kids who always had like a resting deadpan face, and then seeing them smile is like a weird sight to behold.
Rex says they should have taken Axe to a documentary. No, they would experiment on that poor child, that poor alien child. Speaking of which, that is an ineligible ship, right, Milo? Which one is ineligible? Axe and Rachel? Why?
Hey, pizza.
The only ships I would outright reject are incest and pedo ships. I agree. I think that goes across the board. That goes without saying across the board.
I mean, it is confirmed that Marco, who was it? I think I forget who, but someone tweeted that Marco is confirmed to be bi.
Hi Avery, hi Daniel, hi Pizza. Good to see you. If Jake wasn't an Animorph, he would have been a World War II trivia dude, I think. Oh, that's
Oh,
funny.
World War II trivia dude. Don't know what that means.
If Jake wasn't an Animorph, he would have. I think it's like, you know how, are you talking about like the dudes like Jordan Peterson that are like, well, actually, Tiny Mustache Man did some good things, and it's like, no, oh my god, no, don't say that, Jesus Christ.
I see. He'd be like, oh, well, he built the auto.
It's
He
like,
made
shut
the.
the fuck up.
I'm
Use
like,
Tiny.
okay, and. But no, it was on Twitter because it was in one episode of Animorphs. Axe and Marco end up dancing together at a school dance.
Oh,
So it was like
that's cute.
I think it was like Rachel and Tobias, and then it was Cassie and Jake, and then Marco looks to Axe, and then he thinks about it for a second, like, okay, but I get to lead.
I can see the appeal because like Marco is such a pessimist and Axe is such a happy optimist. There's always room for the golden retriever vibes and the black cat energy in the ship. It's like Nico and what's his name in Percy Jackson.
So you know how
series.
you're making short mustache guy jokes?
Oh, I take back
Jake
what I
and
said.
Rachel.
Fuck.
Jake and Rachel are Jewish.
They're like a
Not
guy
brought
who's
up very
obsessed with World War
often, but
II.
they're Jewish.
Fuck, I didn't know that. I'll take back what I said. I thought that's what Milo was insinuating. World War II and knows all the trivia about the tanks and weapons. Okay, that's fine. Usually when people make those make those insinuations, it's usually because they're insinuating something else, and I did not know that, so I take that back.
Jake seems like the type of weirdo to be like, "Hey, Rachel, wouldn't it be like weird if we like kissed?" It's like, what the fuck? Are like what? She'd be like, "What?" and be like, "What?" I swear, that's Jake right there.
I went
He's
at the
just like,
movie theater.
he talks
Oh,
like
jeez.
this because he's like going through puberty and all that.
This whole conversation about Jake is cursed. Every single time we talk about Jake, it's cursed. Like war trivia dudes, which is very much a type of dude I knew in high school. Okay, that's that. Oh no, I didn't know. That's much more normal. I thought you were I thought Milo was insinuating that Jake was the kind of guy to talk about certain things, and I did not know that Jake is definitely not that certain guy because Jake and Rachel are Jewish. Just want to put that on record. Jesus
But
Christ.
Jake just comes off like at first I was like, oh, he's just like an average kid, but then like, no, Jake's like a weirdo. He's like a deadpan kind of weirdo. You get me? Like everyone around him thinks he's cool, but then like when you actually like talk to him, he'd be like, wouldn't it be weird if like this like if you and me did this, and then you'd be like, what? And he'd be like, what?
This is such a curse. This is completely my fault, Milo. No, I didn't mean he's a neo-Nazi. I'm sorry for the confusion. I am also sorry for the confusion.
Nobody said that. Redact that statement, please.
I am also sorry.
We don't need it recorded on stream.
I am also sorry for the confusion. I swear to God, I thought that's what you meant. I didn't know.
But we don't learn that they're Jewish until like later on in the series. So
okay,
it's fair enough that you didn't know.
Okay, moving on from that.
Yeah, but I'm sure Jake would be like,
Jake is just a guy that knows too much about tanks. Got it.
Like he'd be like, hey Rachel, wouldn't it be so weird if I like braided your hair? She'd be like, what?
Jake, if there were two guys on the moon and one of them killed the other one with a rock, would that be fucked up or what?
Yeah.
Okay. that is yeah. I do see that personalization.
In Jake's voice, he'd be like, if there were two guys on the moon and one of them killed the other one with a rock, wouldn't that be fucked up or what?
They should have taken Axe to a documentary and not an action movie. Poor Axe. It's like, I feel like it's like, do you guys remember Alf where they were like trying to hide Alf so that the government didn't find him? I feel like that's just Axe.
They failed
They did.
failed out.
Spoiler alert, they did fail. He got away, but they did fail.
That movie is not canonical. We don't talk about that movie.
I'm not saying we should talk about that movie. I'm just saying this is the
in
burden
my
we
head
carry.
canon, he got caught.
But they're not trying to teach him the natural world. They're trying to teach him pop culture. Yes.
I mean, he's trying to learn about human culture, and part of human culture is music, movies, food, not nature per se, directly. Okay.
I used to be terrified of Alf when I was a kid. Somehow I wasn't terrified of Alf. I think because I never really registered him as a puppet. I more just was like, oh, stuffed animal.
All right. Okay, chapter 2. I did not understand the plot of that story, I said. We were in the movie theaters. I was sitting. This involved bending your body and resting the fat deposits halfway down your back and on your body. I just call them that. My fat deposits sit on my hips. and it does not give me a pleasing look. That was a preview, Axe. Prince Jake said. That's so funny.
That's funny.
I didn't get the plot of this. Axe, that was the preview.
Something my mom would say. Like, I don't get that. It's like, because it's, okay.
It's just to give you an idea. It's just to give you an idea what the whole movie will be like when it comes out. I found a voice for Jake now. Yes, I see. Why is the screen flat and two-dimensional? Flat. Because that's how movies are. Ah. You want some popcorn? Marco asked. He held one of the open boxes they had obtained. He moved it close. Is it food? I asked. Well, sort of, Prince Jake said. But Axe, you know how you get around food, okay? So remember, don't get carried away. I watched Marco eat some popcorn. I did as he did. I stuck my large human fingers into the box. I removed a handful of the food and stuck it in my mouth. I chewed. The texture was rough and strange. And the flavor, it reminded me of a food called pizza, but there was just a hint of cigarette butts, which I also enjoyed. He's such a hillbilly. Although Prince Jake had told me never to eat cigarette butts again, they were bad for you. I took another handful of popcorn. I chewed it, another handful. This is excellent! I cried out. It tastes like it's about a week old, Marco said. What are these flavors? What are they called? I don't know. Salt? Grease? Salt! I said, savoring the very sound of the flavor. Salt! And grease! Grease! Hey, hold it down, someone behind me said. The movie's starting. Salt! Salt! Grease! Grease! Axe, don't talk so loud, okay? Prince Jake suggested. Here, just take the box, Marco said. He handed me the box of popcorn. I quickly ate the rest of it. Not the box, Marco wailed. You don't eat the box. It tasted of salt and grease, I pointed out. Oh man, is it time to leave yet? Marco asked Prince Jake. Tell me it's time to leave. The movie began. It involved humans and non-humans in uniform. It seemed they were in some sort of spacecraft. What type of ship is that? I asked. It looks somewhat like a Hajabron freighter. That's the Enterprise, Prince Jake said. It's not real, it's just made up. Yes, I know, I said. I do know what a real interstellar spacecraft looks like. Marco and Prince Jake looked at each other, both smiled. I quickly became bored by the plot of the movie. For one thing, there was one character who said clearly an orgashic. Wait, what?
Wait.
Ongashic female. Oh, for one thing, there was one character who was clearly an ongashic female. But in the movie, this creature was called a Klingon. It made no sense. However, by accident, I had a tremendous discovery. There was more popcorn. It was a box on the floor.
Oh
Oh,
no.
honey.
Oh
Honey.
boy. No, honey. I too love Axe. I
I
love him so
hadn't
much.
seen it in the darkness. There was a half full box by my feet. I quickly ate this new box. Then I found something else beside it on the floor. It was a smaller box. Inside, there were 3 brown globules. I ate the brown globules. At that moment, it was as if the entire planet had stopped spinning. The taste, it was beyond description. Those brown globules were like nothing I'd ever experienced. The flavors are melting on my tongue. I felt my life had changed. I felt myself lifted up out of the world of everyday sense to some new level. More! I want more!
Protect
I
this.
dropped to my knees. What?
Protect this alien child at all costs. Bless him. I love this. I love this. I love this alien child. Hello, thing. People of the Finnish and non-Finnish varieties. I am not Finnish, but I appreciate being included as a non-Finnish variety.
They're trying to figure out what movie it is.
First
They're
contact,
saying
yeah.
First Contact, apparently. Okay. Brown globules. I dropped to my knee, then began to search. I crawled along the floor looking for more. It was easier crawling than walking. At least when I crawled, I had 4 legs. Also, the human had coated the floor with sticky substance, which made it easier not to slip. I found no more boxes of globules. However, there was a small, twisted plastic envelope. And within that twisted plastic envelope, I discovered a chunk that smelled very similar to that globule. I stuck it in my mouth. Yes, the same flavor. The same miraculous heavenly flavor. And yet, there were differences too. It was crunchier, and there were other flavors. The floor of the movie theater was filled with precious items. I crawled on. I had to squeeze past several seated humans who made loud noises as I passed. Hey, jerk, what are you doing? Get away from me, you freak! But I could not be distracted. I wanted more of the amazing brown food. More! Yes! Success! Another small box. And this one was half filled with brightly colored pellets. And yet, inside each pellet, more of the magic brown food. More! More! I want more! There! A young human was holding an entire box of brown globules, but I could not just take them. I must have permission first. I looked up from the floor at the human. Please give me your brown globules, I asked. Globules? Yules. Mommy! What do you think you're doing? Another human cried. Mommy, he's taking my candy! I heard a more familiar voice. It was Marco. Where is he? Jake, where's Axe? I merely wish to enjoy your brown globules, I explained to the screaming child. Suddenly, I felt Prince Jake and Marco grabbing my arm. They lifted me up off the floor and dragged me away. Globules! I cried out. I snatched the box from the small human was holding. Globules! So he experienced candy. He was experiencing a sugar rush, I believe.
Can we two things? One, can we talk about how much this kid would love going to the Coke factory where you get to taste all the different flavors from around the world too. Was something that Michael Gray said in a walkthrough for a Nancy Drew game in 2008 just suddenly made sense to me because of this scene.
What?
He was referencing the Animorphs show and he was saying globules,
Uh,
globules. And I never read or watched Animorphs before. So right now, I all of a sudden I just flashed back and I remembered that and I was like, "Oh, it makes sense now." Globules.
yeah. I was thinking of that Simpsons episode with who was it? The one that was with the monkeys? Jane something. Where
Oh.
she's like, diamonds! Diamonds! That's why I was like, globules!
You talking about Jane Goodall?
Yes, Jane Goodall. I think he had Raisinets, maybe, huh?
Give him a
Maybe.
junior mint. He would love that. Give this man a junior mint.
Nah, maybe he'd probably like this burning sensation in my mouth. It's a trick. Who would disguise a globule with who would disguise this devious thing as a brown globule?
Cat now just wants to give this alien child candy just for science. Sorry. That was the sound of me hitting my shin on my desk.
There are many dangers for an andalite in human form. For one thing, there is a constant danger that you will fall off your two legs. The slightest push, and you can topple over. But worse by far is the danger of taste. Taste is a sense that can drive an andalite mad, especially if it involves cinnamon buns or chocolate. From the Earth Diary, the facsimile Escruth Ishtil. What if we gave him sour heads? Damn, he'd be like, he would contemplate things. He'd be like, oh, I hate this sour flavor, but
I think he would like it.
globule
I have Sour
underneath.
Patch Kids. I have this Easter because I don't like jelly beans, but my mom was like, "Here, try this. It's Sour Patch jelly beans. Great jelly, only good jelly beans. They were great."
No, don't give him hot candy. He won't. He's
Oh
not ready for hot
no,
candy.
he's not ready yet, guys. Centaur
Just for.
Sonic the Hedgehog alien.
I mean, he's got blue fur and a beige like abdomen area, and he's blue like Sonic, but he's like a centaur and an alien with the little socks on his head. Just give him Hershey's. Hershey's is the most basic.
Reese's
Don't
peanut butter
give him.
cups.
No, he would find. He Axe would probably be either a Kit Kat or a Reese's person.
Agreed. Also,
But
Kit
he'd
Kat
probably
people are
hate white
correct.
chocolate.
Just kidding. Just give him jelly beans instead. Oh, you
Good
didn't
for
see
you,
my other
Thing. You're
comment.
getting out of the hospital.
Oh, I'm so sorry you were in the hospital. I'm glad you're getting out, though. I'm sorry I missed the first comment. You know how everyone always says this would give a Victorian child a heart attack, but Victorian children look.
Took.
Yeah, took Landon. Yeah, for coughs, Axe is the one who would have a heart attack over hard. Yes. Yep. It's true though. Victorian children were like, ooh,
Victorian children are a different breed. They're a different breed. They were working 9 to 5s.
Again, I'm going to bring this up. At the Coke factory, they're still trying to die in the hill that they never put cocaine in the Coca-Cola, and that's just provably not true. And I don't know why they're trying to die on that hill because everybody put fucked up stuff in everything in the Victorian era. Like no one's out here trying to cancel Coke because back in the 1800s they did some weird shit.
I would give Axe a sour blue raspberry white chocolate bunny.
Oh my
And be
god.
like, oh, you like globules? Okay, here, try this.
That's
Do
mean.
you still like globules, huh? You need to know. You need to have a limit on what you'll enjoy. Axe. Not everything tastes good here on Earth.
I love that you're still salty about that blue raspberry bunny. I also would be salty.
It's like, what the heck? What kind of an abomination?
I just want to give him Dutch candy, Derprek says. Dutch candy is good. I
Tony Chocoloni. That's Dutch, isn't it?
believe so.
Okay. By the time Marco and Prince Jake had half dragged me, half carried me out of the movie theater, I just imagined him screaming and kicking his feet, throwing a tantrum.
No.
No, I want the stuff on the floor. No, no. Oh. Oh.
Keep him away from anything that might have old gum on the bottom.
Okay, TMI story, but I'm gonna tell it anyway.
Oh no.
Okay, being a poor child, you don't necessarily get the luxuries of everything. So, I used to love gum, but we wouldn't have that much of it at the house. So
Oh
I would always see
no.
the stuff underneath the table and be like, "Oh," and then I just scrape it off, and
Oh
then just.
no. Oh no. Your immune
So
system
I would
must be great though.
It is working 5 years with children and eating, drywall and and gum underneath the table. It's like they're heart and shoulder. They're
Yeah. See,
emotionally disturbed.
see, I was homeschooled. My immune system is shit. I get sick if you just look at me wrong with a cold. Like you, you're built different.
Okay. Okay. We emerged into a brilliant sunlight area where vehicles are parked. Okay, I think we have learned our lesson here, Jake said. No chocolate for Axe. Chocolate? Chalk. Chocolate, I said, trying out the word. The brown globules are called chocolate. What about the brightly colored pellets? Actually, the globules are called raisinets.
Ew, we had raisinets. Poor
I told
kid.
you, I knew it. I knew it.
God.
The pellets are M&Ms. Are you under control now, Axe? Prince Jake asked. I couldn't tell if he was angry or amused. Yes, I said shakily. The flavor. It was just so wonderful. Cassie and Rachel emerged from the mall behind me. They watched curiously, but kept their distance. As always, we were careful not to appear to be a group. The controllers are everywhere. Suddenly, I heard a thought speak message. Hey, you guys, was the movie that bad? It was Tobias on patrol far overhead. Of course, no one could answer him. Humans can use thought speech only when they are in morph. And since I was in a human body, I too was restricted to spoken language. I guess. I think that's weird. I thought Act was the only one that could constantly thought speak.
Oh no, every chat wants to give Axe weed for science.
Stop, y'all. Let's not start with that nonsense.
He's too
Oh,
young
give
for
him
that.
paper. Oh, give him ranch. Okay, now dip a napkin in ranch and see if he'll eat it. He's not a goat, you guys.
He does really
Give
like to eat cardboard though.
give him a food can and see if he'll eat the can.
My brother in law told me that when he got his wisdom teeth out, the dentist told him not to smoke for a week because it would hurt the holes in his gums, but he was very addicted to cigarettes. Oh no. Oh no. Up his oh no. Lit cigarettes up his nose. You can do that?
I guess so.
That's probably very ill
It's
advised.
just like a vapor stick, I guess.
I guess so.
Like, look, see, this is a vapor stick. You just put it in your nose. But I'm sure you like just like stuck it like that, and this would like.
Yeah. I feel like it's gonna work a little differently.
Doing it like the French, all fancy.
Oh, fancy.
with like a long tube and just like like the fancy people with like the cigarette and then it's like a long.
He said it was very painful, but it was better than the Nick withdrawal. Oof. I've heard Nick withdrawal is
It's
hell.
called taking the patches, dude.
I've
Should have
heard
taken the patches.
I've heard being in Nick withdrawal is hell though, so I'm not judging him. I'm just saying, oof, that probably hurt like hell.
Cardboard and barbecue sauce for Axe.
Oh my god.
Okay. Um There's kind of a thing going on, Tobias said. Just around the corner from you, some guy staggering around and screaming at the top of his lungs. Cops are coming fast. I'm pretty sure I heard the word yerk. He's heading your way. Just then, I began to hear it too. It was a human shouting in a loud, hoarse voice. Over there, Marco said tersely. A man appeared. He seemed to be having difficulty standing up. He leaned against the outer wall of the store and staggered forward. Humans stared at him and moved away. Listen to me! Listen to me! Hold on. I lost my page when I was moving my hand. He cried, looking around wildly. They're here! They're here! They're everywhere! The Yerks are here! The human body felt as if it had been jolted with electricity. Human bodies become very tense when surprised. I could see that Prince Jake and Marco were having the same reaction. I heard sirens wailing and drawing closer. What do we do? Marco asked. Prince Jake turned around quickly, back to Rachel and Cassie. He made a gesture with his hand. Split up, he said. They're here! The man cried. Ah! He suddenly clapped both hands together over his left ear. Got you! Got you! Die! Die! He's a controller, I said. The yerk in his head is dying. Jake met my gaze. I know, he said. Been there. I nodded. Jake had been made into a controller, though only for a brief time. We had been able to imprison him and save the yerk. The yerks live in the brain of other species, but every 3 Earth days, they must bathe in the yerk pool and soak up Kandrona rays. Without Kandrona rays, they starve and die. Kandrona rays are beamed from a device called a Kandrona. Actually, it's a Kandrona wave particle generator. The rays are beamed and then concentrated in the yerk pool, where the yerks feed. We had found and destroyed the Earth-based Kandrona. Why is this happening now? Rachel asked. It's been weeks since we destroyed the Kandrona. Nothing ever seemed to happen. So why now? I shrugged my shoulders, the way humans do to indicate ignorance. I don't know, Rachel. Maybe the Yerks have reached their limit. It would have been a strain on their resources to shuttle controllers back and forth to the mothership. Uh, Maybe something was broken. I don't think things just broke for you space people, Margot said. Things break, I said truthfully. Break. Ache. Ache. Well, whatever. Scratch one, yerk, Marco said harshly. The man was screaming now and yanking at his ear. I could just see a slimy tip of the dying yerk as it slithered out of the man's head. Can't we help him? It was Cassie. She and Rachel had defied Jake's orders to split up. They were with us now as we watched, horrified and transfixed. We have to stay clear of this, Jake said. But maybe it's finally starting. It may just be this one guy, but there may be more. Finally, I expected this to start happening weeks ago. Yerk's dying, controllers suddenly free and humans again. He grinned. It was a savage look. They'll die, and their hosts will be free. At first, people will think they're nuts. But when they have 10, 20, 50 people all yelling about yerks, they won't be able to cover that up. Not for long. His voice had risen, becoming higher. and the words came out faster. He was obviously excited. Suddenly, an ambulance raced up, followed by two police cars, all with flashing lights and screaming sirens. Ha! Marco said. I'm sure some of the cops are controllers, but they can't all be. Jake's right. The truth will be out. This is going to work. The truth is going to come out. The replacement Kentrona is supposed to be here soon, Rachel pointed out. We should have seen a lot more of this. The Yerks must have found a way to keep this from happening till now. Rachel is a true warrior. She does not underestimate her enemy. She was not ready to start talking about victory. But the others were all happy. They believed that many Yerks would die, and the host would be free to tell the world the truth. They believed they had won the war. It made me sad for them, because I knew the truth. Your son is a liar. I knew how the Yerks operated. I almost told Prince Jake right then. He has a special reason to be hopeful. His brother Tom is a controller. There is nothing Prince Jake would want as much as his brother's freedom. But I knew this screaming controller with the dying Yerk in his head was just an oversight. Something had gone wrong with the Yerk's secret efforts. But I knew that there would be no witnesses. I knew what would happen to this poor shouting man. Jake was my prince now, my leader. But if I told him, it would lead to question. And I could not answer question. Not without revealing the terrible truth behind the law of Ciro's kindness. Humans rushed from the ambulance and the police cars. Most, as Marco had said, were probably true normal humans. They grabbed the screaming man who was still pulling the yerk from his ear. Oh Lord, what is that? He's pulling his brain out, one policeman cried in horror. The yerks! They're here! The human cried, Die! Die! Get out of me! Die! Freedom! The policemen surrounded the man and hustled him to the ambulance. It was hard to see, unless you were expecting it. The moment when one of the policemen drew a small steel cylinder from his pocket and pressed it against the back of the man's neck. I can't believe it, Cassie exulted. Maybe it's really going to happen. Maybe people will realize the truth. They have a real live yerk now, Prince Jake said. They can't cover this up forever. Again, I thought of telling the truth. That the human was already gone. The yerk slug would crumble into dust. That no evidence would be left behind. But even though these humans were my friends, even though we fought side by side, there were secrets I could not tell them. I could not tell them how a race of parasitic slugs had come to be a danger to the entire galaxy. I could not tell them why we Andalites had to fight the Yerks, why we had no choice but to fight them, why we hated them so deeply. We have secrets, we Andalite, and the greatest secret of all is our own guilt. That is great, Prince Jake said, smiling. Yes, I said. Great. Okay, what I missed in chat.
Let's see. Have you guys ever heard of mass hysteria? Because I feel like maybe you haven't. Oh yeah, no, this could the whole like yerk can't be covered up thing could definitely be mass hysteria if that's what you mean. The cars is on Autobot. But we used to be together a little. Every inappropriate anime ever. Oh God, ew. Ugh. So yes. Oh, and Thing signed off. So goodbye, Thing.
Okay. So yeah. So how you like your son now, huh, Ivory? He's a liar.
He's not a liar. He's trying to keep them safe.
He's dishonest.
He's my
Liar!
son.
If you know that meme from Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
I was thinking of she's.
Liar!
Hi, Chris Tiger Harris. Did get notified you were live. Yeah, notifications on YouTube are very. YouTube thinks notifications are more of a suggestion when you're like, hey, I'd like to get notifications. So it happens. But Avery, I can't believe that there's a Barnes and Noble with 2 floors. Oh yeah, we have tons of those here. Wait, so I'm still stuck on this. Texas is just shutting. They're just like, we're not doing libraries anymore. What the fuck?
Yeah, they're like, nope, the library is closed, darling.
What?
No reading today.
What the fuck?
Too many shady people out here. Who think that critical race theory is a problem. The library is closed, darling.
Christ.
Okay. Let's see. Chapter 4. As the sun rose above the horizon. That sounds like my writing. Sorry. I just read the sentence and I was laughing because it sounds like my writing style. As the sun rose above the horizon the next morning.
I was just thinking of the Lion King where it's like,
But the day we arrive on the planet, and when we step into the sun,
we
there's
blinkingly
more
step
to
in
be
the sun.
seen than can ever be seen. More to do than can never be done. With the sun rolling high through the sapphire sky. That part?
Yes, that part.
Remember the Disney Channel music video for that?
Yes.
It was like everybody could sing, but at the same time, everyone was trying to one up each other at the very end.
Yup.
They'd be like, yeah, yeah.
Axe's like main flaw is that he's arrogant. Well, Axe is like he thinks that he comes from a like he thinks that the humans don't really know that much. So he's got to learn from the humans.
Axe is xenophobic.
I wouldn't go that far. He's a child, but still.
One species. That's what he was raised on, that type of mentality of one species, one triumph, or something like that.
Oh, God.
Since we were talking about the short mustache man, that's the last time I'll bring it up. So
I didn't want to go back to talking about the short mustache man.
Well, all right then.
Children can be xenophobic. They had. I mean, yeah, like you could. The thing with children is they don't know. So if like they've been taught by an adult, like they can still they have time to unlearn things. I guess is what I'm saying because they still are just at that age where they're just parenting back what their parents told them.
No. Okay then. Chapter 4. As the sun rose above the horizon next morning. Sorry. Last joke. I stood by the small stream where I drank each day. Rough grasses, mixed with fallen leaves and pine needles, ran right down to the water. The sun was just barely visible through a gap in the forest trees. From the water that gave birth to us, I said, and dipped my right hoof into the water. It was the beginning of the morning ritual. From the grass that feeds us, I said, and moved back to crush a small tuft of grass beneath the same hoof. From the freedom that unites us, I spread my arms wide. We rise to the stars. I looked with all four of my eyes to the rising sun. I sighed. This was pretty pointless. I had never been a big believer in all the rituals. I mean, if you're going to be a warrior, you have to do it. And any Arisht who gets caught rushing through the ritual will be verbally reprimanded. But still, I was about a million Earth miles. I was about a billion Earth miles from my homeworld. It was hard to see why I should be acting like a good little warrior cadet. I was all alone among aliens who cared if I performed the rituals. I bowed low. Freedom is my only cause. Duty to the people, my only guide. Obedience to my prince, my only glory. I hesitated. Tobias had landed on the tree above. The destruction of my enemies, my most solemn vow. I straightened up again, then assumed the fighting stance. I, Aximile Esgaruth Ishtil, Andalite warrior cadet, offer my life. With that, I drew my tail blade forward and pressed it against my own throat, then relaxed my tail. This was part of the ritual called for contemplation. You were supposed to think about the parts of the ritual, and ask yourself if you were living up to all of it. The destruction of my enemy, my most solemn vow. That was the part that stated my thought. I had not destroyed my enemy. My enemy was terrible and powerful. And if I were try and if I tried to destroy him, I would be the one killed. But that did not matter. What mattered was the enemy, the creature who had murdered my brother, not in battle, but as he lay almost helpless. It was the humans who told me the rest of Elfingor's story. As the dome went crashing into the Earth's sea, my brother's fighter was damaged by the Earth. He landed in an abandoned construction site. There were 5 human youths passing by: Jake, Cassie, Marco, Rachel, and Tobias. Elfingor was dying, and he knew that Earth was now defenseless. He told the 5 youths about the Yerk threat, and then he did what he should have not have done. He gave them a weapon to fight the Yerk. He gave them the Andalite power to. Never in all the history has any other Andalite been given non-Andalite been given the power to morph. It's against our major law, the law of Ciro's kindness. Only one creature can morph. The Yerk who invaded and took over an Andalite. He the only Andalite controller. There are hundreds of thousands of Hork-Bajir and Taxons and humans enslaved that way, but only one Andalite. Only one Yerk has an Andalite body and the power to morph. The abomination, Visser 3. The humans told me of Alfingor's last battle, how Visser 3 had morphed into a huge monstrous creature, how Elfingor had fought to the very end, lashing out helplessly, how Visser 3 had opened his jaw, and the humans don't know it, but if Elfingor had lived, he would have been in huge trouble. He would have been demoted at very least. He would no longer have been a prince. Elfingor, as the great hero, would have been finished. The destruction of my enemy, my most solemn vow. I had faced Visser 3 more than once. He was still living. I had no excuse except that I was still just an Arish. If I were a full warrior, it would have been total dishonor for me. Alfingor would have had the courage. If it had been me killed by Visser 3, Alfingor would have gone right after him. But I guess I'm not Alfingor. Hey, X-Man, what's up? I am fine, Tobias, I said. Actually, I was not fine. Tobias being there reminded me that I had something planned for this morning and I was nervous. Maybe that's why the morning ritual had not left me feeling calm like I was supposed to. I was planning to do something very frightening. I was planning to go to school. Not to be
No.
curious or anything, but what was that you were doing? I've seen you do it before. The morning ritual. It reminds a warrior to be humble, serve the people. Propaganda, war propaganda, just everybody knows war propaganda.
Hmm. So it's
Sounds
basically like
good.
the Andalite Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, it's like the Pledge of Allegiance, or like or like what is it? Like the propaganda that they do in Korea,
Yeah.
North Korea to be exact. Um, yikes. Axe, don't step back. In fact, don't move at all. What's wrong? I asked. Don't you hear that? I listened. The rattling, the hissing sound. I heard that before. It's a rattlesnake right by your leg. They're poisonous, you know. Ah, no, I didn't know. I turned to face that snake. I saw it coiled in the leaves. What I did not see was when it struck. It was too fast to see, let alone avoid. Luckily, the fangs hit my hoof. I whipped my tail forward and pressed the snake against the ground, hobbling it immobile. It squirmed and made the rattling sound with its tail. Better get rid of it, Tobias advised. But I had a different idea. I focused on the snake. I began to acquire it, absorbing the snake's DNA into my system. You want to be able to morph a rattlesnake? Tobias asked, sounding dubious. It's very fast, I said, and I have fewer earth morphs than the others. It may be useful someday. The snake had gone limp, the way animals always do when you acquire them. When I was done and the snake's DNA was within me, I used my tail to flip it away into some bushes. So, Tobias asked, are you still going ahead with your get to know the humans plan? Yes. I may I may be on this planet for a long time. I should be using this time to learn about humans, even though I think I may have behaved badly at the movies. Tobias laughed. He laughed for quite a while. Yeah, I heard about that. You just need to stay away from chocolate. I am not prepared for taste. The experience is very powerful. Perhaps I should not morph into a human anymore. Don't sweat it, Tobias said. But speaking of taste, you realize there's this big mystery about you. A big mystery. Yeah. No one wants to ask you because they think maybe it's rude, but everyone wants to know how you eat with no mouth. How I eat? I repeat, puzzled. Well, I have hooves, don't I? Okay, Tobias said. I'll mind my own business. We started moving through the wood. I ran at a good speed. I enjoyed leaping fallen logs and dodging through dense patches of thorny bushes. I was getting to know the forest well. As I ran and leaped, Tobias flew overhead. At times, he would rise through the canopy of trees and disappear from my sight. Other times, he would flit from tree to tree silently, swiftly. In school, during xenobiology, we had a section on humans, I told Tobias. It mostly involved human television programs, news shows, entertainment, music. Music? You mean like MTV? You were watching music videos on the Andalite homeworld? I don't remember what they were. I I didn't pay very much attention to xenobiology. I wish I had now. A warrior is supposed to be a scientist and an artist as well as a fighter. But I didn't always enjoy that other stuff, so I didn't pay much attention. I suppose humans always pay attention in school. Absolutely, Tobias said. That's why I am such an expert on the War of 1812. A war? Tell me about it. I was kidding. I don't know anything about the War of 1812. We're just about there. Are you ready to start? We had reached a narrow spur of woods. Normally, I would not have dared to go this far because it's surrounded on three sides by human habitation, but Tobias was overhead, keeping an incredibly keen eye open for any danger. Yes, I'm ready. Jake and Cassie are coming across the field. Time for you to morph. Time to get human. Tobias, will you? I mean, you'll be alone today while I'm with the others. but like I can't get along with what like I can't get along without you, Axeman. I have places to go, things to do, feathers to preen, rodents to eat. Besides, Axe, Jake has already asked me to fly cover over the school while you're there. I don't know why, but it made me feel better to think that Tobias would be in the sky above me all day. Sometimes I think Tobias and I could be true Shorm. A Shorm is a deep friend, someone you never lie to, someone who knows all your secrets. The word Shorm means tailblade. See, it's supposed to mean a person you would trust so much they could put their tailblade right up against your throat and you wouldn't even worry. Sometimes I think Tobias and I could be like that. We are both cut off from our own people. We're both alone. But if we were friends, I would have no secrets from Tobias. And even though he was a hawk in form, he was still human. And I am an Andalite. And no matter how much I sometimes wished for real friends, there had to be a wall between my friends and the human, or my people and the humans. Between me and the humans, getting too close to any alien species is a mistake. We are taught that. We may protect them, defend them, care for them, but they can never be deep friends.
Milo says one of my favorite things about Axe is that every time he talks about something he learned in school, he's like, IDK, I wasn't paying attention. Like compared to humans, he's got genius level intellect, but compared to Andalites, he's that one ADHD kid who keeps asking when we have gym class.
So xenobiology is just like outer biology.
Yeah. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
All right, let me just take a quick. Let me just get something else to drink, and then I'll be right back.
Uh, actually, same because I'm gonna go grab another water. Be right back.
All right, you guys.
Be-
What is it called? Intermission time.
Intermission, guys. Be right back.
I hope they have icy. Oh, okay, so that's what xenobiology, Milo. So it's basically just social studies, somewhat, um, but they treat it as science. And then Chris, you're talking about what happened is rural county banned books, and for exactly the reasons you'd think. Federal judge blocked the ban, and they're seriously considering taking down what public libraries they have. It isn't that the whole of Texas is shutting down all libraries, but obviously, given the madness of the upper class, don't assume they wouldn't. I mean, it's true, Chris, because remember when they had that 1 inch of snow and everyone was freaking out? Um, the I believe it's the electric companies down there were like kind of they were unregulated. I'm not recalling too well, but I remember them being like unregulated, so they could like charge people like a lot of money just for light and water and other like that, which is crazy. Let's see. We're just waiting for. So, what do you think he's going to learn about in school today, chat? What, pray tell, are they going to call Axe? What is his Earth name going to be? I think it could be Robert. That's going to be his Earth name, Robert. What would you name Axe if you had to give him an Earth name? Maddie says Axel. Anyone else wanna offer up their name ideas of what Axe's name would be? Or Giovanni? That's funny. Zach. That's so funny because Zach apparently was, or not apparently, Zach was a pretty big name in the 90s. Um, there was a, like, Adam was pretty big also in the 90s. Adam as a name was pretty.
What did I
Uh,
miss?
Chris was elaborating on it's not all of Texas, but rural county Texas was trying to ban books.
Oh, rural county Texas. Were they not successful?
No, but so in retaliation, they are trying to shut down all the libraries there. And then I was asking everybody, oh, what do they think Axe's name would be if they had to give him a name? I thought I went with Robert.
Oh, I
So
see, I see, I see. So it was because they had tried to ban the books, and then I did hear that the federal judges said you can't do that. So now they're threatening to take down public libraries. Got it. In rural counties.
yeah.
That's unfortunately very par for the course.
And then Natty says that Axe looks like a Giovanni. No, he doesn't. He looks like a Robert.
I mean, he does kind of look like Robert Downey Jr., but he does kind of have Giovanni vibes. I think you're both correct.
Robert Bonnie. There we go.
Robert Giovanni.
Giovanni Robert. Hey GR, you want to go to the movies this afternoon?
ER.
What does the GR stand for? Giovanni Robert.
Giovanni Robert. Honestly, a pretty badass name.
Are you gonna go see that new movie starring Giovanni Robert? Perfect actor name right there.
Robert Giovanni Lucinda Smith.
Lucinda. That's it. That's his mother's name, or that's his father's surname, and then his mother's surname is Smith. You forgot the hyphen there. Okay. Chapter 8. I have most Amandalite animals, and I have many strange earth animals. But the animals I mock the most is the human animals. They are weak, slow, half blind, and unstable. But no Andalite should laugh at them. Humans rule the planet, and as the human Rachel once said, Earth is a tough neighborhood. From the diaries of Simile Escaruth Ishtil. I peered through the trees. I could see a wide grassy field. On the far side of the field, several long, squat buildings. They were large, yellow vehicles parked in front. Hundreds of young humans milled around outside the building. Prince Jake and Cassie had drawn close. Hey, Axe, Prince Jake said. How's it going? Very well, Prince Jake, I answered. You're not going to keep calling me Prince Jake today, are you? Well, I am in human morph. I will have to behave as a normal human, I assured him. Well, better go ahead and morph, Cassie suggested. I think we're clear, but I'll go ahead and take a look, Tobias said. He flapped his wings and rose slowly into the sky. I concentrated on my human morph, and began to make the change. Still clear, I heard Tobias call down from above. There are some kids about 200 feet away, but they can't see you. I morphed as quickly as I could, while being careful not to fall over as my third and fourth legs disappeared. At last, I stood on just two legs. It's both frightening and exciting. I mean, totter, um, there you are, tottering back and forth with nothing to hold you up. Your feet can't grip, and they are too short to be much help in balance. All you can do if you start to fall is stand on one leg while you throw your second leg out to catch yourself. It's very unreliable. I don't know why humans evolved this way. They are the only species on the planet to walk around on just two legs, without wings or a tail to hold them up. And I've certainly never heard of any other intelligent species trying to walk this way. Hey, grab him, Jake yelled as he began to lean back. As I began to lean back. Got him, Cassie said. She helped support me as I finished some more. Last of all, the mouth appeared, a horizontal split in my face. Are you done? Prince Jake asked me. Yes, I am fully human. The sound delighted me. It's an amazing talent, the ability to make complex sounds. Human, man, human, human, human. Axe, don't do that, okay? Jake said. What? What? Uh, that? Were you playing with every sound like. Hold on.
Bless you.
That. Where you play with every sound like it's a new toy. Yes, my prince. Not a toy. Toy. Toy, 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 toy. Sorry. This should be interesting, Cassie said, looking at Prince Jake. Tobias came swooping low and rested on a tree branch. It's kind of sweet, he said. Axe's first day of school. His only day of school, Jake said quickly. This is just so we can learn how to be how he this is just so he can learn how to be a more believable human. One time. Prince Jake held up a single finger indicating the number 1. I wonder which finger he held up. Yes, that is 1, I agreed. Now, let's go to school. I am looking forward to it. To it. Do it. Remember, you're my cousin Philip from out of state, Jake said while handing me a bag filled with garments. Philip, I repeated confidently. Philip, lip, fill up, pa. I like the sound of the letter P makes. I got dressed and set off towards that squat building that was schoolhouse. Have fun, Tobias said. He sounded just like a little wistful in my mind. It was a strange thing, I guess. I, an alien, could go to his school, but he could not. I will, I called back over my shoulder. Unfortunately, bending that way made me fall over. It takes practice to walk on just two legs.
Bless him.
So his name is Philip.
Philip. Robert Giovanni Lucinda Philip Smith. Oh, whoops. Where did
So
it end?
Cameron says, "Have you heard that J.K. Rowling wants to reboot the series of Harry Potter books to be more faithful?" I was reading a news article about that. How the people that want, or what was it, WB or whatever, tried to buy her out. But she was like, "Nah, you're not getting rid of me that easily." So she basically gave them a really lucrative like she's like, you want the rights, this is my this is my price for it, and they're like, no, so they're pretty much stuck with her for the time being.
Wait, so what do they want to do? Remake the movies?
They want to make it a series.
Oh, I mean, a series like a series would be a better format, I think, for the books. I just don't want her to have anything to do with it,
Look,
unfortunately.
here's the thing, we just need to leave Harry Potter in the past. It's run its course, and it's a product of its time, especially the author. So why do we need to keep it forcing it to live on?
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with like rereading them or whatever for nostalgia's sake. But you do need to have conversations about like, the problematic things, and you definitely shouldn't be giving her more money, you know?
Yeah, it's like, okay, fine, you liked Harry Potter, you still like it, but it's like, why are we still trying to revamp it? It's like it's run its course, like Hunger Games. Hunger Games ran its
Yeah.
course. No one's trying to revamp Hunger Games or make a
Yeah.
series out of Hunger Games.
It's
It
just
ran
done.
its
Like
course.
it just
It was
is what it is.
successful. Harry Potter, same thing, ran its course. It's successful. Let it die out naturally. Don't force it to keep, living. Don't put it on life support.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's always going to be people that like will never let Harry Potter go. And I don't think like again, I don't think there's anything wrong with just like I'm going to reread the books. Like I still have the books which I bought at thrift stores. But like it's just run it. Even if she wasn't a terrible person, it's just done. Like it's done.
Yeah, it's
And
like,
she's a terrible person and you shouldn't give her any more money.
if I can just go on a quick tangent, it's like, I feel that the way that stories are written, no one should be offended in terms of if you read it and you don't, gravitate towards any one character that you relate to or resonate to, then that's not the writer's prerogative. They wrote a story for, writers write for themselves. Most, like, a good writer writes for themselves. Um, but in a way that other people will like it. Um, versus somebody who's writing to make money, who will write things to try and appease everyone. Because I like book characters, or like I like Marco and I like um Cassie, but it's like I don't necessarily relate to Cassie per se, but I like her as a character. Um, and it's a thing of like, if there's nobody in the cast of characters you relate to, okay, that's fine, but don't chastise somebody who writes a story because, oh, well, I can't relate to anybody in the story. It's like, okay, well, you know that's just how the story is being written.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, agreed, Natty. I think Natty says she likes reading James Potter fanfiction. Fanfic was always the best part of the Harry Potter community, you know? So like the fanfic has always been the best part. And there are a lot of fanfic writers that are better writers than J.K. Rowling, let's be honest. So
Yeah,
like,
just
yeah.
like how there's better Power Ranger fanfic writers who
Like Natty, I don't think
better
there's
than.
Oh, yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong, Natty, with just, like, being like, "I like the James Potter fan fiction. I like this part. I like, the vibe,
Yeah,
but I wanna see other people create for it than J.K. Rowling who sucks." Like, I think that's very valid.
yeah. But I
But
feel like
yeah.
fanfic is the thing though. Fanfic is the thing. If you like the setting, then you know what, write your own story
Yeah.
as opposed to pushing the responsibility onto somebody else, and then you have the expectations, and then they do what you're asking for, and then it doesn't meet up with your expectations.
Yeah.
So
Plus there's, like, Cameron, yeah, in book 4, they make fun of everybody, including the narration, makes fun of Hermione for, wanting to, or efforts of freeing the house elves, which is, like, a really weird take for the narration to go on. I even as a kid, I was like, "That's a weird take." Because, like, they made James change, and I couldn't handle that. Lily made James change. Yeah, got you.
so in general, it's just um like just going back to the whole let Harry Potter die, because people who grew up with the books can't are wanting it to keep living on, but at the same time they're forcing these things onto the IP rather than taking inspiration from it and then trying to make their own thing. And then it's like a very much love hate toxic relationship of, oh, I like Harry Potter, but I hate how they're doing it. Oh, I hate Harry Potter, but I like, you get me?
Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. It's like from my perspective at least, it's like how do you best say this? Like I talk about this a lot, obviously, right? Because the whole channel is about nostalgic stuff, and like there's a lot of stuff where
Hmm.
like we cover it, and like people have good nostalgic feelings for it, and they like remember watching it with their family, or they have good memories of it. But it also has problematic elements, and it might be made by a really
Yeah.
problematic person in the way of in the way of Harry Potter, on top of also having problematic elements. So like I think
Hmm.
it's okay to be like, that thing is in the past. We don't have to like forget that it existed, but we
Yeah.
also have to acknowledge its problems. And like
Yeah,
that's
like
just part of it
Goosebumps.
now. Yeah. Goosebumps is super problematic sometimes.
Yeah. Like
Um
Animorphs too. Animorphs can be a little problem, or not a little. It can be problematic in how it victim blames, or how some of the language that's used as insults, or some of the ableist viewpoints.
yeah. Again,
But you
Natty
know what?
says it really well. I mean, the books can live on. They don't need to make new shows and stuff. Yeah, like Harry Potter is just it's just done. It doesn't mean that you have to like forget that it existed or forget that the good feelings that you had about it or like,
Yeah.
you know, I think that, you can still engage with old media that is finished, that is completed, that is old, and that has issues from the past, I think, in a healthy way. You just have to be
Hmm.
open to being as non-partial to it and not being like blinded by your nostalgia or,
Yeah.
throwing
Or,
out or if there are, because occasionally there are some like good themes in Harry Potter. They're not like groundbreaking, but they're like themes about like bravery and all that. And like you can be like, okay, that's a good thing. I don't like all the other problematic shit around it, but that thing is a good
hmm
thing. Yeah.
hmm
The
hmm
Owl House is what Rowling tried reshaping Harry Potter into but failed. Yes, because the Owl House is written by more talented writers. It just is.
Yeah.
Just
It's
is
like
what
the
it
whole
is.
it's like some people with Chick-fil-A. Yeah, they don't believe in their viewpoint. But damn, they love the food there. So
Yeah.
it's like you get me?
Basically to Harry
So
Potter what Shrek is for Disney. Yeah, because Owl House is, like, made by better writers who are more inclusive, who are honestly just
mhm,
more imaginative, because again, and I'm going to keep saying this ever since I covered The Worst Witch, Harry Potter is the worst witch, just slightly reskinned. And, like, that's
mhm.
fine, but, like, that's what it is. So yeah, read the Worst Witch books if you're missing Harry Potter, but you also hate J.K. Rowling and you don't wanna give her attention.
Yeah.
And watch
At
the
the same
movie with
time,
Tim
you can
Curry in that glorious
at
green
the same
screen scene.
time, you can also like something, but also be like, but I don't agree with what this person's view, what they're
You
trying to do now.
Yeah, I do that on this channel all the time. It's like, I like this part about it, but I don't maybe like this other part about this movie because that's a little bit dated and problematic.
Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty much that. It's like you like something, but don't force others to adopt what you want
Yeah.
made, because
It
then it might not end up how you want.
the important thing is like like if somebody is like I don't want anything to do with that, that's valid. If you want to be like I'm still going to engage in this, but I'm going to be critical of it, that's valid. I think the only thing that I truly personally take issue with are the people that are like, "No, I'm nostalgic for it, so we're just not going to talk about the issues around it." You know?
Yeah, like what's one thing that like there's something out there.
As far as just like dated media?
You know what? No, I'm gonna say that about Power Rangers because anytime like I like see Power Ranger posts on Instagram or something, everyone's just like on their hands and knees, like, "Oh, you're so great! Oh, this or that." And the same thing with Survivor, where
Mhm.
it's like when you see like later seasons, the way that people were microaggressive or racist or this or that or this, and people just hold them up on this high pedestal. And when you point out the blatant wrongdoings, you're seen as like a terrible person for that type of stuff. It's like, dude, don't be blinded. Yeah, the edit that this person got was funny, but when you rewatch it, this person's a perv or they're like sexist or this or that
Jesus.
or racist.
Yeah. No, like
It's like,
Power Rangers is the cheesiest thing I've ever seen. Tarfeld Hour says for me, long as you don't buy it, if you don't buy it, their profits will tank. Yeah, yeah. Like I back in the
and the
day,
same, I was
even
gonna say, and the same thing for Disney. Like some people are like, oh, Disney this, Disney that. It's like, okay, well, if you don't like the way Disney does things, why are you still buying it? Why are you still watching it?
the thing that sucks with Disney is like Disney literally owns, I think, like 60% of US media. So the thing is like there's no like it's
Hmm.
it's one of those things where it's just like billionaire business is bad and there's really no escaping Disney because it's just this like monster that we've created.
Yeah, it's like if you don't like the way Disney does things or like the show that they make or the live action sequels, then why are you going out of your way to watch why are you going out of your way to watch Pinocchio or whatever the heck if you don't
Oh
want it?
god. I can't bring myself to watch their new
Yes,
Pinocchio.
thank you, Natty. That's what I was gonna say. Glee is the perfect example of a problematic show that people will not acknowledge the problems with. So, like the fans will not acknowledge the problem.
If you guys haven't seen Eddie Burback's video on the pilot episode of Glee, you need to watch it immediately. It is so good because he was like watching it for the first time and he was like, "Oh my god, is this what Glee was the whole time? Everybody sucks."
Because if they tried to make Glee in this day and age, it would not be made. It would
Yeah.
not be made because
Yeah.
because the teacher is he's just I hate that teacher.
The thing with Glee is like I'm all for being like, okay, this, this character, like if the characters were all super likable and some of the actors turned out to be bad people, you can be like, well, the character isn't the actor, but a lot of the characters are just bad people. And it's
Yeah,
just like, so
yeah,
what's happening? I know I never watched
yeah.
Glee, but like I'm just like I'm confused, guys. So yeah, it's a lot. No, but honestly, why did the teacher not give not give up twerking so the kid can go to the fucking bath? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yeah,
I,
Glee is just everybody's just like, what the fuck was Glee? It was just like this fever dream of like 2000s ness.
it's part of like the era of you. It's like that era of YouTube where like people were problematic, but they were like super popular too, like the prank channels and all that.
Oh yeah, 'cause nobody was talking about it yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like people like Sam Pepper who were like doing nonsense in public, or like people like Rice Gum who are saying problematic things.
Yeah.
And now we look back at it like, why? Or like the Fine Brothers. Like
Oh
people don't
god, the
like the
Fine
Fine
Brothers
Brothers
is a
anymore.
great example because like at least Sam Pepper was being called out at the time. Rice Gum was probably always being called out, but like the Fine Brothers used to be like everybody's favorite. And you look back and you're just like, there are some really messed up things that the Fine Brothers made.
Yeah. Well, all right then. Chapter 6. A human has only two eyes. Both are on the front of the face. It is the same with most Earth species. These human eyes are very similar to our own main eye, but humans seem fascinated by my stalk eye. One of the humans, Marco, has said they creep him out big time. I believe this to be a compliment. From the Earth Diaries of Aximili Esquerithishtil. He's got a California
I
diary.
was just gonna say, I love this.
Amalia is a manager group of rebels that call themselves Banish. And
Or
this rebellion group uses instruments of sound torture.
can you imagine him having to deal with Dawn though?
The tyrant, which is Dawn, and constantly intrudes on her neighboring nation, Sunshine Daydream, and I fear her from afar.
And I fear her from afar. Yes, I also fear Dawn from afar.
I speak and thought speak many profound things at her, which she cannot speak back to me of. From the Irish Diaries of Actively Escarutishtil. Fuck Dawn.
Okay, but am I the only one that kind of thinks Dawn and Visser 3 would kind of get along? Because they're both super
I
bitchy.
think I said that. No, no, no. I said that. No, it was Doofenshmirtz and Dawn, where he'd ask
Doofenshmirtz is too
Perry to
pure, but
He would ask Perry to save him from Dawn, and Dawn would
yes.
be like, "Why is this in the trash? This is recyclable bottle. Do you not recycle? Do you not care about the earth?" I hired her because I needed an assistant. Ready the platinum.
Yes.
All right, here it is. Cassie said, "School, or as I like to call it, or as I like to think of it, purgatory." School was very active. There were large numbers of humans racing about at high speed. Others moved very slowly and seemed sad or ill. Many carried books. Most made mouth sounds. As usual, they were dressed in a shocking variety of clothing. Clothing that is not a uniquely human idea, but of course, Andalites do not indulge in it. However, when I am in human morph, I must wear clothing. All of my human friends, even Tobias, agree on this. They agree very strongly on this one. I saw Rachel and Marco approaching through the crowd of humans. My other human friends tell me that Rachel is beautiful and Marco is cute. Aw, that's nice. Cassie called Rachel beautiful and Jake called Marco cute.
Oh.
That's how I put it, anyways. As an
It definitely
Andalite,
wasn't Jake calling his cousin cute. Definitely not.
I don't observe either trait. However, when I am in human morph, I begin to see that Rachel actually is very beautiful.
Oh.
But I never see that Marco is cute. At school, how dare you talk to my son that way? My son is a very adorable young gipper. He gets it from his father. At school, the Animorphs must pretend not to be very close. This is so any suspicious human controllers will not begin to think of them as a group. Hi, Marco, Rachel, Prince Jake said. Be my cousin, Philip. Yes, I am Prince Jake's cousin, Philip, I said. I am from out of the state.
This is gonna go so well.
How do you do, fellow kids?
More Steve Buscemi, I'm so proud.
Okay. Where was that? Marco made a smile with his mouth. You're from way, way out of state. Don't call me Prince. Prince Jake hissed. Nice to see you again, Philip, Rachel said and winked. Since she was really Jake's cousin, she would have already met Philip. See you guys later. Good luck. You'll need it, Marco added. When we went inside the school building, it seemed to be nothing but a very long corridor. It was filled with humans, Along each side of the corridor were doors. Some of the doors were large, but there were hundreds of much smaller doors. I observed people opening the small doors, but no one ever went inside. He's talking about lockers. Where do the small doors lead? I asked. Nowhere. Those are lockers, Cassie said. Everyone has a locker. See? There's my locker right there. We went to Cassie's locker. It was decorated with a shiny pendant. The shiny pendant had a wheel with numbers on it. Cassie spun the wheel back and forth. Is that a ritual? I asked. Chew, wool, ritual. No, that's a lock. It keeps people out. Why? So they won't steal my stuff. She opened her locker and began putting things in and taking things out. What is that? I asked. Uh, that. This is so between the lines.
Yeah, it really is.
F at k at b at bat. Let's see. Is that a picture? Cassie said. She quickly closed the door of her locker. It looked like a picture of Prince uh Jake, I pointed
Oh.
out. Why would you have a picture of him when he is right here and you can see him? Aw, that's so cute. Kathy shrugged and looked down at the ground. Aw. Humans
Oh.
have many facial expressions. I believe this one indicated either sickness or embarrassment.
Oh.
Come on, Axe, Prince Jake said. He was smiling at Cassie, and she was continuing to look sick or embarrassed. We'll see you later, Cassie. Time for first. But then this terrible, mind shattering sound. Bring. I can't make a good bell sound. So you'll have to deal with that. That's public school sounds. For my people out there who know what I'm talking about, the bells would sound. I spun around. I raised my human arms ready to use them for defense. I wish I had my tail. It's a terrible thing to be without a tail in a fight, but I was ready to do the best I could with my human body. Philip, relax. That noise! I cried. What kind of beast is it? Axe, it's just the bell for first period, Jake said. Take it easy. People are staring. It's not a threat? No, it's not a threat. It's depressing, but not dangerous. I followed Prince Jake as he led the way down the hall. It was difficult to forget the horrible noise. When humans are threatened by their bodies are flooded with the chemical that make them hyper alert, fearful, and
Mm-hmm.
aggressive. That chemical is called adrenaline. Hold on, I see some things from Natty.
Natty says true. And then Natty says, like, it couldn't sound like a bell for some fucking reason.
It's true. In public school, it's like, even though you see like the little thing, it always like made a sound.
We don't have the budget for a bell. It's just a buzzer now.
Chris saying, someone super bitchy working for Visser 3. No, Dawn wouldn't work with Visser 3. She would be working above Visser 3. What if Dawn's just Visser 2?
Yeah, right. Exactly. She'd start as
She
like Visser 4 and then move her way up.
her ruse is that she does a babysitter's club. That's her ruse. That's her disguise.
Yeah, that's how she recruits.
That's how she recruits the parents, and the parents recruit the children in turn.
Be a very
Right,
organized recruitment. But
That's
yeah,
why
Visser
Christy
3
hates
is
her
really
so much.
bitchy, so like I feel like they would kind of eventually get along, but then they'd kind
That's
of hate
that.
each other.
That's why Christy hates her so much because she knows that Dawn is with her too, and she infested Marianne.
Oh no.
That's why she friggin' hates Dawn because Dawn infected Marianne, and Marianne's the controller now.
Oh lord. Or Marianne.
Marianne's just like that's just an allegory for like the Cold War, where Christy represents the U.S. and Dawn represents the Soviets.
We're gonna one day read that fourth book that was supposed to be the last book, Once Upon a Time in Babysitter's Club, where Marianne makes friends with Dawn, and we're just gonna be like, the terror began.
Toonymation wants to know what time is the stream tomorrow. Yeah.
It'll probably start sometime between noon and 1. I'll keep everybody posted. It's I think on the schedule I have it set as 1, but it might start a little earlier. But we'll see.
It was difficult to forget the horrible noise. The humans are okay. I read that. My system was now flooded with adrenaline. It was very distracting. We entered one of the large doors. Inside were approximately 30 humans arranged in small, confining seats. At the front of the room was a large table. An older human stood there. Everyone get to your seats, the older human said. Prince Jake said, Mr. Pardue, this is my cousin from out of town. His name's Philip. He's just hanging out with me today, okay? Just sit, be quiet, and sit. I could tell from Prince Jake's facial expression that he was troubled. He took my arm and led me to the back of the room. Take that desk, Prince Jake said. Take it where? Where? I mean, sit. I understood sitting. I was getting pretty good at passing for a human. Once, for 2 days, I had to morph Prince Jake and pretend to be him. I was successful in fooling his parents and brother, although I later learned that his parents believed he had become mentally ill. When the real Prince Jake returned, they took him to see a doctor. Sitting in this desk is unpleasant. You got that right, dude. A human I didn't know said. What's going on back there? Quiet down. The teacher demanded loudly. What? Suddenly, he clutched at his head with both hands. Everyone be quiet! Quiet! Now, Prince Jake looked very troubled.
Ah.
Mr. Pardue, are you okay? All of a sudden, the other humans stared at the teacher too. Everyone was very quiet. Okay, Mr. Pardue demanded in an angry voice. I am okay. I am. Ah! Without warning, Mr. Pardue pitched forward. He fell onto the floor. He clawed at his head with his hands, and he cried, Yerk! Get out of me! He clawed at his head till the blood began to flow. All right.
He's just having one of those hormone headaches. He's fine.
He's just having a hangover. Had a crazy night the night before.
I'm back.
So a yuck and a human walk into a bar. And the yuck tells the human, hey, let me whisper something into your ear.
I say let it
And
die, let it die, let it
the
shrivel up
human
and
leans
die.
over, and the yuck doesn't whisper anything in his ear.
Oh, sorry. Still trying to learn how not to hit the microphone.
All right, then. Chapter 7. Arrgh! The teacher cried as he clawed at his head. One of the humans began screaming, What's happening? What's happening? Someone else ran into the hallway and began shouting out, Help! 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 So Prince Jake and I sat very still side by side in the back of the room. Stop damaging our body, Mr. Purdue cried. Then, as if he were answering himself, he said in a slurred voice, Get out of my head! Get out of my head! You're finished! Prince Jake's gaze met my own. We both knew what was happening. We caressed each other, and slowly, I can feel the embrace of his arms.
What
Sorry.
the fuck?
Because he said Prince Jake met my own. Prince Jake's gaze met my own.
Oh.
I acquired him with a touch on his cheek.
According to
All right.
Natty, that's the Marco and Axe scene.
Yeah. That makes two. Prince Jake whispered. Two that we've seen. Something is going wrong for them. Mr. Pardue began crying. He began cursing. All the while, he writhed on the floor, and the other humans stood around, horrified, helpless. Did you know this teacher was a controller? Oh wait, did you know this this teacher was a controller? I asked Prince Jake, making my voice very quiet. No, he always seemed like a nice guy. I can't just sit here and watch this. Get out of me! Mr. Pardue screamed suddenly. The yerk in the teacher's head was weakening, and it was starving from lack of Kendrona rays. The human host, the real Mr. Pardue, was fighting for control. Suddenly, Prince Jake stood up and rushed to the teacher's side. I was right behind him. I tried to grab his arm to stop him, but he was too quick. Prince Jake! I snapped, but he ignored me. Prince Jake knelt by the teacher's bleeding head. I know what this is, he whispered. I know what this is, Mr. Pardue. Write it out. The yerk will die. You'll be free. Others were coming closer, close enough to overhear. Stay back, I said to them. There may be danger. Okay. I think what I didn't know what else to. It seemed to work. The others stayed back. Stay back, you guys. He has cooties. He's got the cheese. He's got the cheese touch. Mr. Pardue rolled his eyes up to focus blearily on Jake's face. Prince Jake grabbed the teacher's shoulder in a tight grip. I've been there, he whispered. I've done it, Mr. Pardue. I was a controller for a while. I survived. Just hang in there. I searched the faces of the other humans, trying to see if they had overheard. Jake was my prince, my mission, my love. I'll stop. I promise.
Christopher is right. It is a really bad idea considering that Tom goes to the same school and knows damn well that they don't have a brother or a cousin Philip.
Yeah, but this is on the other side, Tom. This is our adopted cousin.
Adopted cousin. Either that or they do have a cousin Philip that Tom's never met. And he's just like, oh, yeah, you don't remember cousin Philip? Can't believe you. Mom, can you believe this? He forgot about cousin Philip.
Yeah. I'm gonna stop with the whole Prince Jake, my love, and all that. But it's such an it's such a good setup. They're throwing watermelons at me.
It is being written in a very strange way. I will give it that.
They're throwing watermelons. They gotta hit those watermelons. They can't let them pass by. They're chucking watermelons. They gotta smash them. All right. Suddenly, the door of the room opened. I recognized the human who rushed into the Chapman. He is the assistant principal for the school. He is also a high ranking controller. All right, kids, everyone out. Chapman snapped. Everyone out to the playground, out of the building. Mr. Purdue is just sick. You! Mr. Purdue cried. No! Chapman is. I said out! Chapman roared. The humans fled the room, anxious to be away from the scene of madness. But Prince Jake did not move. He stayed by the human called Pardue. I saw his fist clench. There was a dangerous light in his eyes. Chapman looked at me, then back at Prince Jake. Jake, you and your friend get out. For a frozen moment of time, no one moved. I held my breath. Would Prince Jake start a fight? If so, I would have to join him. But this was a foolish fight. Prince Jake could not afford to reveal himself. I grabbed Prince Jake's arm and yanked him up to his feet. He glared furiously. We have to go, I said. He slowly nodded. Yeah, hope he gets better. He looked at Chapman. He will get better. Won't he, Mr. Chapman? Who can say? The controller answered coldly. I drew Prince Jake away. He stopped and we looked back. Chapman draw a short steel cylinder from his pocket. He pressed it against the neck of the weeping teacher. No! Mr. Pardue cried. No! Then very quickly, Mr. Pardue fell silent. Prince Jake turned away and ran. He pushed his way through the others, who were still clustered just outside the classroom. He ran clear outside. He gasped at the air as if he did not have sufficient oxygen. I caught up to him, but it was difficult. He had more practice running on two legs. Prince, I mean, Jake, are you sick? He shook his head. Pardue was a controller. The Yerk was starving. And why? Because we destroyed the Kendrona. Me and you and the others. We did this. It was necessary, I said. We struck a powerful blow against the Yerks by destroying the Kendrona. Chapman killed him, didn't he? Prince Jake said. The steel cylinder. Did you see that? Not just the Yerk, but the real Pardue. He killed them both. There was no point in lying anymore. Prince Jake had seen the truth, and the idea of lying now, here, made me feel unwell inside. If the Yerk inside the teacher had died, the teacher would have survived and been free, I said. He would have told the other humans what happened. He would have warned them. The Yerks can't allow witnesses. They're going to kill every host whose Yerk died, aren't they? Prince Jake asked bitterly. Every human controller whose Yerk dies is going to be eliminated. That's true, isn't it? Yes. Prince Jake's face showed an expression. I believe it was an expression of sickness. We did this, Prince Jake said. It's war. My brother, Prince Jake said. Tom. He's a controller. What about him? I had no answer. The Yerks would save as many as they could. But if their emergency system was breaking down, they would do what had to be done. They would eliminate any evidence. Prince Jake was staring at me. You knew they would do this. I glared back at him. Maybe it was the human adrenaline in my system, but I was becoming angry now. Angry at the accusing look in Prince Jake's eyes. Yes, I knew. How did you know? I hesitated. Prince Jake did not like my hesitation. He suddenly wheeled around and pushed me against the wall. How did you know the Yerks would do this? Because it's happened before. You think this is the first planet the Yerks have infiltrated? Do you think Earth is the only place where we Andalites have fought them? They don't leave witnesses. Prince Jake let me go, but he looked at me with unmistakable suspicion. I don't like you keeping secrets from me, Axe. I'm your friend. We're your friends. We should know whatever you know. You didn't tell me about this. Terrible things happen in war, I said. You did what you had to do. Destroying the Kandrona was part of that war. You can say it's a war, Prince Jake said, but I hate it. Love the warrior, hate the war. War, rah. What is that? An old Andalite saying? Prince Jake said, asked sarcastically. Yes, my brother used to say it. Prince Jake looked at me for a very long time. It made me uncomfortable. You know something, Axe? Sometimes I get the feeling we humans are just pawns in this big game between you Andalites and the Yerks. We're just ammunition in this war, aren't we? Too dumb to know what's going on. Too primitive to be real warriors. That is not the way it is, I said. My own anger was diminishing. Prince Jake's suspicion was not. You fight alongside us, Axe. As far as I'm concerned, you're one of us. But then I find out you're keeping secrets. Rachel and Marco keep asking me, what do we know about Axe? What has he ever told us about his own planet? Well, we show him everything. I told them we could trust you. Now I wonder. I really wonder. There is no trust when you keep secrets. You should have told me this is what the Yerks would do. You know, I have a brother who. You know about Tom. I had a right to know what could happen. Maybe you would have not destroyed the Corona if you had known it could endanger Tom, I pointed out. Prince Jake stuck his face very close to mine. That's what you think. You know what, Axe? You're right to try and learn about more about humans because you don't know a thing about us. Not a thing. All right, chat, how we doing?
Well, it's not like Axe wants to be on Earth. The Yerks went onto the Earth first. Stop attacking my child, right? Yeah, he literally was like crashed down and was under the sea. I don't think this is an ideal situation for Axe either.
Axe represents a whole planet of people. How is it that his people think that they had the how is it that Axis people think that they need to be rescuing us from them?
I mean, fair, but again, acts like as himself is a child and had no choice.
Well, Jake and the and Jake and everyone else is a child too, and they didn't really have a choice of
Yeah,
being
nobody's
given the powers.
nobody's really in the wrong in this particular situation. It just sucks for everybody because war sucks.
No, Axe is wrong in this. I disagree. I disagree. All right, look at you. You know nothing. Just like Rosie O'Donnell and Elizabeth Hasselbeck on the what is it? The talk.
Oh gosh, probably. But no,
You
like
said nothing. This is war. I still think it was funny that he added the war right
war.
in between.
I thought Jake was just legitimately going to punch him.
I can't wait to I can't wait to the point in the series where we have full on discussions and arguments in the chat. I'm like, no, they should have done that. It is not again, this is war. There's no rules in war.
I agree with Natty though. Like he's a kid who's showed up on an alien planet who is literally trapped under the sea. Like, and his brother died. Like his whole family is dead. He's doing his best out here.
How are we liking my Jake voice so far? Should I just go back to the deadpan?
It's reminding me
Or-
of Luther from
Or should I go back? Or should I be using this voice?
It's reminding me of Luther from Umbrella Academy.
Luther.
Yeah. Actually, Luther was in love with his sister, so maybe there's more parallels that I'm noticing. No, it's good. It's really good. I didn't mean to imply that it wasn't good. Jake has been
Everybody
known to be
hated it.
emotional in these types of situations. So, yeah, Jake does make very he has been known to make very emotional decisions when it comes to his brother. Not that that's unfair to not that it's fair to be necessarily mad at him about that, but from Axe's point of view, he's just trying to keep people alive. Everybody behaving good. My charger cord is about. Thank you, Paolo. I appreciate the check-in.
Yeah, I can't wait till we get to the part of the books or the series in the books where it's like we
Oh, his whole
have a
family isn't dead.
split
Okay.
down the middle.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
His whole family isn't dead, but his brother's dead.
where it's like we're gonna get full on arguments like they should have done that. No, they're not like the you get me? Just
Yeah.
like full blown flame wars in the Discord.
We can keep it civil, but we probably will have disagreements.
You would sacrifice hundreds to save a million.
Now, again, me and my sister have had these types of discussions. We know we'd want to make a sacrifice in order to save the world. I mean,
But it's like the whole train track dilemma. Do you flip the switch and kill one family or loved one, or do you kill 5 people to save one person?
yeah, and if it's somebody you know, it always changes people's minds. I don't know. Is it ethical to just let a bunch of people die though because somebody you know is going to die? Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the hard part. Yeah, Christopher, you shouldn't have kept the Animorphs in the dark, but at the same time, it's part of the laws apparently that they can't share info.
Yeah. Again, this kid has been doctrinated into like nationalist propaganda on top of everything else. So like not
Yeah.
saying what he did was right, but just saying like what do you want from him?
What I want from him is a little bit of trust in his friends. They rescue him, and in return, he doesn't give them information. That's not a good trade off. We rescued you. We gave you our homes and our hearts.
I
And
mean,
what do you give us in return?
home. He's living out in the woods.
In Cassie's land.
Yeah, he's living in the field behind Cassie's barn.
All right, he gets an acre and a mule. What is it? 5 acres and a mule.
5
But he
acres and
was
a
taught
mule?
not to. Isn't that like a thing? Isn't that like in Lincoln's speech or something?
Oh gosh, I have no idea. Again, like Axe, I probably wasn't paying attention.
5 acres and a mule or something like that. Okay. Chapter 8. An Andalite may think that humans are simple, open, trusting creatures, but they are more subtle than they seem to be at first. Possibly this is because of their spoken language. There are no words where no words ever mean just one thing.
True. That's
from the
very true.
di- from the Earth Diaries of Maximilian Scruth Ishtel. Speaking of diaries, you should start reading. You should start reading the Princess Diaries.
Oh my god, aren't the Princess Diaries like way like not good like the movies though?
The first Princess Diary is great. It is a hidden gem, true hidden gem. People just think that it's bad because it's associated with Princess Diaries.
I like Princess Diaries too. Princess Diaries 2 is a hidden gem of a movie.
Not you. I don't even know you. Hold on. Wait for me. Not you. I don't even know you. My day at the human school ended with the removal of a teacher who had been a controller. Prince Jake went home. I went back to the woods and gratefully resumed my true shape. But I spent a very bad afternoon and night. I realized that Prince Jake and the humans could no longer be true shorms. Aw, someone's feelings are hurt. I knew there was a between me, but they were all I had. Without them, I was utterly alone, and Prince Jake's anger and suspicion had hurt me. It was terribly low to be a million Earth miles, every living member of your own. The next day, Marco invited me to hang out. This was a surprise. Marco has never been very friendly. Cassie advised Prince Jake. Rachel, too, has never seemed to take. I morphed into my human body and met Marco. So, he said, you want to be Pinocchio, huh? What? Pinocchio was a little boy carved out of wood. He wanted to be a real live human. I do not want to be a human. I merely wish to study them. Marco smiled. What a coincidence. And I want to study Andalite. It took me several minutes for me to understand what he. Oh, Prince Jake asked you to press me for information. Jake was a little ticked off that you didn't tell everything. Marco said. Rachel was even more ticked. Come on. We have to catch the bus. Come on, we have to catch the bus. You want to learn about humans, right? I thought I'd take you to a bookstore. Smart as you are, you can learn to read English. Bookstore? Book store. Yeah, books. Fiction. History. 100,000 books all about the human race. And you get to choose any of them you want. We have no secrets, unlike certain. I could mention who don't even tell us a little thing like how they eat with no mouth. I see. You open your society to me. Society. T. And you want me to do the same in return. I told Jake I could cleverly weasel all the information out of you. Said, no. Axe is a friend. Show him we have nothing to hide. Maybe he'll finally decide to trust us. We're family. Quit with that Dominic Toretto nonsense, Jake G.
You don't go against the family.
Well, family. We're not about that Dominic Toretto stuff. I felt a pang of guilt. They were treating me with trust. They're like, they're treated like the Animorphs are the parents and acts as their child, and they're like, we're very disappointed in you, and just trying to turn this into a learning experience for the child. I felt a pang of guilt. They were treating me with trust. They had never done anything to hurt me. On the contrary, they had been wonderful to me, good in every way. I have reasons for keeping secret, I said. Marco nodded. Yeah, we know. Rachel says you probably aren't allowed to interfere with primitive races like human. I was surprised. It was very close to the truth. At first, I didn't know what to say. Marco smiled a cold smile and nodded his head. So that is it, right? Kind of too late for that attitude, isn't it? After all, Yerks are interfering with us like crazy. I had no answer to give. But as I looked around the streets, at all the humans in their cars, and all the humans lurching along on two legs, it occurred to me just how defenseless I would be without Prince Jake and Marco and the others. We had reached the bus stop. Suddenly, Marco slapped his pants. Oh man, I left my money at home. We all pitched in for your book. I left it on my desk. Come on. Where are we going? Ing. Inga, ing, 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 ing. That is a very satisfying sound. Yeah, everybody loves a good ing. We have to run over to my house. Don't worry, it's just around the corner. Marco led Marco led me down the street. There were houses on both sides. Big, boxy structures with transparent rectangles here and there. That is Prince Jake's house, I said. I had spent time in Prince Jake's house. No, it's just the same model as this is a subdivision. There are only like 5 different models of houses. They all look alike. Welcome to the suburbs, but it beats the place I used to live in. He was correct. There are only 5 types of house, although some had more grass and some had less. Also, some houses were decorated with items that had been placed on the grass. What is that decoration? I asked. Marco followed the direction of my gaze. He rolled his eyes upward. That's a big wheel. It is very attractive, very colorful. Uh-huh. I'd love to tell you how it works, but it's the very height of human technology. So it's secret. Primitive races could get hold of big wheels, and then who knows what might happen. I'm still learning about human mouse sound, but I'm very sure Marco's down with sarcasm. That's my house. My dad is home, working. He sprained his ankle, so he's using his home computer. Don't be weird, okay? No, I will not be weird. Weird. I will act like a normal human. You act like a normal human and you'll win an Oscar, Marco said. He led the way up to his house and opened the door. Okay, look, you wait right there by the table. Don't go anywhere. If my dad comes in and talks to you, just say yes and no. Got it? Yes and no answers only. I'll run up to my room. I'm going to call one of the others to meet us at the bookstore. You're already driving me nuts. I stood by the table. There was a primitive computer on the table. It even had a solid 2-dimensional screen and a keyboard, an actual keyboard. I touched the keyboard. It was amazing. Andalite computers once had keyboards too, although ours were very different, and it had been centuries since we'd used it. On the screen of the computer was a game. The object of the game was to spot the errors in a primitive symbolic language and correct them. Of course, before I could play, I had to make sense of the system, but it was simple enough. Once I understood the system, it was easy to spot the errors. I quickly rewrote it to make sense out of it. I win, I said to myself. Hello? I turned around. It was an older human. He was paler than Marco, but other features were similar. Marco had warned me to say nothing, father, but yes and no. No, I said to Marco's father. I'm Marco's dad. Are you a friend of his? Yes. What's your name? No, I answered back. Your name is No? Yes. Well, that's an unusual name, isn't it? No. It's not? Yes. Yes, it's not an unusual. No. Well, now I'm totally confused. Yes. Marco's father stared at me. Then, in a loud voice, he yelled, Hey, Marco, Marco, would you, your friend is here. Your friend, no, is here. No, I said. Yes, that's what I said. Marco came running down the stairs. Whoa, he cried. Dad, you met my friend. No, Marco's father said. What? Marco asked. Marco's father shook his head. I'm just getting old. I don't understand you, kid. Yes, I offered. After that, we went to the bookstore.
Christ.
All right, what I miss?
Your friend Robert Giovanni Lucinda Philip Smith.
My child is trying.
Not to be confused with Nancy Marie Eloise Drew. Our child is trying. That is true.
I'm giving Marco's father the old, suspender then glasses type of voice.
Ned Flanders' voice.
Well, howdy do, neighbor. Howdy diddly do, neighbor.
All right, last chapter for you.
No, chapter 10.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
wait.
That's right.
Yeah. No. You're right. This is my last chapter, and then you start on chapter 10. Because it's 32 and 32.
Cool.
Okay. All right. Ding. This is the final chapter of Side A of Animorphs Book 8. If you would like to continue to Part B, finish this chapter, flip over the cassette tape, and press play. Chapter 9. Books are an amazing human invention. They allow instant access to information simply by turning pieces of paper. They are much faster to use than computers. Surprisingly, humans invented books before computers. They do many things backward, from the Earth Diary, the facsimile, Excruce Ishtil. It was an evening. It was evening of the next day. I was in the woods. I was reading a book. The book was called The World Almanac. Did you know that 12% of households have a dehumidifier? Did you know that a sheep can live for 20 years? Did you know that humans used to believe the sun orbited Earth? It's a wonderful book. The book told me many useful things. It took humans only 66 years to go from inventing the first flying machine to landing on the moon. Is that true? That's pretty dang crazy.
No, that is true. Yeah.
Less than 100 years. That's crazy.
66, yeah.
It took the Andalites almost 3 times as long. Humans are a very clever species. Someday, if they survive, what a backhanded compliment. Well, maybe if they survive.
I mean, they're going through something right now. So,
Someday, if they survive, they could be one of the great races of the galaxy. Of course, Andalites will always be greater. They're the propaganda speaking. I was standing by the stream. with one hoof in the water, drinking when my stalk eye saw a swift shadow falling from the sky. Tobias opened his wings and shot just over my head. Axe, everyone's looking for you. Stay right here. I have to get them. He had kept most of his speed, so he swiftly disappeared above the trees. But a moment later, he was back, with four other large birds of prey following him. Tobias took a position on the branch. The others landed on the ground. I knew when it was the other. I knew then it was the other animal. Do you think that? Sorry. Do you think that Marco and Axe went to Winslow Books?
Yeah, I think that was still more popular than like I don't know that this was probably before like a Barnes and Noble time.
They went to Winslow Books, and then Ducky fell in love with Axe. He's like, "Oh, I just love the way that you are. You're so out there. That's so brave of you." So
You know what's charming? Ducky would
it's
just be like, "Oh, he is weird." Anyway,
like, "Oh, I must visit the Yukon." Or he'd be like, "You're from Siberia? Oh, I must visit Siberia." I was standing by. Oh yeah, I read that part. I read. They quickly began to demorph. Prince Drake grew out of a falcon's racing. Rachel emerged from a huge bald eagle. Cassie and Marco had both acquired osprey morph and were now becoming human again. I felt a tingling of worry. They had obviously been searching and were in a hurry. What's the matter? I asked. What's the matter? Marco demanded. You're asking what's the matter? I'll tell. But at that point, Marco crossed the line from um, thought speaking morph back to human. His human mouth was still a beak, however, so he just squawked. I watched Cassie as she made the change. Cassie is a natural estuary, a person with the ability to make morphing almost artistic. On my planet, it is an art form. There are professional estuarians who change shape in fantastic, beautiful. Cassie was not a professional, but she had the talent. As she morphed, she formed pleasant shapes. For a while, she had an enlarged osprey head, as large as a human head, and vast wings attached to a human body. When the others morphed, they are much less subtle. From them, for them, human parts simply ooze out, while feathers melt away. It was very unappealing. Humans find it frightening and disgusting as well, I believe. And they even recognize that Cassie had the talent for morphing. What did you do? Marco's mouth had reappeared. I don't understand the question. My dad's computer? You did something to it, didn't you? I I merely played the game. Game? Game? There was no game. That's my dad's work.
uh-oh.
No, it was a game. You had to find the errors in the instruction. Suddenly, an idea occurred to me. Oh, I understand. Your father designs games for children. Cassie started to laugh, then silenced herself. No acts. He writes software programs for high tech uses. He was working with astronomers at the observatory. They were designing a program for aiming the radio telescope at the new observatory. I nodded as I had seen humans do. Yes, I could. It could be used for that purpose, but it was also obviously errors. I assumed it was a child's game. If you say game again, I swear I am going to punch you, Marco said. Prince Jake put his hand on Marco's shoulder. What Marco means is it was not a game. His father is going nuts about it. My dad says you may have created some whole new branch of computer software. Plus, at the same time, opened up a new way to do astronomy. He showed it to the guy at the observatory. They are totally losing it. They're talking about Nobel Prizes. I had to convince my dad that it was just an accident. I told him, you were an idiot. You are not the next Einstein. Einstein. Yes, I read about him in the World Almanac. He was the first human to realize that matter and energy acts. Rachel exploded. Are you not getting this? What if some controller hears about this new software? Don't you think that they might guess that it was an Andalite who came up with it? It hit me quite suddenly. She was right. If those equations were supposed to be real, not a game, but real, then I had just pushed human science ahead by a century, maybe more. I think he just got it, Marco said sarcastically. What is a radio telescope? I asked Marco. He shrugged. Like I would know. What am I, a science teacher? A radio telescope is a telescope that sees by picking up radio waves and other radiation for space, Cassie said. Marco gave her an incredulous look. Not all of us sleep through science class, Marco, Cassie said. I see. A primitive sensor. Yes, that would make sense, of course, with the changes I made. What? Marco snapped. What about the changes you made? The changes I made would only. Suddenly I stopped. The truth, the whole truth, was beginning to dawn on me. A radio telescope, huge high powered collector of broad spectrum energy. My mind raced through my memories of classes from a long time ago. I could almost picture my teacher explaining, yes, yes, the right adjustment and the right software. Yes, I could bounce the collected energy back, focus it, modulate it with my own mind, and break into Z space, zero space. I could use the system to send messages through Z space. I could communicate with my own world. I felt it as a blow that made me weak. It was true. I could use that radio telescope to call my homeworld, to call my people, my family. I don't think I had ever admitted till that moment just how much I wanted to see another Andalite. Axe, what are you hiding now? Rachel demanded. I tried to concentrate on her question, but my mind was spinning. It made me feel weak. I could contact my home planet. I could, but at the same time, there was another truth. I had to destroy this technology. I had broken the law of Ciro's kindness. I had given the humans a huge advance in technology. Axe, Rachel asked you a question. Jake said tersely. What is this? What's up with you? My duty was clear. I could not tell my human friends what I had done. I had to erase the damage. I had to kill Mark. But before I did that, would it be wrong to contact my family? Would it be so wrong to once again see them? I'm not hiding anything, I lied. Nothing at all. Okay. This is the end of side A, Animorphs Book 8, The Alien. If you would like to continue to side B, please flip over this cassette and continue with side B, narrated by Avery Bannon.
The crocheting has made some progress while I was sitting here.
So how's chat doing so far?
Natty says, I don't know why this is my headcanon, but I would like to think that most aliens are pansexual and gender identity feels like it would only be a thing on Earth. I think that aliens do have a very different way of thinking about gender. Beauteous. Chat is beauteous, according to Natty.
Yeah, I'd like to meet the alien race that finds wealth classes attractive.
It is true. Why would you leave? He left Axe alone and then expected nothing to go wrong.
He gave him clear instructions, and as a what did they call them? As a cadet, he needed to listen. He was given orders.
He's a cadet in training.
No, he's a cadet. He's a warrior cadet, not a cadet in training. He is a cadet. He was
All
a
right,
warrior in training.
fair enough. I'm gonna sip my
But
drink.
what's wrong? Why is that a problem though? Because if they find out who made that happen, they're going to try and infest. Um, they're gonna try and infest Marco's dad because they think Marco's dad is some genius who made this advancement in technology.
I mean, his mom's already a controller, so you know.
His mother is literal Visser one.
His mother is mother to all.
Yes, she's mother.
All right. This is side B of the Animorphs, the Alien, book 8 in the Animorphs series, read to you by Avery Vandenhouten. If you would like to start with side A, please flip over the cassette and start with Daniel Alberto's side A. Microphone. I'm so obsessed with this microphone. I feel like I could just
It's a good one.
I'm very, very glad. I looked for so long to find like just the right microphone, and I'm glad that I spent the time to like look around for one because I managed to find one that was affordable and good. I just feel like I could just like do sound bites now.
All right. Well, while you get started on that, I'm gonna take a break so I didn't get started since it's already like 11:20 your time and you still got like 11. Well, you got 32 pages to do.
You want me to wait for you before you come back though?
Nah, I'll be fine.
Okay, I'll catch you
figure
up.
it out. All right.
Chapter 10. They left and I ate. I feed at dark whenever possible. It is not the way I would do it at home, but I must always be very careful not to be seen. When I run in the open spaces, it must either be dark or Tobias must watch over me. My friends tell me that from a distance I look like a normal earth animal, a deer, or perhaps a small horse. But if any human saw me clearly, he would immediately know that I am not an earth species. So I eat at night, running wildly through the open grassy fields where Cassie's farm meets the edge of the forest. I run beneath a single moon, so different from moons of my own world. The moon of Earth rises and sets on some nights it cannot be seen at all. There are always at least 2 moons in our sky, and when all 4 moons are in the night sky, it's nearly as bright as day. Home, billions of miles away. Sometimes I hurt from thinking about my home. A warrior has to overcome that. But on nights when I stood alone in the forest or ran alone in the fields, I couldn't help but think of home. And now it was worse, so much worse, thinking that I could talk to them if I really wanted to. I could turn the human's radio telescope into a Z-space communicator, but if I did that, I would have broken our own law. I would have given the humans an advanced technology. Well, you know, they're already morphing. I couldn't do it. I was Elfingor. I wasn't Elfingor. I couldn't just decide to break the law of Saro's kindness. And yet, in the back of my mind, there was another thought that I had already accidentally transferred the software to the humans. It was an accident, so I hadn't broken any rules. And if I went to the observatory to wipe out the software, I would actually be doing the right thing. I could go to the observatory and erase the software, but before I erased it, I could use it to call my home. Would that be wrong? In my memory, I saw myself with my father and mother, and Elfingor was there too. He was alive in my memory. I remember when I was very little, and Elfingor, who was already a great warrior, came home on leave. I barely knew him. I'd seen his communications, but I'd never met him face to face. He had been away when I was born, off fighting the Yerks. But we went running together, just the two of us. Me, all clumsy, Elfingor like some creature from an Andalite myth, so fast and so powerful. It was kind of a shock to me. Until then, I guess I thought I was the most important person in the family, but it was hard to feel very important with Elfingor around. He didn't say much to me, but he didn't give me some big brother lecture. He was just himself. He talked to me the same way he talked to my parents. He never treated me like a younger Andalite, and that was great. After that, there was never any question in my mind what I wanted to be when I grew up. I wanted to be a warrior. I wanted to be like Elfingor. And now he was gone. My parents might not even know. For sure, they didn't know I was still alive. I slowed my run. I was far across the fields. I could see. Excuse me. I could see the lights from Cassie's farm. Foolish! I was so wrapped up in my thoughts I had grown careless. I turned to head back towards the forest. You might as well hang around for a while, a voice said. Cassie? She loomed up from the darkness. How had I missed seeing her? I looked closer. Cassie began to change. She kept her own human face, but the ghostly gray-white mane of a horse, and her legs ended in hooves, not human feet. You morphed a horse? I said. As soon as she was fully human, she responded, I do that sometimes. I like running, but I don't tell Jake. He'd be mad at me for using morphing for personal things. I don't believe he would be angry, I said. I am no expert on humans, but I believe Prince Jake has a special affection for you. Cassie laughed quietly. I doubt that. I'm just a friend and a fellow Animorph. Cassie, come on. Then why do you sometimes hold hands and intertwine your fingers? Oh, well, you weren't supposed to see that. Why not? It's kind of a long story, Cassie said. Just forget it, okay? How's your study of humans going? I have read the World Almanac. So, what do you think? I think humans are interesting. Uh huh. What do you really think? I hesitated. She seemed to want a more complete answer, but you can never be sure with humans. Often they become offended by small things. I'm missing something in chat. Hang on. Girl, gain some confidence. Yes. Um, I think there is a second reason why the Yerks wish to enslave your species, I said, aside from being able to have a lot of human hosts. Why? They're afraid of you. Afraid of us. Why? She laughed. Have you been reading all the stuff about wars? Humans aren't just about fighting wars. It may seem that way, but every species fights wars, I said. In the past, Andalites made war on other Andalites, and the Hork-Bajir used to have a biological time clock that set them all warring every 62 years. As for the Taxons, they are cannibals. Oh, yeah, well, we humans haven't been exactly perfect. Every species has something to be ashamed of, I said. Every species carries some terrible guilt. She looked closely at me. I could almost see her wondering whether I meant Andalites as well, but she decided not to ask the question. Instead, she asked another. So if it isn't the wars that bother you, what is it? You discovered radioactivity in 1896. In 1945, you exploded an atomic weapon. 49 years. In 1903, you flew for the first time. 66 years later, you landed on the moon. You really did read the World Almanac, didn't you? Cassie said with a smile. You're saying we do things quickly. I'm saying that the Yerks don't destroy you now. That if the Yerks don't destroy you now, they know that 50 years from now, humans will be capable of faster than light travel, and 100 years from now, who knows? Humans. How long did it take you Andalites to do those things? I don't remember. I lied. I see, Cassie said. I believe her tone of voice is called disappointed. I I hung my head. I am bound by my oath as an Andalite warrior. We must never give Andalite technology to any other species, and we try not to, talk about ourselves to other species. It sounded pathetic, even to me. Not even if it might help us beat the Yerks. But isn't that what your brother did when he gave us the power to morph? I didn't say some. Did I say something wrong, Cat? Oh, wait. Sorry, I missed something. I could think of an answer. It was true, of course. Elfingor had broken our laws. Did I say something wrong? Cassie asked. I'm not Elfingor, I said finally. I'm more like you, just a young one. Elfingor was a great prince. My people might understand and forgive what Elfingor did because he was an important person. I see, Cassie said. You know what? Why don't you morph to human and come inside? You could meet my mom and dad. We're just about to have dinner. I have eaten already. Cassie raised one eyebrow. You've eaten, huh? She seemed about to ask me a question, then decided against it. Okay, but you could still come in. You don't have to eat much. Just hang out. Come on, it would do you good. Do me good. Do I seem ill? No, just lonely. You seem very lonely. The word pierced me. I was surprised by how much it hurt. Yes, I was lonely, but I didn't think the humans knew. How would you explain to your family who I was? Cassie shrugged. You morphed Jake once, right? So be Jake. Oh my gosh.
Why couldn't you just say, "Oh, this is Jake's cousin Philip"?
Right? Morphin time, Bernie. We are not advancing as a species. We're going backwards. We are Natty.
Cassie is the Amalia of Animorphs.
Cassie knows. Cassie's the mom of the group. She just knows stuff. See, what humans are very interesting creatures who adapt and overcome. Hey everyone.
Cassie reminds me of that. You remember that one line where it's like, "You babies know you want some banana beef spaghetti." You know what I'm talking about?
I think so. Some vines I very much remember and still quote to this day, and some I somehow missed the boat on.
I'm sure Cassie, when she's older, she'll call everyone honey or and have them over for Sunday dinner,
She'll be like the
with them
mom friend that like considers
and
like
make
all of
and
all of
hand
her
make
kids'
cornbread.
friends call her mom, and she's just like motherly to like all of them.
Yeah, she's like, "Come on in, baby. We got a spot on the supper table just for you. Come on in.
Yeah,
Have
like
yourself a nice seat."
yeah, she'd be like the I'm picturing her as like the southern mom that like, cooks for everybody and,
I mean, they are in Florida, so
we've decided they are in Florida.
yes,
It's
come
like my
on in,
mom. She's like,
baby.
"You're having friends over? They're staying over for dinner, right?"
Speaking of Easter, because I was mentioning Easter, what was the cover dish you brought to the Easter?
It's a cover dish. So we had family over, and we made like a spiral honey ham and a bunch of vegetables and things like that. Um, and then the night before, my aunt's boyfriend made us like um, authentic stuffed shells, like Italian style. So that's kind of what we did.
I'm sorry, who made stuffed shells?
My my aunt and her boyfriend came to town, and my aunt's boyfriend
Uh,
is part Italian, so he was like, "I'm gonna make like authentic Italian stuffed shells."
he's
So good, but
Italian.
so good. By the way, we have two more pans. He made like 3 pans, and we only ate one of them. So guess what we're having tomorrow for dinner?
Italian food.
Italian. What's worse, Florida, Ohio, or New Jersey? Florida.
Oh, I was gonna say Ohio.
I've never been to Ohio, and I've only been through New Jersey, but I have been to Florida quite a bit, and Florida is something. I
Because
also
at
just
least
like to
Florida's
tease my
connected
parents
to the
because they're
water.
both grew up in Florida.
They're Floridians.
Yeah, my dad's from Miami. My mom grew up in Boca, so I'm just like, Florida, huh? And they're just like, we don't speak about Florida.
Natty says, "Fuck off, New Jersey's great." As a Jersey girl yourself, Jersey's not ugly. I'll just say that much. Jersey is not ugly because I've seen
Jersey's
Real Housewives of New Jersey.
Jersey's very cute. I don't know why everybody's like, ah, Jersey's so gross. I'm like, Jersey's
Because
just like
Jersey Shore
suburbia.
gave it a bad name.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you guys. Okay. Humans have very odd tastes. They think their music is beautiful. They are wrong. It is awful. All of it.
See, if he was in the California Diaries, if he was a character in the California Diaries, he'd be like, "Oh, Maggie is part of a rebellion group called the Vanish, and Amalia is the rebellion leader."
And they completely ignore their greatest accomplishments: the cinnamon bun, the Snickers bar, the hot pepper, and the refreshing beverage called vinegar. Oh. So he
So
does do well with very like sour and hot things. Good to
if
know.
he likes vinegar, I'm sure he would love Filipinos because Filipinos love their vinegar.
He would also love the New England Irish crew, vinegar on everything.
Because I have like the majority of my classmates are Filipino and they always have a potluck, so they always have to have like vinegar as like kind of like a they drizzle it on top of it what they eat.
Oh, my mom's family from New England is like French fries have to always have vinegar on them, and basically anything potato has to have vinegar on them. Like vinegar is a big deal. From the Earth
Nah, vinegar's
Diary
too
of
tart for me.
Axibili Es Escar. How do you say his name?
Escarut.
Escaruth. Aximili Escaruth Istil. Being in Prince Jake's body is no different from being in my regular human morph, except that it is slightly larger. Since the morph was formed from his DNA, I looked exactly like him. Cassie insisted I borrow a garment called overalls and a pair of boots from her barn before entering her home. Humans are very particular about clothing. I still do not understand why. Hi, Jake. Cassie talk you into helping her muck out the barn again? Cassie's father asked me as I walked into her house. He was a male, as all human fathers are. His hair was dark brown, but it seemed to have been removed from much of his head. He wore transparent lenses on his face, which I am told are for correcting faulty vision. His complexion is darker. He had the usual number of legs and arms. No, I said. She asked me to eat your food. Food. Ooh, duh. Well, someone has to eat it. Might as well be you who suffers. I cooked tonight, made my world famous chili. Cassie's eyes suddenly widened. She looked frightened. Oh, chili. Jake said he wasn't really hungry. He already ate. Is chili a very frightening food? I asked Cassie. His father grinned. Mine is. Is that Jake I hear out there? Someone called from the next room. A female appeared who I assumed was Cassie's mother. She had dark hair, but much more of it than Cassie's father. Her hair had not been removed. She stuck her two arms in my direction and walked towards me. Oh, you just get more handsome every time I see you, Jake. She wrapped her two arms around me and squeezed me briefly. Then she released me. Are you staying for some of the chili of doom? That
I don't
sounds
know
like a
why. I'm
Goosebumps
just
book.
like Axe would lose his freaking mind if like Cassie's mom just wear like sew-ins or something. Like, why do they put themselves through such torture of like braiding their hair and then put sticking pins in their hair
He'd be
just
fascinated. He'd
to
be like, "It's so beautiful of an art form, but I do not understand how it is done."
yeah, but
He wouldn't know how it was done, but he would respect it. He'd
yeah, but he'd
be
also freak
impressed.
out if the first time he saw someone take off like a wig.
He'd be like, "Yeah, like everybody. You know how like everybody wears like the colored wigs now?
Yeah.
Like they'd be like, well, they had pink hair, but now the pink hair is removable."
They are deceptive. Humans are deceiving. They change their hair on a whim, pretend to be others in ruse.
Says the shapeshifter.
It
Yes,
seems that they do not need morphing technology.
Yes, I asked him to join us, Cassie said, but he's not very hungry. In fact, he just ate, so he probably won't want any chili. Cassie's mother smiled at Cassie's father. Isn't it just precious the way she tries to protect him? Too late, Cassie's father said. He's trapped now. There is no escape. In order to eat, we had to sit down in front of a table. I have done this before while impersonating Prince Jake at Prince Jake's home, so I knew how to do it. I knew what a fork was, also a spoon and a knife. I discovered that chili is brown and red. It contains several ingredients and smells a lot. There was also something called jalapeno cornbread. Ooh, yum. And
God,
there
that sounds
was, and there was a bowl of pieces of different fruits. After so many warnings, I was very nervous about tasting the chili, but I sensed Cassie's father would be offended if I did not try some, so I ate a spoonful. I think that is long I think that as long as I live, I will never forget the experience. The chili was hot in temperature, but it was also hot in a totally new way. The taste buds of my human tongue seemed to explode. They burned with an intensity of flavor like nothing I'd tasted before or since. Every nerve in my body seemed to tingle. Water dribbled from tiny ducts beside my eyes. It was not as wonderful as chocolate, but it was intense. So incredibly intense. Oh, and Andalite would never understand this was what being human was all about. Taste the glory of it, the incredible wonder of it. This is a wonderful food, I cried. Excuse me, Cassie's mother said. Aha, at last someone who understands the joy of hot food, Cassie's father cried. I realized I had eaten my entire bowl of that marvelous chili. I wanted more. The taste, the feeling. I wanted more. There's plenty more, Cassie's father said. He filled my bowl again. Jake? Cassie said. You really don't have to eat that much. I'll eat yours, I cried. My eyes were bulging from my head. My skin was tingling. My stomach was making sounds,
yeah.
but still, I wanted more. I love this kid, Cassie's father said. I wonder if his parents would let us adopt him. Jake, you
Uh,
are a very discerning, intelligent young man. He's insane, Cassie's mother said. There's no other explanation. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my leg. I suspected that Cassie had kicked me under the table. I looked at her. She smiled sweetly and then said, and then, she smiled sweetly and then kicked me again. That's probably enough chili, she said. She was staring at me in a very direct way. Yes, that is enough chili, I agreed. I pushed the bowl away. Chili. Chili. I used habanero chilies. Ooh, habaneros is so good, Cassie's father said. The hottest substance known to man. That is not true at least anymore. But they
not
are pretty
anymore.
hot. Um, Not as hot as the temperature created during nuclear fusion, I pointed out. So how is school, Jake? Cassie's mother asked. I knew what this activity was. This was called making conversation. The rules were that each person would ask the other person questions, or a question. It is fine. And how is your work caring for animals? Same old, Cassie's mother said. Although we were about to have some new camel babies, Cassie's mother is a veterinarian at the zoo, a place where non human animals are kept. I think this is page 36. This is as far as we've ever gotten without hearing the Cassie's parents are veterinarians explanation.
Cassie's parents are vets. They work down at the garden.
No, the mother works down at the garden.
They own a barn
Yes, they
for the
both work at
wildlife
their own barn.
rehabilitation clinic.
Yup.
But I mean, if Cassie's dad is like so, I mean, like wait 20 years, Cassie's dad, because like 3-year-old, I see freaking 3-year-old eating like hot chips.
My brother used to eat salsa with like super hot salsa with a spoon and just freak
Like
out all the adults in the room.
like literally, kids these days are built different. They will eat hot stuff, like,
Oh
and
yeah,
and they're like, ah, and
Gen
still
Z
eat it.
fears nothing. Gen Z would fight God. They don't care.
Or they'll like take tahine and then just put it on their palm and then just like lick it as a snack.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, you guys are so weird.
So, Jake, you think the Bulls are going all the way this year? Cassie's father asked. I could tell that Cassie was growing tense. She was afraid that I would not understand the question. But thanks to my reading of World Almanac, I knew the Bulls were a sports team. Yes, I answered, they can go all the way. Then it was my turn to ask a question. That is how making conversation works. So, did you know the cream separator was invented in 1878? Apparently, they did not know. Cassie, her mother, and her father all stared at me in surprise. After that, we watched television for a while. It was a fictional depiction of a family. I watched it, and I watched Cassie and her parents. A human family was a good thing to learn about. I had seen Prince Jake's family, and now I was seeing Cassie's family. They are different in some ways. For example, Prince Jake's family performs a brief religious ritual before they eat. Cassie's family does not. And in Prince Jake's family, the father falls asleep while watching television. In Cassie's family, it was her mother who began to fall asleep. I must go, I told Cassie. It has been almost 2 of your hours. Cassie's mother revived long enough to say that I was crazy, but I was still so cute. Her father winked his left eye at me and waved as I left. Then he laughed at something from the television. Outside in the cool evening air, Cassie sighed heavily. Well, we get we got through that without it being too much of a disaster. Come on, I'll walk you out a ways till you can morph back without being seen. By the way, here's a book for you. Since you're done with the World Almanac, it's a book of quotes, stuff that famous people said. She held it out for me to take. Thank you, I said. I felt strange walking into the dark, walking away from Cassie's house, strange, as if it were cold out, although it wasn't. So, what did you think of my parents? Cassie asked. I liked them, I said, but why has your father removed the hair from his head? Hair. I meant to ask him, but I forgot. He's going bald, Cassie said. It's probably better not to mention it. It's a normal thing for humans, but some people are sensitive about it. Ah, yes, my father's hooves are getting dull. It's a normal as well, but he doesn't like to talk about it. What's your father like? And your mother? They are just normal parents. They are very nice. They are. Go on. My throat feels strange, I said, like there is an obstruction. I'm having difficulty speaking. Is that normal? Cassie put her arm beneath mine. You miss them. That's normal. An Andalite warrior may spend many years in space far from his home and family. That's normal. Axe, you said it yourself. You may be an Andalite warrior, but you're still a kid, too. I stopped walking. I was far from the light of the house. I could change back into my own shape without being seen. I realized I was looking up at the stars. Where are they? Asked Cassie, following the direction of my gaze. If you're allowed to tell me that. I pointed with my human fingers to the quadrant of space where my home star twinkled. There. I watched the star as I melted out of my human form and returned to my true Andalite body. Axe, you know that Jake and Tobias and me, and even Rachel and Marco, we all care about you. You know that, right? You're not just some alien to us. Thank you for the chili, I said. It was wonderful. Once more, Andalite, once more an Andalite, I ran for the forest. What did I miss in
How
chat?
nice. Palad's asking me if I'm watching Triple Mania. I'm probably gonna be working that weekend, or I'm probably going to the award ceremony for my vocational competition. Either day, so or Sunday. So I don't think I'll be able to be watching. I'll probably catch it some other day. But chili and cornbread. That sounds delicious. I love chili.
Now I'm hungry.
There's just something about how messy chili is that just it tastes good.
I like my
The
chili with
messier the
way too
chili,
much cheese and sour cream.
the messier the chili, the better it tastes. I like it on hot dog. Chili cheese
Ooh.
dog. Ugh, that was what I
Oh.
caught. I ate that on the daily in high school.
Ooh. Paulo is now bringing up Wendy's, and now I'm very hungry. You get a snack when I get off. Chili cheese dogs are good.
I like the chili and the cheese.
Chili is good. The cheese is good. No complaints.
I bet you act like, did you guys know that there's 7 days in a
Oh my god, can you imagine if we gave Axe 7-layer chili dip?
Did you guys know that the sky is blue? Axe said. I also asked them if they knew how many letters were in the alphabet, and that LMNOP is not one letter.
Oh my god, trying to teach this kid the alphabet.
He'd be like HIJK P.
Yes, he would. He absolutely would. It's cute. It's like a little kid does. All right, chapter 12. I spent part of the night reading the book of quotes. I should have been resting, but I felt disturbed. Relatable. I should be resting, but I felt disturbed. More and more, I thought of how easily I could turn the radio telescope at the observatory into a Z space transmitter. The idea of contacting my parents filled me with sadness and longing. They could tell me what to do. I thought they could give me instructions. And in another part of my mind, I thought, wouldn't they be proud that I was fighting on against the Yerks? They would all say he's another Elfingor, a hero. I'm not proud that I was thinking that, but I have to tell the truth, and the truth was I wanted everyone back home to think I was being very brave, all alone on Earth. Already in my mind, a plan was taking shape. I found a quiet place and prepared to sleep. I closed my main eyes, leaving only my stalk eyes open to look for danger. I relaxed my tail until it touched the ground. Lonely. Yes, it was lonely to sleep in a forest on a planet far from home. It was lonely to be the only one of my kind. It was lonely knowing that Cassie was asleep in her home and Marco in his, and Rachel and Jake all had homes. All but me and Tobias. Tobias. He would understand, but would he help me? If I did what I was planning to do, would he help? And could I trust him? I raised my tail and opened my main eyes. I knew the place where Tobias slept. I found him easily and stood with his sharp talons wrapped around a branch. Tobias, I called. Huh? What, Axe? What's the matter? Nothing is the matter, but I have a question. I hope it's a good one. I was sleeping. Tobias, are you my friend? That was what you woke me up to ask? He opened his wings and seemed to be stretching. Axe, we are the two strangest creatures on this planet. A freaky four-eyed half-deer, half-scorpion, centaur-looking alien, and a bird with the mind of a person. We fought side by side. We've been nearly killed several times. Of course I'm your friend. It surprised me that he would answer so quickly, as if there was never any doubt what the answer would be. That's good, I said. Will you keep a secret? Even from Prince Jake? Even from Rachel? Tobias was silent for a while. Is it something that would hurt my friends? No. Then I'd keep a secret, Tobias said. I swear. What do you swear by, Tobias? I have to be sure. What promise would you never break? Axe, you know, I was there when your brother was killed. Yes, I know. You were the last one to leave him. Yeah. I don't know why, Tobias said, but something about him, I can't explain it, but I was drawn to him. I wanted to listen to him. I wanted to hear everything he said. It was like he was a magnet or something, like I couldn't pull away until he orders me to leave, but I can't explain it. You don't need to explain, I said softly. Even here, among the aliens, Elfingor was the hero. You asked what I'd swear by. I'll swear by him, by Prince Elfingor. And so I told Tobias of my plan. All right. Should I just get into the next chapter? Whoop, whoop, that's our thumbnail. Everybody's seen the thumbnail.
I think it's so funny that again, acts as a child, but he's a child. He's like, "Are you my friend?" And it's like, "You really woke me up to ask me that?"
I know.
But it's baby, it's
He's a little
baby,
baby.
it's
My
baby.
baby. Mm.
Sorry, I'm just reminded of Trixie Mattel and Katya. And Katya's like, "It's baby, it's baby." Let's see. That Natty was still gonna fight over Spencer.
Okay, yes, let's fight. Spencer's gonna come on stream soon, I think, to do some Toontown streams with us.
Toontown. Toontown. Rated E
Toontown.
for everyone.
Those
Are
damn
you tuning
commercials with
up?
the kids jumping into holes.
Are you tuning up? I remember that.
Yep.
I remember all of it. I remember I played it for like a tiny bit, and then I bought the CD so that way you can play it. Like I don't know why they would sell the CD for the software because I guess like you could some computers couldn't download it, but then you'd still
Yeah.
have to pay for the game. It's like, I think that makes
Yeah.
sense. It
Well, now it's
didn't.
all free because it's all fan run. So,
Yeah.
Chapter 13, E.T. Phone Home. When I found that sentence in Cassie's book of human quotes, it surprised me. To be honest, it almost scared me. It was as if it were written just for me. I thought maybe, somehow, my human friend had discovered my plan and written it there. I should have done that in the old timey voice, but I forgot, so oh well. From the diary of Aximile S. I can't say the middle name.
Escaruth.
Escaruth. Aximile Escaruth is still. The sun was just coming up over planet Earth. I prefer like the nature documentaries. The sun was just coming up over planet Earth when the wild
Over the
gazelle.
hill, then far away. Teletubbies come.
I performed the morning ritual as I always did, but I was especially impatient this morning. I knew Tobias was hunting a morning meal and would be back as soon as he had finished eating some unfortunate mouse or shrew. Freedom is my only cause, duty to the people, my only guide, obedience to my prince, my only glory. When Tobias returned from the hunt, we would go. He would lead me to the observatory, to the great radio telescope, and with luck, I would be able to call my home. I, Aximile Escaruth, is still, and a light warrior, offer my life. With my stalk eyes, I saw a hawk swoop low overhead. Tobias rested on a branch. He focused his fierce hawk eyes on me. Are you done? Yes, the ritual is complete. Great, because it is a beautiful day for flying. Thermals like you wouldn't believe, and a sweet little ground breeze for easy takeoff. Tobias, you understand that you don't have to do this, I said. There may be danger. Yeah, come on, Axe, let's go already. I often go flying with Tobias. The bird morph I have is called a northern harrier. It is a type of hawk, about the same size as Tobias's red tail. Tobias's feathers mostly brown and light tan, while the harriers are mostly gray and white. I controlled my excitement and worry and focused on making the change. The harrier morph was always strange. For one thing, there is a great difference in size between an andalite and a bird, even a large bird. Well, what about an emu? I just have questions. The first sensation was one of falling as I shrank rapidly. My stalk eyes went blind and wings grew out of my front legs, which is very awkward. It causes me to fall forward onto the ground since I cannot stand on my own hind legs alone. Besides, my hind legs were busy shriveling down into my tiny yellow scaly bird legs, and my tail was shrinking and splitting into dozens of long tail feathers. Harriers also have mouths like humans, only these mouths are useless for speech and have very little ability to taste. On the other hand, they are wonderful natural weapons. They are razor sharp, little ability to taste on they're wonderful natural weapons. They are razor sharp and curved down into a ripping, tearing hook. And the talons are excellent. I had long admired Tobias's use of his talons. He can swoop fast and low, just a few feet above the ground, and the snatch up a mouse or small rabbit with those talons. As I watched, the blue and tan fur of my own body was replaced by silvery gray feathers. The fur melted away to show the underlying flesh, and then the flesh became patterned with the millions of individual ribs of feathers. I was used to the mind of the harrier, so I had learned to control its instincts. Its instincts were more forceful than those of the brains of humans. I've been meaning to ask you, Axe, Tobias said, not to diss you or anything, but why is it that Cassie is better at morphing than you are? I mean, you are an Andalite, but you look just as creepy as Jake and Rachel when you do it. Cassie has talent, I said a little grumpily. Morphing does not happen to be my talent. Oh, you ready to fly? I checked. I opened my wings and the full 3.5 foot wait. to their full 3.5-foot spread. I flicked my tail feathers. I focused on my laser-like hawk's eyes on a far distant tree and was able to see individual ants crawling up its trunk. Jesus Christ, hang on. I listened to the forest. With the Harrier superior hearing, I could hear the insects beneath the pine needles. I could hear a squirrel chewing open a nut. I could hear Tobias's heart beating. I turned
What?
I thought I heard you laugh, and I thought we were laughing at the chewing open a nut line.
No, I was I don't know, at a boogie.
Okay. Um
Chewing open a nut.
okay. I turned to the breeze and opened my wings. I flapped several times and lifted my legs clear of the ground. The breeze caught me I was off. Even with the breeze, I had to flap hard to get as high as the treetops. Tobias was already several dozen feet above me. Excuse me, above me. But then Tobias has had a great deal of practice. I swept just above the treetops, flapping and soaring. The sun was beating down on the treetops, and heat waves were rising. I caught an updrift and shot higher. I was 200 feet up in just seconds. I could see Cassie's farm now, and as I circled to use the updraft for more altitude, I could see all the familiar landmarks, the homes of the others, the mall, the school. Stick with me, Tobias said. We'll follow the water's edge. The observatory is north along the coast, about an hour's flying time. We reached the ocean. There were cliffs along the shore, and here the real thermals rose up. A thermal is an updraft of heated air. Flying into one is like flying into an elevator or drop shaft. The updraft catches your wings and lifts you up, up, up. It's a fantastic, giddy, wild feeling. I wheeled and turned to stay within the thermal, following Tobias's higher and higher. We want to get above the gulls, Tobias instructed. Sometimes seagulls get obnoxious. They'll swarm a hawk if they're in the wrong mood. It was exhilarating. We were thousands of feet above the ground. Down below, humans lay on the beach wearing less clothing than usual. Clothing is a strange human habit. They must wear it all the time except for the beach when they may wear less. I don't understand this. The World Almanac had no explanation, although I did know that the United States imported $36.7 billion worth of clothing. Keep an eye on that guy up there, Tobias said. Where? What? I asked, shaken out of my dreamy thoughts. A peregrine falcon. He's probably looking to pick up a few tasty seagulls, but he may decide we look more tender. He's small but fast. Mean, too. I decided to keep an eye on the falcon. Earth is a dangerous, wild place, at least if you're a bird. I thought it must be terrible sometimes for Tobias. He lives in fear of things. Oh my god. That no human would need to fear. He has lost his position at the top of the food chain of Earth. Hawks are predators, but they are also prey. Yet he seemed to have accepted his fate. Was it possible? No. I had yarn all over the place. Sorry.
Anton's popping in to say hi.
Hi, Anton. Was it possible he even preferred being a hawk? Was that why he never asked me what I might know about him being how do you say this?
Nothlet.
Nothlet. Or did he think I would refuse to answer, or worse yet, lie? Fortunately, the falcon ignored us and flew on, following the coastline. Soon we had left the city behind. The beaches were gone, too. The coastline grew more rugged, with waves that crashed in explosions to form against jagged, broken rocks. A single road wound along the coast below us. There were cars on it, but few buildings. Then, in the distance, I saw a large white structure. Actually, several structures. There was a tall building with a dome top, an array and arrayed around it in various positions were several large white flattened bowls. It took me several seconds to figure out their purpose. That's the radio telescope, I laughed. You're still using dish arrays? Won't they work for whatever it is you're doing? Tobias asked. Oh, yes, they should work. If I can gain access to the computers, they should work very well. It's just that they're so primitive. I don't suppose you want to tell me what we're doing, huh? Doing? We're flying, I said. Very funny. Suddenly, you have a sense of humor. Great. He's getting to that difficult age. Oh no. How did I? There we go. Chapter 14, the large building with the dome? I asked Tobias as I swept above the observatory. Is that where the computers would be? Maybe. That's where they have the regular telescope, I think. But they may have the control centers and computers there too. I looked with my incredible hawk vision. There was a huge rectangular opening in the top of the dome. Inside, I could see a vast circle of glass. I laughed in recognition. A telescope, an actual optical telescope? What can they possibly believe that will show them? It will show them a red tail and a harrier flying around together, looking like lost tourists, Tobias said. According to Marco, this is the place that isn't really operating yet, so I don't know how many people will be around, but we need to find a place to land so you can morph into something useful and do whatever. Tobias, is that sarcasm, the way you asked me what I'm doing? No, it's not sarcasm. I think it's called being snide. Ah, thanks for explaining. Why not fly straight into the dome? I asked. Why not? Tobias agreed. He led the way down. We dived at high speed, rocketing down through the air. The brilliant white dome rushed up at us. I shot through the open rectangle and banked sharply right. It was much darker inside and outside. Below me was the incredibly long tube of telescope. I see doors down below. They are probably offices, Tobias said. They'll probably have computers in all the offices. We can find one that's empty. Yes, that would be good, but I will need fingers for whatever I'm doing, I said. We circled swiftly around the inside of the dome. As I flew, I kept expecting to see humans below, but none ever appeared. This place is awful empty, Tobias said. Yes, it seems almost abandoned, I agreed. Tobias, I'm going down. My morph time is running short. Now is when I should go on alone. Yeah, gotcha. Good luck, Axeman. Whatever you're doing, be careful. Tobias swept up and out of the dome. I was alone. I drifted down towards the floor, down and down to land on a table. There was a computer console workstation, but no human in sight. I saw an open door leading to what seemed to be a dark and empty office. I flapped my wings. I mean, I guess flapping wings is flipping wings if you think about it. Twice and was inside. Harrier eyes, like hawk's eyes, are adapted for daylight. They are not very good in the dark, but the harrier has also extremely good hearing. I dimly saw a desk and came to rest on it. Then I concentrated on listening. I was alone in the room. I was certain of that. The only human sounds I heard came through the walls. Conversations, I could not make out the sound, but they all seemed to be concentrated in one area. Axe can hear me? It was Tobias. His thought speech was faint. Just barely, I answered. I'm outside. I'm looking a window here. I see then is in a room, like some kind of meeting. Yes, I can hear them, I said. Can you keep watch over them? Let me know if they come this way. Yeah, if any leaves the ting, I'll know, Tobias said. I can barely hear you, I said. I'm going to morph. Can't very well, but go. My plan was to morph my normal Andalite form, then quickly move into my human morph, just in case any humans saw me. But I was tired from the flight, and morphing is very tiring, especially quick morphing, and if I had to make a quick escape, it would mean passing through my Andalite body to move back to Harrier. I would never be able to handle that many changes in a short time. I decided to risk staying in Andalite form. Oh dear. Besides, if it worked and I reached my home, I wanted my parents to know me when they saw me. I began demorphing. I could only hope that Tobias would be able to give me enough warning. Even though I loved being a bird, it was a good feeling when my tail began to form again. An Andalite without a tail is just sad. And no matter how powerful a hawk's eyes may be, they can still only look in one direction at a time. As my stalk eyes reformed, I breathed a sigh of relief. I could once again see in all directions. There was no computer in the office. I was very annoyed by that fact. It meant I would have to go back to the observatory to use the computer. There. My hooves slipped on the polished floor. I swung my eyes in every direction, keeping a sharp lookout. I pushed the chair away from the computer workstation. I began typing on the antique keyboard. The screen asked me for a password. Password? I laughed. I disabled the security system and confirmed that Marco's father's new software was already in place. Good. That would make it easier. As quickly as I could, I wrote in a virus that would swiftly transform the software that controlled the radio telescope. Since humans had no awareness of zero space, they did not understand the powerful radio receiver could be tuned in such a way to create a Z-space vacuum and open the cross-dimensional gateway. Once again, I had opened a small hole in Z-space. It was child's play to use the same receivers to modulate and reflect the background radiation into a coherent signal. The hard part would be using thought speech to control the signal. That would take absolute concentration. Still, out here, Tobias said, I hoped the word I couldn't hear was okay. It took about 10 Earth minutes to adjust the radio telescope. 10 minutes. I had moved human science ahead by a century or so. 10 minutes to completely violate Andalite law. I was done. The system was ready. I pressed the enter key. He's hacking the mainframe, guys. The thousands of lines of computer language disappeared from the computer's screen. The screen was blank. I focused my mind as sharply as I could, pictured the coherent signal. I pictured the beam going through my own head. Andalite, home, I thought. Andalite, home. The screen flickered. A face appeared. It was a hard, suspicious face, but it was an Andalite face. Who is this? The Andalite demanded. This is a high security link. You are not on authorized sender. State your name and location. My name is Aximili Escaruth Ishstil, brother of Elfingor. Seringal Shemtul, son of, God help me, Norling Syrian Kuraf and Forley Escaruth
Alfingar Serenial Shamtul, son of Norland Serenial Kuraf and Forley Escaruth Mahin.
There we go. The Andalite stared at me. Elfingor's brother, he wondered. What is your location? My location is the planet called Earth.
Yarth.
Earth. Yarth.
Yarth. He's crash landing on a planet called Yarth.
Yarth. I love Lilo and Stitch. I'm laughing
What?
at I'm laughing because Anton said, "Who are y'all doing? How?" And then put the eye emojis.
Funny.
I'm good. Makes you feel better. I couldn't give a oopus about their names. I mean, I couldn't either, but I'm trying out here.
Don't be that person. Don't be that teacher that's like, Jamal.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be that person, although.
Consuelo. Like the Adam Family values.
But to be fair, Aximili Iskaruth is a lot harder to say than, like, you know.
Not true.
Any American name you've ever
pretty
heard.
I've seen some pretty tricky names, like in terms of like some of them being like, because there's a student. His name was Gaylord, and I'd be like, Gaylord, right? Gaylord.
That's
'Cause
a
I wasn't
terrible
about to.
thing to do
I
to your
wasn't about
kid.
it. So I was like, I'm not gonna say Gaylord. That can't be his name. This is the trick.
It's a trick.
So I was trying to be polite and not have the kid feel weird about it. So I was like, okay, Gaylord.
That's funny.
That was the
Well,
only time I did it on purpose.
I mispronounce everything, and so whenever I have to speak a different language or God forbid say somebody else's name, I'm like, oh God, I'm so
But you're a
sorry.
Zorian. You're a Zorian.
Yeah, but that doesn't help all the time.
You have some exoticism, so you should be able to speak Portuguese.
I mean, I can speak some Portuguese, and Portuguese can be very difficult to pronounce, but like, yeah, but
Remember, Portuguese reminds you of respeto from American Next Top Model.
respeto. Yeah.
What does your shirt say? It says respeto because there's a lack of it in the house.
All right, chapter
I have to
15
show you that. I have to show you that clip. That clip is just like
for
so.
sure. Earth. Yes. Is Prince Elfingor with you? For a moment, my concentration wavered. I lost the signal, but then I forced myself to focus.
You should have lied.
This was too important to let my emotions mess things up. Who are you? I asked. He looked surprised that I would ask. I am how do you say that one?
Ethilerin,
Ethilerin.
Halas Corin.
Right, okay. Assistant to the head of planetary communications. Thank you, Ethilerin. My brother's life ended, I said. The dome ship was destroyed. I am the only survivor. I could see this was a surprise. Ithilerin's eyes were downcast, and he lowered his stalk eyes as well, in a gesture of grief. Your brother was a great warrior. I mourn also for the many other warriors aboard the dome ship. Elfingor was the greatest, I said. My family doesn't know he's dead. I would like you to connect me with them. I could get interrupted any minute. I will do that. As soon as your family is found, I will connect you. But first, give me your report. Simile. I tried to quickly organize my thoughts. The Yerks are here in force. There is at least one mothership, also one blade ship, belonging to Visser 3, and numerous bug fighters. The humans are unaware of this invasion. I do not know how many humans have been made into controllers, but there must be thousands at least. I took a deeper breath and tried to hold on to my concentration. How much should I tell Ithiliri? Ithilrin? Then Earth is lost to the Yerks? No, I said sharply. Earth is not lost. There is a small resistance, a few humans, young How do you say that one?
Hold on, I lost my spot.
Aristis?
Where is it? Oh, Aris. Yeah,
Ariths. Okay.
yeah, Aris.
Like me. I fight
Like
alongside
a wrist.
them.
Oh, I thought you were saying like a wrist.
No,
Sorry.
like a Rith. Yeah. But surely there is no hope of victory. We have hurt the Yerks, I said. We have destroyed the Kandrona that was in place of this planet. That got Ithilerin's attention. That definitely got his attention. You destroyed a Yerk, Kandrona? How did you manage that? You and a handful of human youths. It was time to tell him the full truth or decide to lie. The humans have the power to morph, I said. Visser 3 believes they are a small of escaped update right now. Windows, thank you though. A small band of escaped Andalites. Earth has many strange animals, and with the morphing, we use those species to attack the Yerks. Humans who morph, and how did humans come by this technology? It was given to them by Elfingor. Ithilrin Ithildarin looked startled. His eyes darted to the side and then abruptly disappeared from the screen. In his place stood another Andalite. I was stunned. I initially recognized the face. He was very old, and yet his power seemed to vibrate through the screen across all the light years that separated Earth from home. Liram Arapoth Teros, Teros, head of the council, veteran of more battles than I could count. His appearance on the screen would have made me lose concentration, but but I was too awed to dare. You know who I am? Yes, 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 I know you. I mean, I don't know you, but I know you who you are. He ignored my babbling. I mourn the loss of your brother and all aboard the ship. Now tell me, did Elfinger break our laws and give technology to the humans? Well, the humans were helpless. Our force had been destroyed. There was nothing to stand between the humans and total domination of the Yerks. They needed some weapons. Lyrium Lirum stared at me with a gaze that was known to make great princes tremble. And how have you come to contact us? This is a Z space transmission. I made some modifications to the primitive human device. So you also broke the law. You also transfer technology to the humans. The humans are not our enemies, I said. I surprised myself by practically yelling. They won't have a chance. These few humans are all the resist the Yerks on this planet. Elfinger knew that. He did what he thought was right. To my surprise, Liram did not tell me to be silent, but his eyes grew darker, his expression more serious than ever. Then he said, Aris ex simile. Once before, an Andalite did what he thought was the right thing. He transferred technology to a weak, backward species. He did it because he thought they should be able to travel to the stars. Do you know the name of that Andalite? Prince Sero, I said. Prince Sero, yes, he was my first prince. Did you know that? Many centaurs ago, when I was an heiress like you, Liram looked at me hard. Do you know what happened because of the Sero's kindness? Yes, I said grimly. Yes, I know. I have seen what happens because of Sero's kindness. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Liram said, Young Aximile, your brother Elfingor is a hero. People needed heroes in this endless war. I do not wish to tell the people that, in the end, Elfingor broke the laws. There can be no forgiveness for a prince that breaks the laws, unlike an Arish. So, I ask you to think again. Was it truly Elfingor who gave this technology to the humans? I couldn't believe what Liram wanted me to say. He wanted me to lie. He wanted me to clear Elfingor. I, I was wrong when I said Elfingor did this. I said, too shocked to argue. It was me. I gave the humans the morphing technology. Liram continued. Cut off from your prince, alone, not yet trained, not yet a true warrior. You broke the laws, Arish Eximile. Is this true? Yes, I whispered bitterly. In the name of the council, I forgive your error, Liram said. What's done is done. Perhaps in some way I am too old to see. This may all work out for the best. Yes, I said blankly. Why had I done this? Why had I communicated with my home? Arish Eximile, Escaruth Ishtil, you have done a brave thing, taking on this guilt. I know the temptation to go beyond the laws when helping a brave people fight the Yerks. I was an advisor to the Hork-Bajir. They were our allies, but they were not Andalites. They were not our people. But I knew I should shut up, but part of me was getting angry. But the Hork-Bajir ended up losing everything. Liram's eyes were cold. You are an Andalite. You are not a human. Obey our laws. I am giving you an order. Resist the Yerks, but give the human no information and no technology. Do you understand my order, Arish Eximile? Yes. The fleet is engaged in many parts of the galaxy. We are doing well against the Yerks, but it will be some time before we can come to Earth. Fight the Yerks. If you are half the hero your brother was, you will bring honor to your family. For what seemed like far away, I heard a faint voice in my head. Axe, on the move. I think he. But the very moment Lirim said, Aximile, we have your father. He would like to speak to you. Gotta go, Dad. Bye. Chapter 16. Did I miss anything in chat before we go on to chapter 16? Oh, can you guys hear? Okay, chat can hear me. Let me turn back on. Hang on. Let me fix this. Let me fix this. Hang on. Discord, why? Can you hear me? Hang on. I still can't hear you. Let me change this back. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Discord, why?
All right. Well, he's gonna get 2 lectures today. One from the government official, and one from his father.
Oof. One from your dad would be worse, probably, in that situation.
And none of it was his fault.
Hair word so hard. I don't know, Apollo. Yes, Anton, like Ben Stiller and Meet the Parents. I love that movie.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I was like, wait, did something happen? Because I didn't hear you.
Did you not hear anything that I read?
I did. I heard. I had my phone.
Okay.
I would have my phone on standby, so I was like, let me message her telling her that I can't hear
Okay. I sorry, I did not see until I looked away at the end of the chapter, but yeah.
her. Mhm.
Okay. Chapter 16. Axe. You hear there's Aximile Kala, my father said. It was his nickname for me. I couldn't believe it was really him. Yes, father, it's me. It's me, Aximile. I'm on Earth. I don't know how long I can talk. Not long. Is your brother there? It came so quickly, the question I dreaded. I almost lost the contact. I desperately wanted to see my father's face and listen to his words, but at the same time, I did not want to tell him that his oldest son was gone. And there was another thing I did not want to tell him. Elfingor, my father said, is he? Father, Elfingor is. He was killed. My father looked like someone had punched him. He rocked back. I looked away. I had tried so hard not to think about Elfingor being gone. Somehow, it wasn't real till this moment. Seeing my father's pain made me feel my own. Did he die well? My father asked. The question is part of the ritual of death. It was the question he had to ask. He died in the service of his people, defending freedom. I said, this also was part of the ritual. My father nodded. And has his death been avenged? This was the part I had feared. No, father. My father looked up at me. You are now the eldest son. The burden of revenge is on you. Do you know his killer? Yes. And does his killer still live? Yes. And do you, Eximile, take up the burden of avenging your brother's death? Yes. The ritual was complete. We had both said all the things we were supposed to say. I am so relieved to see that you are still well, my father said. Yes, I wanted to see you, I said. I couldn't. The connection was broken instantly. Totally. I was staring at a blank screen. Sorry, but you were breaking my heart, a human voice sneered. I had to cut you off. I spun around. A human. He was 30 feet away. And he was holding a weapon pointing it at me. Only slowly did I realize that it was no human gun. The weapon in his hand was a Draken beam, standard Yerk issue. You and I have a lot to talk about, Andalite. Quite a lot. I was frozen. I could not move. The human controller was too far away for me to hit with my tail. Don't try it, Andalite, he sneered. I'll fry you before you can even twitch that tail of yours. But then, never gets old.
What? What?
The hawk sound. God. Tobias dived from the top of the dome and fell at full speed. Wings swept back, talons raked forward. He aimed for the man's face. The man threw up his arm. Talons raked the bare flesh of his forearm, leaving red slashes behind. But the man that held onto the Draken beam, Tobias flute weight.
Paula says, glad I had the volume low there.
But the man had held on to the Draken beam. Tobias flew past. Shreds of the human shirt hung from his talons. I leapt forward, too late. Freeze! I don't want to kill either of you. Andalites, but I will if I have to, the man snapped. Tobias swooped away to perch on the huge telescope itself. I just want to talk, the human controller said. You're the one holding the Draken beam, I pointed out. Then he did something that amazed me. He knelt down and placed the Draken beam on the floor. He kicked it aside. The weapon went skittering across the polished floor. Now I'm at your mercy, Andalite, he said. You can use that tail of yours, or you can listen to what I have to say. With my stalk eyes, I glanced up and saw Tobias. It's up to you, Axe, Tobias said. This is your party. Speak, then, I said to the human controller. My name is Gary Kozlar, he said. Don't waste my time, I snapped, trying to sound strong and unafraid. That's a human name. That's the name of your host body, but I know what you really are. He nodded. All right, my name is Estlin 359, and you are Eximile, a young Andalite warrior cadet, brother of Beast Elfingor. You see, I heard the last few minutes of your touching conversation. Beast Elfingor? So that is the Yerk name for my brother? Your brother is dead, Estlin snapped. And so is the one creature in all the galaxy that I cared about. Her name was Durain 344. And do you know what they have in common? Your brother and my Durain? No. What does my brother have in common with a Yerk? Estlin's human face twisted into an expression of rage. They were both killed by the same being. Visser 3? As I said to you, you and I have a lot in common, Andalite. He struggled to gain control over his human face, but his jaw was twitching as he explained, you, Andalite bandits, did a lot of damage by destroying the Kandrona. There is a widespread starvation. The most important Yerks, those in vital positions, those whom the Visser happens to favor, are being shuttled back and forth to the mothership every 3 days. They get a minimal dose of Kandrona rays, enough to keep them alive. You expect me to feel badly? I asked. No, I expect the usual Andalite self-righteousness and hypocrisy from you. Estlin spat. Andalites, the meddlers of the galaxy. Do not anger me, Yerk, I said. I would listen. I did not say I would let you spew Yerk lies. Estlin made a grim smile. I knew you'd come. As soon as I saw the new software, I said to myself, not the usual clumsy human effort, this. An Andalite corrected this software. An Andalite who wanted to use the radio telescope as a Z-space transmitter. I've been waiting for you. I knew you'd come. And here I am, I said. I felt like a fool. Of course the Yerks would have one of their own people in a position at the observatory. It was obvious I had been an idiot. An idiot! My Durain We came from the same pool. We went through training together, she and I. We had been together for a long time. We were very close. She understood me. But I had this important post, and at this observatory, while Durain was given a minor post. When you Andalite bandits destroyed the ground-based Kendrona, Visser 3 moved quickly. He said everyone would survive. He said he had found a way, but he lied. Too many Yerks, not enough Kendrona rays. It was simple division, so he shuttled so-called important controllers up to the mothership, and the rest... Estlin seemed to notice the bloody gashes on his arm for the first time. He touched them gingerly. You Andalites must love this planet. So many nasty species for you to morph. Was your Durain one of the ones killed? She was expendable, Estlin said. Then he smiled. I've had some small revenge already. The Visser's favorites are shuttled up to the mothership every 3 days to feed. I sabotaged one of the shuttles that threw off the feeding schedule. Now some of the Visser's friends are starving and dying like my Durain did. Like my Durain died. That's why we're starting to see controllers losing it, Bias said privately to me. That's why it took so long. Visser 3 had it under control till this guy messed with his plan. Are you finished, Estlin? I asked him. I've heard your story. Is there a point to it? Ah, you want a point to the story. Yes, of course. The point. The point is this. Visser 3 inhabits an Andalite body, and sometimes he feeds like an Andalite. What's that mean? Tobias asked me. He feeds like an Andalite almost alone. He has guards, of course, but they stay back. He is vulnerable. Vulnerable, and I know the place where he feeds. Why are you telling me this, Yerk? Why? He bared his teeth, his human teeth, in a grimace of rage. Because I want him dead. I want Visser 3 dead. He killed my Durain. He killed the only one in the galaxy I have ever had feelings for. He did it, and I want him to pay with his life. The foul, half-Andalite scum. I want him dead. He calmed himself down, at least a little. He pulled a small piece of paper from his pocket. He placed it on the desk. Time and place, he said. You have a day to prepare. This could be a trap. Estlin sneered. I could have killed you here. You have your duty, Andalite. The burden of revenge. Your brother's killer. Your greatest enemy. You, Andalites, are great ones for duty. So do your duty, Andalite.
Please bring
That was
honor
intense.
to us. Please bring
Bring
honor
honor
to
to
us. Please bring
honor
honor
to
to us
us.
all.
Good night, Anton.
Ba Mulan.
Well, I was thinking before they're like, you've brought dishonor. I'm like, dishonor on you, dishonor on your hawk friend.
Dishonor on your cow.
Take a note of this. Write this down.
I'm sure when they were trying to put him into contact with the accident, they're like, we have a collect call from Earth. Would you like to accept the charges?
We have a collect call from Earth 616. Would you like to accept the charges? And they just say no.
Yeah.
It's probably
No.
a spam call. Chapter 17. It is very difficult to be in human morph, and remember that you are not one of them. That their pain is not your pain. It is hard to remain apart, sometimes very hard. From the Earth Diary of Aximili Escaruth Istil. That same evening, Prince Jake called a meeting at Cassie's barn. My first thought was that Tobias had told the others about my trip to the observatory. Of course, Tobias still did not know that I had communicated with my home, but he did know all about Estlin's plan to kill Visser 3. Cassie's barn is also called the Wildlife Rehabilitation Clinic. There it is.
There we go.
She and her father use it to rescue wild animals who are injured or sick. There are always dozens of animals in cages: skunks, foxes, raccoons, birds of all types. Many are bandaged. It's strange, the relationship humans have to other animals on Earth. Some animals they seem to have as an enormous amount of emotion for. others they hate. I think it has to do with the thing called cuteness, but I've never understood the concept. And now, I was sure I never would. I was not foolish enough to believe that I could take on Visser 3 and survive. Maybe if I planned well and was lucky, I might get him, but I would never live to brag about it. Probably it was just as well I had no future. Oh. Liram had forgiven me for breaking the law, but I could never be a warrior now, let alone a prince. I would never be another Elfingor. He would go down in history as a great hero. I would be remembered as the young, stupid little brother who gave the humans the ability to morph. I had to morph into a human to go to the barn. There was always the chance that Cassie's father or mother might walk in, but I felt bad assuming the human body. As the humans as the human skin replaced my own fur and human eyes took over for my Andalite eyes, I kept remembering Liram talking about how he had been an advisor for the Hork-Bajir. The Hork-Bajir had lost, the Yeerks had enslaved them, but Liram had been true to the laws and the customs. What if he hadn't? What if he hadn't given the Hork-Bajir advanced technologies? What if he had taught the Hork-Bajir to build spaceships? What if the Hork-Bajir would the Hork-Bajir still be a free people today? It wasn't for me to decide. It was just, I was just an Aristh. I would never be anything more. At least if I destroyed Visser 3, people would say he was a fool, but in the end, he did well. Somehow, that was not a great comfort. I found the others already waiting inside the barn. Prince Jake was sitting on a bale of hay. Marco leaned against the stall, standing with arms crossed. Cassie, as usual, kept busy feeding an injured baby goose with an eyedropper. Oh, geese are so evil, but that must have looked so cute. Rachel paced back and forth, her cool eyes narrowing as she noticed me. And Tobias perched on the rafters and overheard. I met his intense, intimidating hawk's gaze. And I saw that from his talons hung a strip of bloody cloth. I knew where it had come from. And now I knew the reason for this meeting. "Hi, Axe," Prince Jake said. "How's it going?" "I'm fine," I answered. "I figured we should get together," Prince Jake said wearily. He seemed to be averting his eyes from me. "We need to think about what this thing with the controllers means. We saw the guy at the mall, then there was Mr. Pardue, and now the paper this morning. There was a story about some business guy who was in a meeting and freaks out. The paper made it seem like just went nuts. I'm pretty sure he was another controller losing it." He looked at me. I said nothing. "See, it's like this, Axe," Marco said suddenly. "We're tired of you giving us a runaround. Tobias shows up like he's dragging around some bloody shirt. I ask him what it is, and he won't tell me. Why won't Tobias tell me? Simple. He must have promised someone he wouldn't. Who would that someone be?" There was no point denying it. I made Tobias promise. Promise. It is my fault. "So now you're just keeping secrets from us. You're getting us to keep secrets from ourselves," Rachel yelled. "You need to get something straight, Axe. We're not your little action figures here. We're not toy soldiers. This is our planet, and this is our fight. You don't control us just because you're some mighty Andalite." "I am not trying to control anyone," I said. "Yeah, right," Rachel snapped. "The information all goes one way. We tell you everything. You tell us squat. Oh, you sound like you're being straight sometimes, but you've never told us anything useful. You said you knew the Yeerks would probably destroy the controller that went bad on them," Marco pressed. "How did you know that? Has all this happened before on some other planet?" Rachel took over. "We show you our world. We take you in. You see our families. You read our books. You even go to our school, and then you keep secrets from us?" I felt battered by their words. They were all true. But I had my orders. I had the laws of my people. "We're inferior, aren't we?" Marco said. "That's it, right? We're not good enough. Backwards little humans. We don't deserve to be treated like equals." "That's not it," I said. Sure it is," Marco yelled. "Sure it is. We're just like some bunch of cavemen, aren't we? That's what we look like to you. Maybe I would have done better if I had been in my own body. My human body was awash in adrenaline. I was frustrated and afraid and guilty. I can't answer your questions, I yelled. I can't. You mean you won't, Marco yelled. Rachel's right. We're just pawns in this big game. It's Andalites versus Yerks in the big game, and we're what? The Towel Boys? Look, I have to follow the rules. Do you? Cassie asked. It was the first time she had spoken. Her voice was soft and reasonable. Did Elfingor follow the rules when he gave us powers to morph? I'm not Elfingor, I yelled. Can't you see that? I'm not some big hero. I'm just a young Andalite, all right? You want the truth? Here's some truth for you. I'm not a warrior. I'm an arist, a trainee, a cadet, a nobody. Yeah, boo-hoo, Marco sneered. I'm not impressed. We don't want your sad story. We want the truth. What were you and Tobias doing? Why did you swear him to secretly? What's secrecy? What's going on? I can't tell you, I said softly. There's a law against giving aliens, I mean, any non-Andalite, our technology. And part of that law is we can't explain why. We can't. I am sick of this. From Rachel started to raise her voice to me again, but Prince Jake stood up and took her arm. I saw him look at Cassie. Cassie nodded. I can almost understand the part about not giving us advanced technologies, Prince Jake said. But why all the other secrets? Why can't you tell us other things, like how you knew what the Yerks would do? Okay, so you don't want to give us mega weapons or whatever. Fair enough, but to refuse even to tell us how we fit into this whole Yerk Andalite war? I mean, what's that about? It's about keeping control of us, Marco said. It's about power, Rachel argued. Cassie was looking at me strangely. No, she said. That's not it. It's about control. It's not about control. It's about guilt. Shame. That's it, isn't it? That's what they said. That's what you said the other night. You said every species carries some guilt. Guilt. Shame, Marco asked, looking at Cassie like she was foolish. But Cassie had found the truth. What did you guys do to be ashamed of? Prince Jake asked me. Once we were kind when we should not have been kind, I answered. And that's all you're going to tell us? Prince Jake asked. I nodded the way humans do. I can't accept that, Axe, Prince Jake said. Sadly, if you're with us, you have to be honest with us. Otherwise, I guess you'll have to be on your own. I hate to do that, but you can't be one of us and then lie to us. I understand, I said. You have been... Once again, I was feeling that strange choking in my throat. You've been very wonderful to me. I will always be grateful. Wonderful. Grateful. Full. The truth is we would not have been together much longer anyway. I looked up at Tobias. Only he knew what I meant. Slowly, feeling as if my clumsy human legs were made of a heavy earth metal called lead, I turned and I walked away from my human friends. Uh-huh.
What was it? I walk these lonely streets.
I walk this empty road. That one?
Yeah.
I haven't thought about that song in years.
I walk alone. I walk alone.
Oprah voice. You get dishonored and you get dishonored.
Okay, 4 more chapters, 11 more pages.
I knew you were going to throw that in my face. That's funny. 11 more pages. All right. Which is good because my voice is getting real raw.
I think it's easier that way. I think we'll do it that way. Divide it, and then whatever chapter happens to be like if it's split down the middle, then it's the following chapter. You get me?
Yeah, I think that's good. Chapter 18. You can't always get what you want, but if you... I'm sorry, that's the Beatles. I was going to read it like an old-timey announcer. But if you try sometimes...
Always get what you wanna. You know what song that is?
Can't always get what you want?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't always get.
But if you try sometimes, you just might find.
You just.
You
Sorry,
get
I
what
just
you
know that
need.
because Tig Notaro, comedian Tig Notaro, before she became big, she used to do a podcast called Professor Blast Off
I
with
absolutely love Tig Notaro.
David Huntsberger and Cal Dunnigan, and I had David Huntsberger on my podcast maybe like a year ago. But anyways,
Nice.
I remember she told the story on that about how when she was a kid in music class, like every week they'd pick them, or every at the end of every day they'd pick someone to play their favorite song. And so like some kid came up to her, like this really cool tough kid, and then he's like, "Hey, I know that you know your music." And then like Tig was like telling him to play that song. He's like, "You sure this is gonna make people like me? Or are you sure this is a good one?" And he's like, "Oh yeah." And so it's like, "This is my favorite song." The guy goes, and then so he's playing it, and then it starts with that, and then by the time that part finishes, the bell already rings. And they're like, "No, it's a good song, I promise."
No, it's a good song.
The guy's like, "Thanks a lot."
Yes, but what band? Are we?
I don't know. I don't know a band.
You don't know what band?
No, that's the only thing I know about it.
It's a Beatles song.
Is it?
Yes.
Uh, well, anyways. You can't always get what you want, but if you try to die,
Oi. Pauses.
you just. Is that how that goes?
You can't always get what you want. Kind of. Yeah.
All right, sing it.
I can't. Yeah, my voice is too trashed right now.
Sing it. Sing it, Avery. Sing it for old Vista 3.
Dang.
Just a jaunty tune.
Just a
Belt it
jaunty,
out.
a
Belt it.
jaunty
Belt
tune. I don't think that particular song is a jaunty tune. That song is like, eh. You're not gonna be happy, but you could be like not miserable.
All right, then. Chapter 18.
Oh, sorry, I was actually wrong. It was the rolling. Wait, what?
Yeah,
Wait, why did I?
like, wait.
Why did I always
And
think
it
it
was
was?
right in front of us. This whole
Why
time,
did
like,
I?
do you know what band that is? I'm like, no.
Why did I
Rolling
think it was?
Stones.
Why did I think it was? It's too late at night. I give up. Sorry.
A famous human named Rolling Stones.
A famous human named Rolling Stone said that.
I thought it was very wise for a human.
Oh God.
Honey. Honey. Rolling
Sorry,
Stones
I
is
said
not a
boy.
person.
Singing Bob Dylan song. Well, it's apparently
The Rolling Stone is
Wait,
not
did
a
you
person.
say? Wait.
Did I say what?
Never mind. I just am laughing at myself. It's late.
You normally stay up to like, we normally end at like, wait.
I
At
do.
like 2 in the morning.
I do, but I shouldn't. I have Gabe tomorrow.
All right, then. Chapter 18.
The morning ritual for me is normal times. The next morning is not a normal time. This was the day I would die. my kid's turning emo. Sorry. I am the servant of the people, I said and bowed my head low. The people were billions of miles away. I am the servant of my prince, I said and raised my stalk eyes to the sky. My prince, Elfingor had been my prince. He was dead. Now a human, Jake, was my prince, and he had discharged me. I wasn't even telling him what I was doing. The ritual was a lie. I am the servant of honor, I said, and I raised my face to look at the rising sun. Honor, to die avenging my brother. I felt my insides quiver. It was fear. I knew fear. I felt it often enough in battle, but I'd never gone into a fight I knew I would lose. I knew would lose. This wasn't honor. This was running into the heads of death. My life is not my own when the people have need of it. Couldn't I ask the others for help? Couldn't I go to Prince Jake and tell him? No, not without telling him that I had called my homeworld, not without agreeing to tell them everything. It was time for the last words of my ritual. My life is given for the people, for my prince, and my honor. I drew up my tail blade and pressed against my throat in the symbol of self-sacrifice. I was breathing hard as if I'd just been running. My hearts were beating fast. That's different, Tobias's voice said. That's not the ritual you were doing the other day. You didn't step into the water this time. Yes, different, I muttered. I was angry that Tobias was there. You're going to do this, aren't you? I didn't answer. The truth was, I couldn't stand to talk about it. I was afraid, sickly afraid, if I could achieve surprise, maybe I could kill the Visser. But he had the body of an Andalite adult, a full-grown male. The Visser was also more experienced than I was, and he would have guards. There would be Hork-Bajir nearby. Kind of cold-blooded, isn't it? Tobias asked. I mean, it's one thing to battle, but just setting out to assassinate someone? Assassinate, I yelled. He killed my brother. He has humans infested by the handful. He will destroy you all if he can. He will enslave your entire race. I wasn't criticizing. I'm a predator myself, but you could use some help. Tell me where it's happening, Axe. Tell me where you're going to find him. The others will help. You know they will. I can't ask for help. Jake is my prince now, or was. He might forbid me. Wait a minute. You mean Jake could just tell you no and you wouldn't do it? What if he ordered you to answer all of our questions? Then what? Everyone must have someone over him. That is the Andalite custom. Each warrior has a prince. Each prince a war prince. Each war prince has a great leader, and each great leader must be elected by the people as a whole. And everyone, no matter how great or small, obeys the law. He could not order me to break our laws. And Jake is your prince. I guess he's mine too, in a way. You know, he doesn't think of himself that way. No, he doesn't. I realize this. Don't you have a duty to tell your prince what you're doing? Yes. So I guess I'm not very good at being a true warrior, I said bitterly. I'm not much good at anything. I don't think that's true, Tobias said. Tobias, I have to do this. You promised to keep my secret. Will you break your promise? Tobias said nothing for a while. I won't tell anyone, he said at last. And you won't follow me? I won't follow you, Tobias said. If I don't return, just in case. Tell the others that I'm sorry I could never tell them everything. There is a reason. Yeah, no doubt, Tobias said bitterly. Well, good luck, Axeman. I ran, then. I ran and ran and ran. It was miles to the secret place where I would find Visser 3. I wanted to run the whole way, to run away from my own fear by heading straight toward it. It's what Elfingor would have done. Elfingor the great hero. Elfingor would live on in everyone's memory as the perfect warrior, the shining prince. If I was lucky, someday people would say, ah yes, Aximili broke the law, but he finished off the abomination. My brain was just like, that is not a word. That is
What?
just a jumble of
Oh, okay.
letters.
And they're like, did you think that's like abortion or something?
No, no, my brain just did that thing that it always does, where it just is like, that is a bunch of letters. That is not a word. And I kept going. I would get points for that. People would say I had done well in the end. Others would say, what other choice did he have? He was dishonored. It wasn't courage that sent him against Visser 3, it was merely despair. And still others would say he was just a young fool trying to live up to his great brother's legacy, poor thing. I ran and ran till my chest ached from breathing the heavy air of earth. I ran through the dried leaves and rustling pine needles. I jumped fallen, rotting logs and shattered patches of brambles. I ran past trees that did not speak like the trees of my own world. I have questions about that, but we'll come back. Each time I pictured being face to face with Visser 3, I went even faster, trying to outrun the fear. I was far from any human homes now, far from human roads, deep within the forest, old forest full of shadows and gloom. But at last I saw the sun shining on green grass just ahead, a meadow, right where Eslin's note had said it would be. I stopped running and gasped for breath. I leaned against a tree and tried to recover my wind. My legs were shaking from a mixture of exhaustion and fear. The meadow was beautiful, green grass and tiny flowers in yellow and purple. I would have liked to be there myself. I crept towards the meadow's edge, always keeping within the shadow of the trees. I saw nothing unusual, no bug fighters, no Hork-Bajir, no Visser 3. Just then, wildlife of Earth, 2 deer grazing, squirrels racing up and down the trunks of trees, and shark wading, and skunk waddling boldly past. It would be an hour before the time the Yerk Eslin had given me. I had an hour to plan and prepare, now that I saw the ground we were on. I looked at the meadow. A stream, perhaps 3 feet across, cut the meadow in half. The grass grew tall by the stream bed. I tried to guess where the Visser would run. Would he go to the left or the right? I would only get one chance, so I had to guess right. I imagined where I would go if it were me. Visser 3 was in an Andalite body. Maybe he would move like an Andalite. I stepped out into the blazing sunlight and walked to a place I thought would do. It was beside the small stream, a place where the grass was a bit shorter, where it would be easy for Visser 3 to step into the stream. Then I saw them, the hoof prints, Andalite hoof prints. Visser 3, yes, he had been there, perhaps a few days earlier. Eslin was right. This was the place. I had to wait, concealed, ready to attack at the right time. I could never hide in my Andalite body, but there were other options. The rattlesnake, that would be the morph to use. I forgot about the rattlesnake. What better way to strike suddenly than with the body of a snake? I focused my mind on the snake. I concentrated on the change. I felt it begin almost immediately. It was unlike any morph I had done before. Usually, my legs would become some other type of leg. My arms would become some other type of arm, even if they were only fins. But this time, there were no arms, no legs, nothing of my own body would find an echo in this new shape, except for my eyes and tail. My legs simply melted away, withered, disappeared. I fell to the ground, a legless stump. My legs simply melted away. I already read that. My arms shriveled and evaporated. I was shrinking, but since I was already lying on the grass, it didn't seem as extreme as it oh my God, sometimes did. The stalks of grass grew higher around my head, and the purple flowers grew larger, but there wasn't the usual feeling of falling as I shrank. What I did feel was a terrible sense of utter weakness. I had no arms, I had no legs, but my tail. That I kept. although in a very different form. The blade of my tail suddenly broke up into a sort of chain. There were a dozen raspy blisters, all connected to the rattler's tail. My fur disappeared very swiftly, and over my bare skin, scales grew like tiny interlocked armor plates that formed a pattern of in brown and black and tan. I grew a mouth, a huge mouth for the size of my body. It was a tube, and the open end was my mouth. It was a shocking body, a bizarre body, stranger even than morphing an ant or a fish. I was a, I was a creature with no separate parts, and my Andalite stalk eyes went dark. A large, amazingly long, fast-moving forked tongue grew in my mouth, but it wasn't like a human tongue. This tongue this tongue's sense of taste was beyond anything human tongue could ever achieve. This tongue tasted the very air. And then I felt the feature I had waited for. Huge, long, curved fangs. Fangs that were each a tiny, hollow needle. Above them, poison glands grew and filled with toxin. I felt the snake's mind emerge beneath my own awareness. It was not a hot, driven mind like some animals. It did not overwhelm me with fear and hunger. It was a slow, calm, deliberate mind. The mind of a predator, a hunter, a calm, deliberate killer. And the senses, the lidless eyes, saw strange colors, but they gave me a good range of vision. The tongue which shot out from the slit. Oh my god. Hang on. I've lost everything. Ah.
Okay.
How's chat
Shot
do?
out slits on the bottom of my mouth. Taste, smell the air. You're on 58. That's fine.
Okay.
It brought me an incredible array of sensation, the scent of grass and earth, the scent of insects, and the scent of living, warm-blooded creatures.
Aha, I found it. Okay. Um just below and behind my snake nostrils were two pits that sensed heat, especially the levels of heat put off by prey. Yes, this was a good morph to use. The viscer would not expect me. The viscer's andalite body was fast, but it was not faster than the snake. I knew that from my own experiences. I began to move, slithering through the grass. I moved with sinuous grace, easily, silently. I followed my tongue. It shot out and back again and again, sensing, smelling, tasting. I felt the rattler's mind with my own. It was unafraid. It had no honor. It had no friends to worry about, no family, no disappointment, no laws to break. It felt no loneliness. The snake had always been alone. Just drag the snake while we're here. Just drag the very concept of snakes. I settled into the grass and waited, patient, motionless, counting off the minutes in my head, and then I felt the vibration of the earth beneath me. The vibration was the sound of a bug fighter landing, then another, just two, not far away. It was time. The Yerks were coming. Visser 3 was coming. And as I drowned my fear in the calm lake of the snake's predator brain, I prepared to kill and to die. We're very, very close to the end.
Yep.
It is also.
7 more pages.
Did I miss anything in chat while I was reading?
Nope. Just that red domino just came back from their nap because they are taking antibiotics for tonsillitis. Oh, penicillin, I think it is.
I'm sorry. All right, chapter 19. Feel free to go back and watch the VOD if you want to watch the rest of the story.
Yeah. If you want to hear how he changed Jake's voice, you can always just go back to the earlier part of it or whatever.
I smelled him long before I smelled Andalite flesh. Ugh. The Yerk that was the real Visser 3. The Yerk inside the Andalite body I could not smell. Spread out, Visser 3 ordered. Spread out, Visser 3 ordered. His thought speech was loud, open to reach his soldiers. You, watch the tree line. You two on the far side of the meadow. Shoot anything that moves. His voice was in my head. I felt churning in my stomach I no longer really had. I tried to squash my own fear beneath the snake's calm, but it rose suddenly. I went over the plan. Strike, escape, demorph, go back for the kill. I would have to demorph before the Visser's guards could come to his side, and I would have to hope that the snake venom would slow him down. Then, galloping. 4 sharp hooves beating across the meadow. My tongue flickered and smelled him on the wind. Yes, he was coming closer. Yes, he would come to the stream. A shadow. He was there. Overhead, he blotted out the sun. My snake tongue tasted him. Ugh. God. My lidless, always open eyes saw his belly overhead like a curved roof. I felt his warmth. I just want to say I hate snakes, and I feel like I'm just not going to sleep tonight. This is terrifying.
So you want me to finish it then?
No, I'm good. Where was I? He blocked out the sun.
Yeah.
Curved roof. I felt his warmth. He stuck one hoof into the cool water to drink. No time to think. He could move at any moment. Bars axe. Tss. A sound. What was it? Me. It was coming from me, my tail. A rattlesnake's tail. It had sounded its grim warning without conscious thought. I saw the Visser's head lowered. I saw his 2 main eyes focus. I could read the drawing of fear in his eyes. Sap! I struck. My coiled muscles fired all at once. My head rocketed through the air. My mouth opened wide. My fangs came down. Strike. Fangs sank deep into... Making sure I wasn't clipping. Sorry. My fangs sank deep into Andalite flesh. I could feel the venom pumping. I could feel the poison shooting into Visser 3's leg. He jerked. I released. He tried to back away. He was very fast, but I was so much faster. He striked. I was so much faster. Strike. Pump the venom into him. Poison the monster. Poison the abomination. Poison Elfinger's murderer. I drew back. I could taste my own venom dripping from my fangs. His tail swept over his head, lancing down at me. But I was already gone. The blade sliced deep into the ground. I felt the wind of it as I slithered swiftly away. Demorph! I ordered myself. Still the Visser had not called his guards. He would be wondering. He wouldn't know how dangerous the snake was. He wouldn't realize at first that it was not a true snake. Then slowly, he would begin to suspect. I was racing at breakneck speed through the grass. Behind me, my rope body twisted and coiled, and released the slithered. But my head stayed level and straight, flying at ground level through the grass. I was 20 yards away when my snake body grew slow and sluggish from the changes. Tiny legs appeared. Just stubs at first. Tiny stalk eyes grew from the broad top of my diamond-shaped head. There is a snake, Visser 3 roared. Find it! Kill it! I struggled on, heading for the edge of the forest. Then, body warmth. A warm-blooded animal just ahead of me. My tongue flicked and smelled an aroma I knew. Hork-Bajir. Hork-Bajir, the shock troops of the Yerk Empire, a peaceful, decent race that happened, as Marco often said, to be built like lawnmowers. Bladed arms, bladed legs, tearing clawed feet, a slow but deadly tail. They were all controllers, all slaves of the Yerks in their heads. I could move no further. I was no longer a snake, not yet an Andalite. and the Hork-Bajir was just a few feet away. Too close. So, I thought, this is how it all ends. My Andalite stalk eyes had emerged. I was rising slowly from the grass on my spindly Andalite legs. My tail was forming again. I saw the Hork-Bajir, and I saw that he saw me. There was nothing I could do but die. The Hork-Bajir swung his bladed right arm like a scythe. It would hit me in the neck. Woomph! The Hork-Bajir staggered. His blade arm sliced the air above me. A roar. But not the roar of a Hork-Bajir. The Hork-Bajir went flying. Several feet of deadly, dangerous Hork-Bajir warrior just cartwheeled through the air. And where he had been now stood Rachel. Of course, not the human Rachel with long blonde hair and cool blue eyes. This was another Rachel. Rachel in the morph of a grizzly bear. That grizzly bear morph is cracked, honestly. The bear was on its hind legs, standing even taller than the Hork-Bajir had stood, with claws that almost rivaled the Hork-Bajir's blades, and muscles powerful enough to simply throw a Hork-Bajir 10 feet. Roar, the bear growled wildly. Oh man, I love doing that. Rachel, I asked wonderingly. No, she said in the human tone. That means sarcasm. It's Smokey the bear. Finish morphing, you Andalite idiot, then let's go kick some yerk butt. I was almost fully Andalite again. I swept the meadow quickly with my stalk eyes. Visser 3 was in the middle of the field. 2 Hork-Bajir were rushing to his side, bounding through the grass. Across the meadow, at the far end, a third Hork-Bajir looked around wildly with his Draken beam at the ready. He looked in every direction but up. From the tree above him, something seemed almost liquid. Something orange and black dropped, claws outstretched. Prince Jake! And in the sky overhead, a hawk wheeled in low circles above the field. 2 Hork-Bajir guarding the bug fighters, Tobias announced. 1 Hork-Bajir in the... Oh, never mind. Cassie and Marco just took him down. Visser 3 and 2 Hork-Bajir in the center of the meadow. Come on, Rachel told me. Let's go have a nice talk with Visser 3. He's my responsibility, I said to Rachel. I have an obligation to honor. Uh-huh, he's all yours. Tobias swooped past, skimming just above the grass, rocketing toward Visser 3. You told them, Tobias, I accused him. Yeah, I sure did. I got the idea from you. You're the one who said you had to obey your prince. Well, I guess Jake is my prince too. He ordered me to tell him. How did you know where I was going? I asked. I never told you. Please, that controller, Eslin, whatever. He wrote it down, Axeman. You forget, I have hawk's eyes. I can see a flea on a cat from 100 feet away. You think I couldn't read that note? You make me very angry, Tobias, I said. Yeah, and you get on my nerves too, Axe, but we still have a fight on our hands. Let's go deal with Visser 3. We raced toward the Visser and his guards, Rachel, a huge, rolling, brown tidal wave, and me. Above us, Tobias flew. Just as we drew close, I saw Visser 3 stagger. The poison, the venom, it was working. Visser 3 buckled and fell to the ground. The 2 Hork-Bajir quailed. They saw Rachel barreling through the tall grass. They saw Prince Jake, a striped demon, coming in from the other side. They saw Marco, the gorilla morph, and Cassie, an eager wolf, teeth bared. Tobias had reached for the Visser. He soared past him, up in the air, beating frantically. Wait. Tobias had, worst of all, they saw an Andalite, the enemy they feared most. Your Visser is finished, I called to them. You can die with him or you can run. The Hork-Bajir controllers made the decision quickly. Hork-Bajir can be very fast once they decide to run. The Visser was down, alone, helpless, and we came to a stop in a circle around him. He was as helpless as Elfingor had been at the end. I looked up. Why was Tobias? No way, Tobias cried. He drew back his wings and dived at full speed. He plummeted towards the earth, racing speed, killing speed. His talons came forward. It looked as if he would hit the ground. Then, no, 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 Tobias cried. He swooped up and away, back up into the sky. Tobias, what is it? I heard the Prince Jake yell in thought speak. He bailed. He bailed. The Yerk bailed out. He got to the water. I can't see him. He got away. What? I cried. What happened? He's out. Visser 3, he's out. I saw him worming his way through the grass. It took several seconds for my brain to comprehend. I couldn't make sense of it. It was impossible to believe. He left his body? I asked. Visser 3 left his host? He crawled right out of the Andalite head and slithered into the water, Tobias confirmed. There's a fast current. I can't see beneath the surface of the water that well. I can't see him. I looked down at the creature. I thought of the Visser 3. I thought of his Visser 3, but of course, the real Visser was a gray slug, a Yerk. The body was the body of an Andalite. The Visser was gone, escaped. The Andalite was breathing but seemed unable to move. He looked up at me with his main eyes. I had faced Visser 3 before. I had felt the evil from force that flows from him. Evil was gone now. This was only an Andalite. The Yerk was gone. Kill me, the Andalite managed to gasp. Kill me before he takes me over again. Please, please kill me. I felt my heart stop. It was more than I could stand. After years of being controlled by Visser 3, the mind of the Andalite host was still alive, still aware. I may already have killed you, my friend, I said. The snake. No, you don't understand, Visser 3. He has backup forces ready. They'll be here in minutes. 6 bug fighters. They'll keep this body alive. Your poison is too slow. But you're an Andalite. I can't kill you, I said desperately. I can't. He'll take me again, the Andalite said, begging. The Yerks will find him and bring me to him again. Please, I can't live that way. Please, the things I've seen, you don't understand. It's horrible. He tried to raise his own Andalite tail. He tried to bring the blade to his throat, but the venom had weakened him. His tail fell limp. I understand, I said at last. With sadness so deep it burned me to hear. Listen, my name is... What is my name? It's been so long. And the poison. Yes, that's it. My name is Aloran Semichor Chorus. I was once a war prince. Someday if you survive, I have a wife. I have 2 children. Oh my god, this is so sad. Someday, tell them I still hope. Tell them I still have love for them. Yes, War Prince Aloran, I will tell them. You have any other orders for me? He reached up with one weakened hand. I took his hand in mine. Fight them. They are stronger than you think. They have infiltrated. They are on the home world. Fight. His fingers were limp. He fell silent, unconscious. I set his hand down by his side. I knew that next time I saw this face, it would once more be the face of my enemy, the abomination, Visser 3. We should get out of here, Prince Jake said. Come on, Axe, Tobias said. There will be another time. Jesus Christ.
But is it Mrs. Winslow levels of sad? I don't think
No,
so.
because I'm not sobbing. I want to cry, but I managed to not cry.
Jeez. Anna Martin, like, and then there was this old woman who was picking up a penny, girl.
Girl, you know
That
what?
was foul. That was so foul of her.
Shut the fuck up. I already can't talk.
So foul of her.
Holy fuck, this is a kid's book, Bernie says. Kids' books are cracked. Oh god, this is just a horror movie. Sorry, chat. It was a
Wait, were you
sound
telling me to
plan.
shut the fuck up, or are you telling Anna Martin to shut the
I'm
fuck
telling Anna Martin to shut the fuck up. I would never tell you to shut the fuck up.
up?
It's like Anna Martin.
Like, are those my children?
Fuck all.
Oh, really? We're gonna go that far? Oh, we're
Jeez.
bringing that into this?
Oh, so the mother in hospice wasn't enough for you. I see how it is.
Oh, so we're bringing random people into this, huh, Anne? You
Me
want to start doing?
bawling my eyes out over a
You're
fictional
going
dead
for the
woman
throat, huh? We're
wasn't
gonna start
enough.
pulling hair.
I swear this is D&D level mayhem. This really is. Coke bear, Bertie says.
This is
Cocaine bear all over
goddamn
again.
Animorphs. It goes fucking hard. Animorphs is fucking metal.
This bear a crackhead by any chance?
That's all I'm gonna say. Animorphs is fucking metal.
Avery, you're killing it with your animal imitations. Thank you. I try so hard.
Rawr, rawr, rawr.
Rawr. I'm so tired. I don't have it in me right now. Time to boogie with the bear. We have cookies. Grizzly Morph is OP.
Brutal horror, for kids.
For children. I love that I looked away from chat and all of a sudden chat just exploded with, oh god, oh no, oh dear god.
I mean, he has to die.
But they didn't kill him.
He has to die.
But they didn't kill him. He said the next time I see his face, he'll be the face of my enemy. He wasn't gonna kill him.
Okay. Oh, Axe. If you were my second son, well, I'd be disappointed too.
This is goddamn Animorphs. It goes fucking
That's all I
hard.
would say. Axe, if you were if I had your brother and you, well, I would be disappointed in you too that you didn't kill that guy.
Oh my god.
Saving Private Ryan, the one that got away. That's all I'm gonna say. Axe. Have you not seen? You were on Earth for years, and you didn't see Saving Private Ryan.
I mean, Axe
Do
hasn't
you
been on
not
Earth
know
for
what
years.
happens in Saving Private Ryan? No, I'm saying by the end of the book.
Oh yeah, yeah, I got you.
You should have done it. You should have done it.
Take the shot.
I'm a war hero, son. No, now you come home, not a war hero.
He's a
Like your
pacifist.
brother.
He's trying to de-escalate violence.
He's a hypocrite.
Chapter
That's what he
20. Give me liberty or give me death. A human named Patrick Henry said that. I wonder if the Yerks knew before they came to conquer Earth that humans said things like that. I wonder if the Yerks knew what they were getting into. From the Earth Diary of Eximile Escaruth Istil. We call it the law of Ciro's kindness, I said. He's like, all right, fine, I'll tell you everything. We were in the woods where I live, the woods of the planet called Earth. 2 days had passed since the terrible events in the meadow. I had thought a great deal of those 2 days. I had thought about everything. Then I had asked my human friends if they would join me. What's it mean? Rachel asked. She was standing with her arms crossed. I believe it was an expression of skepticism. It means that we are not allowed to transfer advanced technology to any other race, I explained. It is a very important law, one of our most important laws. You don't want any competition, Marco said. You Andalites want to be able to stay on top. I understand that, but humans are on your side. We're not like the ones being taken over. Marco, Prince Jake said, chill. Let Axe tell his own story. He's like, calm the fuck down. Ciro was a great Andalite, a warrior, a scientist. He was in charge of the first Andalite expedition to the Yerk homeworld. I saw my human friend stiffen. Tobias flitted to a lower branch, drawing closer. He's like, here's the tea.
Here's the motherfucking tea.
Some motherfucking tea. Ciro felt sorry for the Yerks. They were an intelligent species. They used a primitive species. They used a primitive species called Geds as hosts. But the Geds were nearly blind, clumsy, not very useful. The Yerks had never even seen the stars, let alone been able to leave their own planet. Zero felt sorry for them. Zero was kind, decent, Andalite. Oh my god, Cassie whispered. That's the big secret. That's the shame the Andalites are hiding. What? Rachel asked. What's the big secret? Rachel! Come on, girl. I know you can figure this out.
Hello, pay attention. Didn't you read the last 7 books? Come on. There were 7 other books here. And a mid-season finale. Did you not? Hello, Rachel. Why aren't you binging this?
Yeah.
It's been on for a year.
Zero gave the Yerks advanced technology, didn't he? Cassie asked. I nodded. Zero thought the Yerks should be able to travel the stars, as we did. At first, it seemed like the right thing to do, but then, a species called Nahara, by the time we found out, it was too late. The entire species was enslaved by the Yerks. Then came the Hork-Bajir, Taxons, and other planets. Other races were falling to the Yerk Empire. They spread like disease. Millions, billions of free people have been enslaved and destroyed by the Yerks because of Zero, because of us, because of the Andalites. For a while, no one spoke. I knew what to expect. These humans had first seen Andalites as heroes. Then they had come to be suspicious. Now I had just confirmed their suspicions. Now they would see that the Andalites were not the great saviors of the galaxy. Elfinger broke the law of Zero's kindness, though, right? Marco pointed out. Yes, but I will take the blame for him. Elfingor was a great hero. His name would be destroyed. I'm a nobody. I have taken the blame. If I help you and you humans become a new race of conquerors, then you'll become the new Yerks someday. My people will talk about Aximili's kindness, and I'll be the one who goes down in history as the new example of a fool. I mean, humans really have done a lot of conquering in our time. You know?
Yeah.
Like, he's
But
not.
we won't have someone. We won't have. Well, I lie. We'll probably have tyrants in the future if we don't preserve the history that we have.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. History repeats itself because we don't remember it. Um, let's see. I saw Rachel make a small smile and shake her head. Marco rolled his eyes. He said, Man, I really was getting into disliking you, Axe. I was confused. I expected them to be furious. Instead, they were each smiling. Don't you understand? Your world is threatened. You're by the Yerks because of my people. Prince Jake nodded. Yes, we understand, Axe. A long time ago, someone tried to be nice, and it was a disaster. This Zero person tried to be a good guy. He hoped all the different people of the galaxy would get along, that we'd all go to the stars together. Yes, and the result was terrible. Axe, you don't stop hoping just because it doesn't always work out, Cassie said. You get more careful, you get wiser maybe, but you keep hoping. Look, Axe, Prince Jake said. We don't want you to give us any Andalite technology. We don't want you to break your laws. We just want you to trust us. Tell us the truth. Be one of us. You aren't alone, Axe, Cassie said softly. Maybe we aren't your people, but we are your friends. Your boy Ciro wasn't wrong, Marco said. He just hooked up with the wrong species. We aren't the Yerks. We're Homo sapiens, Jack. Humans. Andalites want someone to cruise the stars with them. We're the ones. You bring the spaceships, we'll bring the raisinets and cinnamon buns. The globules.
There we go. See.
You'll do more than that, I said. You'll learn very quickly. Someday you may be greater than the Andalites. No, Prince Jake said, because whatever we learn, you'll learn. We'll do it together. Human and Andalite. Andalite and human. It isn't possible, I said. We are two different species from two different worlds, a billion Earth miles away. We're just too different, you know?
Two worlds, one family.
Oh my god.
Trust your heart. Let faith decide to guide these lives. We see
Now it's in my head.
a paradise untouched by man. In this world filled with love, a simple life.
Phil Collins did not need to go as hard as he did, but he said,
God,
"Fuck it."
he spoke to my soul. He still does.
Um,
I just put it on and I'm just like this. Oh my gosh.
Sometimes I put on "Strangers Like Me," and and you just like it's like a fast car song, and it's from Tarzan the movie.
You're so funny. You're telling me like Daniel singing is worthy of an award. The funny thing is, I'm not really a big music head. I just know little snippets of songs. That's the funny thing. When people are like, "Oh, who's your favorite band?" I'm like, favorite band is me listening to music that I like.
Phil Collins is the fucking man. Paulo says. Oh, I see. No, no, no. Oh, I see.
What? Okay.
Texas says I have no clue what it's talking about. Wait, what's happening? What did I miss?
But yeah, now that I started using Spotify more often, I'm listening to bands. I've been listening to a lot of dream pop and shoegazing music.
And
And one of my favorite
what's
what?
up? Just go ahead.
Oh, that I've been listening to Spotify more recently, and I came across this genre of music called dream pop and shoegazing. They're kind of intertwined. And because I was listening to Moonpools and Caterpillars, which I know from the Babysitter Club movie. But besides that, there's another band called the Sugar Hiccup. And I love that band right now. But like they're an
Nice.
old band. But there's
Very
plenty of
nice.
other like dream pop songs. Not songs, dream pop bands that I've been listening to. But there's like two different types. There's like British dream pop and then there's Filipino dream pop.
Oh, Discord is acting up. Interesting. I'll have to check that. Sorry. Discord is always doing things that it shouldn't be doing. Um,
Yes. Put your faith in what you most believe in. Two worlds, one family. Yes, I do love that human that they call Phil
are
Collins.
you
I
singing
must
as Visser
acquire
3?
I must acquire his music.
You
You know
know,
the
you know my guy is just like singing in the shower and just having a
yes,
full moment.
he's just like um we up, we do. I love that song. I love that animated picture that they call Tarzan.
I'm just
Oh, if
picturing
only
him
I could
now.
acquire a character such as Tarzan so I could admire it for myself.
I'm now just picturing him basically singing like musical show tunes where he's like, "You are 16 going on 17." I can just see it, you know?
Ding, ding, ding on that trolley. He'd probably like Golden Girls.
He would like Golden Girls. He absolutely would like Golden Girls.
He'd like, hey, what's that Yerk's name? Whatever. Hey, Chantal. Better late than pregnant, no?
Do you think he'd be like do you think he'd be like singing the Full House theme song where he's like, "Everywhere you look."
Right. Whatever happened to predictabilities?
The
The
milkman, the paper
the paper
boy.
boy. Big
TV.
TV.
Thank you for being a friend. He would sing all of those. Would.
Yes, he would be a show tune person. Just him just walking along the bridge of the blade ship. You would just hear him there, sing like I don't know. Why am I blanking when I want to? Oh. I know you see somehow the world will change for me and
And
be
be
so
so wonderful. In that
wonderful. Like
old timey voice.
me. Live life, breathe air. I know just how we're gonna get there.
I can just hear the freaking Golden Girls theme in the back of my head.
Here I am once again. I'm feeling lost,
Oh
and
my
now
god.
and then I breathe
Let
it
it
in
in,
and
let
let it
it
go.
go. No, Hannah Montana, where he's like, where
It's about the most wells. Then
no,
I'll take it slow, and you rock out the show. You got the best of both
but
worlds.
that
Mix
wouldn't be his favorite song. He'd be up there being like, everybody makes mistakes.
it.
Everybody has those
Everybody makes
days.
mistakes except for me. Everybody has those days except for me.
Oh my
Uh,
god.
oh, um, Zoe 101. He's like, if you want to play, come and play today. Let us get away. Yes, I will make you see all of the things that you can be. Believe in yourself and all.
Oh my god. Yes. Yes, he would. I never make I never make mistakes except for when I do make mistakes, but that doesn't count.
The Drake and Josh
The
theme.
Drake and Josh theme.
I never thought that I'd meet. What is it? I never thought that I'd meet. I
Oh,
never thought that
oh.
it'd be so simple, but oh. I never thought that it'd be so simple, but I found a way. I found a way. If you open up your eyes and see what's inside.
Everything is not what it seems. Like he'd just be like jamming out. I also like
Then
that
I'm
we've now accidentally headcanon that he exclusively watches 2000s like tween shows because
he,
like sitcoms he absolutely does.
he's enamored by H2O. Like,
He
how
loves
interesting.
sitcoms.
How do they morph without Andalite technology with just touching water? I must know.
I love Sign. He would oh my god, the Friends theme song. God,
No, he wouldn't like Friends.
he wouldn't like Friends. Why? Because they're too nice to each other. He's like, yeah.
No, he'd be like, they don't, what do they do? Do they not have assignments? Do they not work? He'd like MASH. He'd love MASH.
Fresh Prince theme now.
Where he's like,
Family
in
Matters
West
theme.
Philadelphia, born and raised, playground is where I spent most of
He'd
my
say it
days.
like a soliloquy.
Chilling out, max and relax, shooting some. What do they call it? What do they call it? B-ball? Yes, B-ball. B-ball outside of the school. When a couple of guys who were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood.
No, you know what it would be like? You know in Thriller when Vincent Price does the speaking part? That's Visser Three's favorite
Oh, I
part.
see.
OMG.
OMG,
His
he
brain will
brain.
implode when he sees Transformers. Oh my god.
He just sees it and then he just points to the rest. He just points to the screen and tells like the Hork-Bajir and whatever. He's like, that. I want that. Make it for me.
He'll
I
like
don't care. I didn't ask. Go ball some. He would love Devil Wears Prada because he'd be
oh
like,
my
oh, that
god.
that woman is fabulous.
Just want to watch movies with Visser 3. Like we can fix him, guys. He can be our friend. I just want to be movie buddies with Visser 3.
That whole go get me 10 or 15 scuts from Calvin Klein. Please ball someone else with your incompetence. Did the
Boy, what
Marshall
is that
confirm?
game with the big roundish ball? Basketball, you say?
Yeah.
I can imagine the
Did the
main villain of this
Marshall
story watching the
confirm?
Fresh Prince
Get
of
the
Bel-Air.
Marshall on the phone. And no one would even like. Everyone would be so annoyed with him, but they'd be like, oh, "He can't do anything because he'd kill us."
Visser 3 comes over to your house and he's just like, he pops open a bottle of like Chardonnay and he's just like, you'll never believe what Visser 1 said today. And you're like, oh,
Yep.
that bitch.
He'd be like, "Oh, you never believe what Visser one said today."
Yet he's just like so dramatic. He has like a house.
We made him. We made him Roger the Alien. We just made him Roger the Alien.
What's done is
But
done.
but apparently Bernie said I sound like Edna Mo.
And,
Helen, who's this Helen? I don't know her. I don't know Helen. You know, Elastica, darling.
and call me when you get back, darling. I enjoy our visit.
Yes, I enjoy our talk.
Yeah. Okay. We're right at the end of
Okay.
this book. We took a side detour to talk about
We
being
needed to let
besties
your
with
brain
Visser.
reset. We needed to let your brain reset. That's why.
Yup. All right. Where was I? That's a question. That's the question.
Two
Yeah.
worlds, one family.
Oh, that's
Tell
right.
me, what does an Andalite want most?
Isn't possible. We are two different species from two different worlds, a billion Earth miles apart. Axeman, Tobias said, tell me, what does an Andalite want most? What is it you guys are fighting for? For freedom, of course, I said. And what do humans want most? Tobias asked. Freedom, Prince Jake said. Freedom, Rachel said, nodding her head. Freedom, said Marco and Cassie together. Freedom, said Tobias. Different bodies, different species maybe, but who cares? We agree on what matters. For a few minutes, I said nothing. I guess I felt a little overwhelmed. Then I realized something that made me laugh. See? It's happening already, I said. What? Rachel asked. You humans are already teaching Andalites something new, I said. You're right. We fight the same battle for the same goal. The Andalites on your home world may not like that idea, Rachel said. No, they won't. They have their laws and customs. They think they know what's right. If I ever go home, I'll have a lot to explain. Maybe so, Tobias said, but I know one Andalite who would have been proud of you. Are you with us? Prince Jake asked. Yes, Prince Jake, I said. Don't call me Prince. Yes, Prince Jake, I said again. All right, Marco said, rubbing his hands together. Now, that's over with. And now that we are finally all leveling and telling the truth, I think we have one very big question for Axe. One huge question that will put our friendship to the test. One gigantic question. Everyone nodded in agreement. What? I asked nervously. How? How do you eat without a mouth? Marco demanded. I laughed. We eat as we run. Our hooves crush the grass and the nutrients are absorbed into our systems. We drink in the same way by putting our hoofs in the water. Ah, so that's what the whole thing is with the morning ritual when you stick your hoof in the water, Tobias said. Morning ritual? What morning ritual? Rachel asked. Yeah, tell us, Cassie said. Okay, I agreed. I will tell you everything. Everything I know. I looked directly at Tobias as I said that. I met his fierce, intense hawk's gaze. I wanted him to understand that I would answer his questions as well. The question I knew must be burning inside him. But the question never came, and I heard in my mind an echo of Tobias's words. Different bodies, different species, maybe, but who cares? We agree on what matters. Neither I nor my shorm, Tobias, is capable of smiling, but just the same, there are times when we look at each other and understand each other and smile. Oh, there's one tiny chapter left. I literally thought there wasn't. I'm glad I scrolled
I'm
down.
like, I was like, wait, there's only 20 chapters. I'm like, oh, that's dumb. But
Chapter
I
20.
guess.
Chapter 21. You'll do it because if you don't, I'll find a way to tell Visser 3 who set him up, I told Eslin, the Yerk trader. I was in the observatory. We were alone, just the two of us. Eslin glared hatefully at me. Andalite scum. You couldn't even kill the Visser. What's the matter? Did you scare too badly? Or did he scare you too badly? This is a child that he's talking to. Imagine being like at a 14-year-old, like, oh, what's the matter? You couldn't kill a dictator? Just boot up the software, I said. I have a transmission to make. This one time, Eslin, and I will be gone from your miserable life. Do it. It took several minutes for the Z space transmission to be established, and it took a few moments more before I was connected to the great Lyrum again. I won't be able to call again, most likely, I said. I have a message I need sent. To the wife of Aloran Scimitar Chorus from her husband. It was kind of nice to see old Lyrum's eyes go wide all of a sudden. See? He knew exactly who Aloran was. What he was. Is that all you have to say? Arish Eximile? No, I have this to say too. You tried to save the Hork-Bajir and still live by all our laws, still keeping all our secrets, but you failed. Do not say what you are about to say, Eximile. Lyrum warned. Do not disobey the laws of our people. I, Prince Lyrum. These humans are my people now. And sir, With all due respect to the law and to you, I won't let the humans be destroyed as the Hork-Bajir were destroyed, not while I live. Liram's eyes narrowed dangerously. It must run in your family, he growled. You're just like your brother, Elfingor. I laughed. Thank you, Prince. Thank you very much.
Fuck the patriarchy, he says.
Fuck the patriarchy. Fuck the nationalist propaganda.
Fuck the zesty propaganda. I don't want to end up like Visser 3 with my zest and all that.
Now I want a sitcom with Visser 3 and the Jersey Shore cast. No, I want a sitcom where Visser 3 has to hide kind of Alf style, but then he like has to learn to be good like Michael from The Good Place.
Yes, and he ends up living with an older woman who dresses with shoulder pads and all that, Golden Girl style. So he ends up being like, darling, never looked more lovelier.
I think it's her, but then I think also like she has like a 20-something like granddaughter that lives with her. And the three of them are just like sassy together.
Two Humans and an Alien was brought to you by
2 humans and an alien.
Alien
It's
in the
called
Closet.
it's called Visitor 3.
Shut up! Oh my god, Visitor 3. Oh my god, that's funny.
Thank you. I was proud of that.
That's clever. All
Not
right.
the sitcom.
Yes.
Somebody's got to
Now,
clean their
now
stuff.
that's a sitcom. A sitcom of outerworldly proportions.
The trolley scene with Chidi is absolute TV gold. It's beautiful.
Okay. Well, that was the book for tonight.
Yep.
Next book will be book 9, a Cassie book.
Cassie book. We haven't had a Cassie book in what feels like forever.
Yeah, so let's see. So the first one we had 7 books, and then the next 5 books, and then we have a Chronicle book.
Oh, nice.
And then we have the next Megamorph book after the next 5 books.
I love it. Oh wait,
All
just
right.
replace Axe with Visser 3. Well, see, no, that's the thing. Is like I love Axe. Axe is my son. But this specific sitcom only works with the sassiness of Visser 3.
That's Visser 3 that we gave him. All right.
Axe can come on in like season 3 when like they need younger characters.
That's when they jump the shark, when they bring Axe in.
Yeah, when they bring Axe in. After Visser 3 has learned to be good, he now has to take Axe in and teach him how to be a human. That's where they jump the
What
shark.
do we get when we get 2 aliens under the same roof? Find out in this hour-long special of Visitor 3. You won't believe what happens next.
Can you imagine? Previously on Visitor 3 for like the very special episode.
Previously on Visitor 3. I'm an Andalite like you. What? I'm pregnant. Well, who's the father? I don't know. Vista 3. I ran into this girl and she was so amazing. She had blonde hair and green eyes. Like, that sounds a lot like my roommate.
What about Visitor 3 Christmas special?
Catherine.
Yes, every year there is a Christmas special.
Catherine, this is my friend Aximile Escaruth. And then Ax is like, oh, it's you. And now part 2.
I too want a sitcom with Axe and 2 humans.
And then it turned out that Axe and Catherine have a child together.
Yeah, like he's the love interest of like the granddaughter.
Visitor 3 holiday special. Fox will fly.
See, now I just want somebody to make this. It's a very niche thing, but I want it visual. God.
Well, I guess I know that I'm voicing Axe if they ever decide to pick up Animorphs again.
It's like being in the previously non-existent younger cousin bringing in the previously non-existent younger cousin to try to save the show. Yes, 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 yes. Like later on,
Cousin Oliver.
yeah, like later on when the show is like maybe getting a little bit more popular, but it's kind of just there, and they're like, we need younger people to be watching the show. We need younger characters. They like bring on acts, and then there's like a love interest, and
Nah,
then like
they need a the way they get the show to survive. They gotta bump it up a time slot for the later crowd because the ones that grew up watching Visitor 3 are now older now, so they gotta bump it up to like 7 p.m.
oh, we're already talking about like the reboot. We've
Oh,
jumped
great.
completely over the original and just gone to the reboot.
No,
Oh,
it's not a
great.
reboot. It's just like it goes from being lighthearted to now adult themes, but it's not a reboot. It's just a continuation. It's just the later seasons.
Okay. Look, he can have a romance with a human woman. I don't see why he couldn't.
Yes. Before we continue the slaughtering of the poor dude's brother, I'd like to thank our sponsor, NordVPN.
Or Judy from Family Matters. Yes.
Who's that? Who are you talking about, Judy? Is that the girl that like went upstairs and made a cameo and never came? Is that who Judy is? I thought she was just an imaginary friend of Laura.
Yeah. Everybody's like, yes, yes, yes. I thought so, but also after the Rolling Stones incident, I didn't want to say any more assertions about pop media that I wasn't 100% sure about because it's late.
You can't always get what you wanna. You can't.
On
I
that,
it,
what?
it's just I have to find that story that Tig Notaro tells about that song because that you would die laughing.
I love Tig Notaro.
The Taylor Dane, what is it, Taylor Dane?
The Taylor Dane skit is my favorite.
Excuse me, sorry to bother you, but I just love your hair, or I just love your music. Yeah, I don't do that anymore.
I love your voice. My speaking voice.
And I just said yes.
Rolling Stone
What really?
incident. We were singing the song You Can't Always Get What You Want, and
You thought it was the Beatles.
I said it was a Beatles song, and it's not, and I knew that, but it's
All right then. And with that, same bat time, same bat place next Friday. Another chapter of my fanfic and book 9 of Animorphs.
Bye guys. Thank you for
Good
being here.
night.
See you
Sleep tight.
guys. I'll
Don't let
see
the air
you.
hit your ear at
I'll see you tomorrow with Gabe and hopefully finish that Imagines book. Um
night.
we'll see you next Friday for more Animorphs, and there will surely be streams obviously
And
throughout the
then
week.
yeah, and check out and keep on the lookout for the Phantom Investigator video. It was supposed to be out today, but I got a little backtracked on that, so should be out within over the weekend possibly.
Yeah, it'll be out soon.
All
So,
right
yeah.
then.
Bye
Good night.
guys.